You have 68 wins. You cannot 69 Mina.
I am that reminder that no matter how far you get in life, there's going to be someone like me, born with much more than you do, who can cash in and take it all away at any moment.
Now, you know what? Now, I don't know who you've been talking to, but it's obvious that you hadn't talked to me. I pull rank around here, and everybody better remember that.
Ooh, follow the white rabbit.
The mask has been removed, but I tell you what, he's still the same pro wrestler, whether he's wearing a mask or not.
You can call this the New World Order of Wrestling, brother.
Whoa!
We got a mom in the front row who taught her daughter how to suck dick.
None of you can handle Tekla. None of you can handle the Sisters of Sin. And none of you silly bitches can handle the Triangle of Madness.
Oakley has Trey. Look at the speed, the rotation, the impact.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome once again to the Saturday Shenanigans, hosted by yours truly, the Renegade JJ Williams. Hi guys. Hi guys. CM Punk drama bullshit to the side. I still consider Heyman the worst AEW champion they've had. First of all, we're going to bring in Walter Cruz.
I said that as a joke when, what's his name, did his promo Monday. He said, I'm from a prestige university. I said he majored in Steiner, man.
We've got the Heeb man, James Hebert, in the house.
I do really cool and dumb things for mutants.
Right. A lot of shit going on here. A lot of fucking crazy ass shit.
Where is Noah JD? Well, say his name and he appears, because we believe in Noah Foster.
Fuck is this intro? It is one of those things where, as fans, we do have these desires for what we want to see, but sometimes you can't always get what you want, and there are reasons you truly don't get what you want. I wouldn't even listen to this in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. What the fuck is this shit? God, rapid whack. Like I said, never been a greater time to be a wrestling fan than with more companies in a more lucrative spot, in a more comfortable business spot, in a sense of mind, it seems, than ever. Again, WWE is not the only one. It is not the end-all, be-all. So let's go back to the Renegade Wrestling JJ Williams to get the official word. JJ, speak!
Make sure you tune in every week, because you never know who's going to drop in to join the shenanigans. Catboy is in the house.
Hello, my internet family. I say if you want to make them as evil as possible, make them really mad.
We have Mansfield joining the party now. What is going on, Josh?
Like I told no one when we were in Cleveland, him joining Tracy was just an unfortunate side effect of my shenanigans towards you, JJ. I know how it can get better, Noah. The panel chooses you.
Shut the fuck up, Josh.
You said that so like.
We got some of the intro back.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Just like how you and I had lunch together the other week.
That was different.
Ladies and gentlemen, the King is here. Say his name and he appears. We believe in King A-Train. There are so many believers in Joe Hendry. The only person on this panel that doesn't believe in Joe Hendry is King A-Train. Tell the world why you do not believe in Joe Hendry.
The reason I do not believe Joe Hendry is he is Fandango 2.0 in a entrance merchant. I rest my case, Your Honor.
Hey! There's something wrong with being an entrance merchant. Being has some of the best entrances of all time.
Teleporting into the command center, all the way from Angel Grove High, Datilla.
Oh, yeah. I went to the command center on Thursday. I went to Vasquez Rocks, which is where they filmed a lot of episodes. Somebody actually climbed to the very top of those rocks. I made it halfway. I was like, I'm not going up there. Definitely Toni Storm versus Mariah May. That's the one match I probably am looking forward to the most. I really like the story. I'm familiar with all about Eve, so if it plays out that way, I kind of know how this is gonna go.
Say goodnight, Datilla.
Good night.
James, you did say his name. So he shall appear, ladies and gentlemen, the first time on the Shenanigans. Jeff Meacham is in the motherfucking house.
Ah! All right, we're coming in hard with the botch. All right, fucking hell. It's good to be back. It's good to have an opportunity to talk to the crowd on a Saturday. If you want to have yourself stomach through it, you can go back and watch when the Main Event Mafia took over Impact. That's what James is talking about. So if everybody just joined us, we're talking about people sedating people, attempted murder, boys, and tips. Welcome to Saturday Shenanigans, everybody. Aren't you glad I'm back?
Welcome back, Jeff.
Cool.
Get it? Got it.
As the Simple Albert Studios continues to evolve to become your most reliable source for wrestling coverage, I welcome you in once again this fine night to the weekly moderated conversation of Wrestling Madness that is on this special edition, the Sunday Shenanigans. Hello, everybody, and welcome back here once again to the Super Reliable Studios. You know what this is, fam. The Cement, the Super Brand, the voice of for great performance professional wrestling. Damn it. And my name is Noel Foster. So thank you all for tuning in, whether live or on demand. Please subscribe, comment, and tell a friend. If you want to dictate the conversation, super chat, PayPal, patches, the symbols that. Welcome to our post WrestleMania Vegas week-long epilogue follow-up edition of the Sunday Shenanigans. Stories, thoughts, matches, discussions to be shared on a blind itinerary that I guess I'm moderating, as it has been probably the most unique, historically fulfilled week of professional wrestling in all of our lives. Without further ado, I am never alone. Let's go ahead and introduce tonight's panel. And I'm just going to go in and bring in everybody to the soiree. So please welcome Jeff Mother Meacham, James Hebert, our Canadian friend, Ash, and of course the two-man live on site for all the shenanigans and festivities in the city of Sin, the Renegade of Wrestling, of course, JJ Williams, and Mr. Reliable, Walter Cruz, reliable, and also joining the fray, not sure what's on the menu, will be the other half of the Canadian Connection, Nick Ferrante. So I hope everyone has been doing very well as we have been dealing with all the wrestling all week long, literally 1 week from the kickoff to All Things Wrestling into what became Las Vegas Wrestling, considering we had Dynasty last week Sunday, and now we're closing things out almost with WrestleMania Sunday and everything in between. What a wrestling smorgasbord has been for any fan, it seems. I think I've talked enough. Let's go around and get the panel's initial thoughts. First and foremost, to the man on site, Walter and JJ, it's good to see y'all once again. How has been Las Vegas and your weekend and your week with all the festivities amongst the city of Sin? Please speak.
He's talking to us.
I was letting you
go. I was going to let you go first because I could be long-winded. We're tired. We're sore.
And somehow I'm
we're
on my
grateful. We're happy as fuck. Yeah, it's been an experience. I think that's the best word to describe it. It has definitely been an experience. I don't want to be so close-minded and say it's a once-in-a-lifetime experience because we know what happens when professional wrestling bills something as once in a lifetime. We get twice in a lifetime the following year. So I'm not going to go that far. But I do feel like with everything that has happened since Wednesday, you know, technically Tuesday we got here, but Wednesday all the festivities kind of started to begin.
Right.
But with everything that's happened since Wednesday, if even like 5% of it swings into the positive side once we leave here, I feel like it's all going to be worth it. And based off of from what I heard as y'all were signing off, 11,000 total viewers that were watching our coverage of professional wrestling.
Damn it.
And I screenshotted this multiple times. We had more views than the NBA at one point. We had more views than Denise Salcedo.
God bless her.
And I went to her YouTube and added those views too. We still had more on just Walter's account, his ex account, than Denise Salcedo. We had more viewers than Aaron Ritt doing the post show. We had more viewers than Sean Ross Sapp. This is mind-numbing to us. And I don't say that in disrespect to any of those individuals. Because Denise, every time we've encountered her, Jeff can speak on it when we bumped into her at the forum that time for Dynamite. He's had past experiences with her. Walter can speak on it. Every time we've encountered Denise, she's been nothing but a sweetheart. I officially changed my opinion on Sapp after talking to him. Face to face.
Me too.
So I mean no disrespect when I say these things. But to be at a place tonight where we had more views combined on their end, on one of our channels, than they did combined, is mind-numbing to me. And that is no small testament to the work. Granted, us putting in the legwork out here, but the work that Noah, James, Ash, Nick, Jeff, Mikey, and Ryan all did this week on their various watch-alongs. So I'll give Walter the hot tag. It's like I could actually touch this motherfucker and do it in person. But I'm going to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you all.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. I'm tired. I'm biologically a male, but somehow ended up on a period this morning. And only he's going to get that joke.
I thought Jeff's going to do the gratuitous.
I don't know.
I thought about mentioning it, but I was like, nah, that's his story to tell. If he's going to say it, he's going to say it.
I don't know what happened.
Fucking shit, look at Noah.
I don't know what happened, but I somehow ended up cut, like, in the back of my thigh or leg or in between, and there was so much blood that I looked down and I was like, I started my period. This fucker started crying, laughing so hard.
And those weren't the only tears shed this trip.
Oh, no.
We will get into all of that here in a little bit, but there's 4 other people for you to talk to, Noah, before we get even into the appetizer of tonight's show. So please, let's, in the words of Big G, let's get this thing rolling, baby.
And I'm hosting, so I can't do my countdown and escape this either. Fuck me. You both suck. All right, thank you. That being said, Nick, what's on the menu? Let's go ahead and get your initial thoughts. How have you felt about this whole week overall? Welcome to Shenanigans. Shout out to the missus. How are you feeling?
Okay, so I'm gonna keep mine. I have to leave after this just because I got work. I gotta wake up early.
Respect.
I didn't plan to stay here all night. So if you give me a few minutes, I will be out of all yours hair. First things first, Noah. Great job on everything you do, not just this week, but in general. You inspire people to be selfless because you never say no and you're always here for the crew. So thank you for everything you do. Jeff, I know we've only known each other for a short period of time, but you have insight and wisdom that few have. So thank you for everything you do for us. James, half of this shit could not run without your technical expertise day in
Thank
and
you.
day out. And I know how thin you get stretched sometimes.
Okay, Nick,
I will
you're
be the
scaring me
clever.
because this sounds like a retirement speech or some Hall of Fame shit. You're scaring me a little.
To be fair.
No, that's not a retirement speech. Fuck you guys. You guys are stuck with me. Like I said, you get pulled in so many different directions, i.e. the clusterfuck. Dude, I stayed up till 6 a.m. for you to watch that shit. I was dying. So thank you for everything you have done this week and everything you continue to do for the crew. Ash, you're my Canadian cohort. I mean, guys, if you had to go back and watch, like, you should go back and watch everything we've done, but go back and watch the Big Gay Brunch, because holy shit, you will laugh your fucking ass off. And Ash was such a great sport in it. To the two gentlemen
Juggalo show
that were
too. There were some
in
funny moments as well.
the two gentlemen that were in Las Vegas holding it down. How many times have I said it to you guys? 2026 is our year. We have killed it in regards to what we've been doing on social media and the networking that we have been doing. It is only going to go skyrocket from here. So thank you for everything that you guys have done. And I'm going to give to JJ a little bit more. Thank you, because without meeting you in the spaces back last year, and me pushing to be on the Shenanigans, I don't think we'd be where we are today. So I love you guys. You guys did great fucking work all weekend. 20,000 people over the span of 2 nights watched our coverage of everything. So I love you guys. This motherfucker got to go to bed. He's got to be up at 6 a.m. I will be in the chat. I will be listening. I might fall asleep. I don't know. But fucking love you guys. And the work is not done yet. We have more work to do after this weekend. Keep the ball rolling. Let's keep this fucking thing going.
And fair enough. Thank you for that, Nick. And again, shout out to Miss Ferrantes. Get some good quality rest. Jada has his hand up real quick, so I will acknowledge that before I give it to James. We got to say real quick.
I just wanted to say back to Nick before he dips out, I appreciate the kind words, good sir. If I'm keeping things 100%, I didn't know what adding you to the team was going to be like, because in the spaces, you can be a goofy motherfucker. But we love your goofiness. But when it came crunch time and you had to stop the stupidity and get serious, you fucking committed 150%. You went all in. You got fucking serious. And I've said it before, if I'm being 100%, a lot of these interviews we've been getting, especially the contact with the promoters, would not be possible without you. We would not have been standing there conversating with Pat and Rory at fucking the shows last night at Spring Break.
Oh, I can't wait to hear
without
about it.
you having reached out and started talking to them. So you've been killing it yourself. Barry Horowitz yourself. Pat yourself on the back. You deserve it.
And we ain't done. We
deserve it.
We got
You
more.
deserve it.
Clap, 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 clap.
Jesus, trust me. If you got WrestleMania season is over. We've got 2 more weeks of
WrestleMania season ain't over. There's the roster mania tomorrow.
That's true. That's true. But
Then WrestleMania season's over.
No,
that's true. Then
the SmackDown after reason.
after
They're not
this
going to be in
weekend,
Vegas for that.
after this weekend, we still got more things to come. And then I got an idea that I'm cooking that hopefully if I see it, and I'll run it by you guys on another day, but the chef is cooking with ideas. So, oof.
Do you smell what the chef is cooking?
Jesus. Anyways, love you guys. I'll be in the chat. I'll see you guys. I'll talk to you guys in the chat.
Yeah. All right. Well, that being said, thank you for that, Nick. Now let's go ahead to. Oh, good grief. Let's go ahead and go to James here. James, again, you've been quite a hardworking man as always, even though you still do really cool and dumb things on the internet. How are you feeling, my friend, regarding everything here as we gather on this fine Sunday night?
Man. What did we say earlier? Tired, exhausted, happy with the success, elated with the success. Yeah, just about that. Overall, like, I'm just happy with the turnout. I'm happy with night 2 of Mania much more than I am of night 1, without a fucking shadow of a doubt. And yeah, man, just on a high, just on a good high. Like, I never in a million years did I think, oh yeah, we're gonna reach, more viewers than. And by the way, here's another thing. Here's another stat for you. And I'm gonna, sometimes we glaze ourselves, but I think this is actually very much worth glazing. At one point, right when we went off the air, it was still the case. When you combine both streams, we did more viewership on X than the NBA, the National Basketball League. Like, this shit's fucking bananas to me. Like, that should not be a thing, yet it was. We were the most viewed thing watch along wise. Once again, number 1 in that category, if there is even a category. And we were just doing what we love, man. Like, we do this for the love of the game. We don't get paid for this, and we got that type of viewership. I think that says a lot to the testament of how hard all of us worked, including the gentleman up above. Like, that's genuinely, like, shows the dedication we have to this shit, because this is real. And at the very least, it's real to me, damn it. To quote a famous NWA fan.
I love that. And I know Jeff approves of that too. Well, thank you for that nice little thought, James. And again, always appreciate you. And of course, we always appreciate our batty little bloody friend, lover of the Techers, other half of the Canadian Connection. Had fun with the call last night with her, and I'm sure others have had fun hearing calls with her. Again, we can't get batty and crazy without somebody that's the personification of that. She's yours, she's mine, she's our Canadian friend, Ash. Ash, how are you, my dear? How are you feeling this fine Sunday night?
Oh my God, what a week of pro wrestling we had. And we still have a lot more to come this year as well. So
oh yeah.
Oh my God. This was been a hell of a ride. This was so fun. Like I had a blast watching and calling the shows with you guys. It was just good fun, good times, good vibes all around.
I mean, what more can you ask for with wrestling family, let alone wrestling community? Because that's really what this has become in its own way. So thank you for that, Ash. And with that being, yes, JJ, I do see your hand.
And I just want to add, let this be a lesson to Ash and anybody. When you get a phone call from me, especially through Facebook, you might want to answer because you never know what it could be.
I know. It's just freaking bad timing. It's just like, God damn it.
Somebody who was actually
So for those of you who don't know the backstory, I called Ash through Facebook Messenger yesterday because Walter and I were hanging out on the casino floor, kind of like by one of the little concession stores, just basically shooting the shit with, the front man. And I called her so that she could talk to Zack Sabre Jr., and she didn't answer the fucking phone.
Oh! He was willing to do it.
Yeah. Okay, so I was unable to answer because my phone that I normally have broke.
Damn.
So I had to use a backup phone, and for some reason, Messenger does not work on that phone either. So I was just hit with like a crazy 1-2 combo over on Wednesday.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know.
But it's one of those things where we tried.
I know, and it's very thoughtful.
We try to do nice little things for the people that look out for us and take care of us. And Ash has been a very welcome addition to the team. Who would have thought that when she joined us last year for Mania coverage, that she would get as engulfed in our baddie world, pun intended, as she has.
Accurate.
And so I tried to reward her a little bit, and shit happens.
Yeah.
There's always next time.
Exactly. So who knows? Like, also, it's probably a good thing I missed the call because I was in the grocery store when that happened. So, although to be fair, I was fittingly in the produce section, so our vegan friend would have probably appreciate that.
George Michael fan as well, unless you were listening to George Michael in the overhead PA. Well, that being said, that's like I told many people at times, a missed opportunity means a great opportunity awaits you down the line. But again, it's always great having you here, part of the line of madness, as Nick finally bounces as he said he would. Well, that being said, thank you, Ash. And certainly last but not least, please welcome to the forum, JAM Studios head captain, of course, of the Jeff Meacham Network. He is a pioneer. He is a professor of the business that we respect. He is the one and only Jeff Meacham, one of my great friends I've kind of known since 2017, and Brothers in Wrestling. Jeff, how are you this evening regarding all the festivities and the madness?
All those accolades, plus he's a drunk ginger.
And what else is new?
Well, that's fair too. First of all, let me say thank you to Dwayne Johnson. I know you're a struggling businessman, but your Terramana and your Zoa have allowed me to calm the fuck down from when we first started the show. So thank you to your entrepreneurship for Terramana and Zoa, because now I'm a little calmer than I was 28 minutes ago. And also having to run around the room. I'm gonna out myself. I'm gonna take you behind the curtain here. Get a little unreal with you guys. I asked Noah to have me go last because I wanted to hear what everybody had to say first, because I didn't want to come off like a piece of shit, because I felt like a piece of shit when I came in here. I am so unbelievably happy for all of you in here. 22,000 people over the last 2 days. Watching you. I mean, not watching me. I was with Greg. Watching you guys put your crazy shtick. Wow, I almost said a really bad. Oh, geez.
You'll be
put
right.
Your shtick. Sorry to Puerto Rico for that one. My bad, y'all. On WrestleMania. And it was just so gratifying to know that I don't have to be around to have you guys have that kind of feeling come upon yourselves. And yeah, in this country, on a social media viewership basis, to outdraw the fucking NBA playoffs is befuckling me right now. I can't even deal with it. But I am so grateful that everybody in here got to do their thing this week, that everybody got to make connections they've made, or call the matches they called, or do the things they did this week, because that is what it's supposed to be about. All weekend, there was discourse back and forth. This match was too short. This match was this. This segment was this. This is fucking... And for two separate, if we're really being honest, 4-hour segments, those of you in here and that were on the calls over the actual shows just sat the fuck back and watched and enjoyed wrestling and gave your opinions on it. I can't ask for anything more as a proud papa, proud founder, whatever the fuck you want to call it. You know what I mean? Like, whatever else happened this weekend, and we'll get into all of it. WrestleMania is always WrestleMania to me. It is my spring Christmas. And I did get the New Year's Eve hangover part because the Kings just couldn't fucking win their first game of the playoffs. But for whatever it's worth at this point, and however sideways we get with each other at times, I am so fucking proud of all of you for everything that happened this weekend and this week and the connections you guys made up while you're up in Vegas. And the fact that we can have like-minded people come across people that you're not supposed to be like-minded with anymore because they're bad people and they say bad things on the stupid inner twats warms my heart. So if nothing else was positive about this weekend, I got JJ to praise Sean Ross Sapp. We had Walter praising Tessa Blanchard. Fuck everybody else. I got my WrestleMania moments right there with those two statements. I don't give a fuck. I give not a fuck. I don't. Fuck me, dude.
And thank you so much for that, Jeff. I saw Walter and JJ unmuted, so do you two want to add anything before we finally get into the shenanigans after all this appreciation?
I don't know if Walter does, but I just want to, piggyback on what everyone said and just, thank you for the kind words. Thank you for, like Jeff said, whatever backstage drama has gone on this weekend, thank you for the pride and the encouragement for the work that we've been putting in on the ground here since Wednesday. Because I shit you not, and it's not for lack of anything really on my end, it's more by design. Walter's been the one doing the most talking up at people. And that was done by design. I told him today, this was his reward from his wife for accomplishing 200 subs on his channel. I'm in the shotgun seat this week.
Literally.
I wasn't going to be the guy to take over and do all the forefront stuff. I let Walter do it. And the fact that he alone had more people than Denise Salcedo and Sean Sapp combined just shows the work that he did is paid off. And again, we'll get into a lot of the meat and potatoes of the week. We'll get into some of the details, some of the stories, because we definitely going to be having story time with Uncle JJ and Uncle Walter here this evening.
It's stories. It's stories for the
Buckle
weekend.
up, get the s'mores ready to roast on the campfire, because it's going to be story time. But it's a lot to unpack. I will let the host take over. With all humor involved in this, I do have to show the host my new T-shirt that I'm wearing, as it was an exclusive for the collective this week. Fuck Ohio, Vandal 48 T-shirt. He knows I love him. He knows it's no disrespect to him. But yeah, I had to get the exclusive Vandal 48 shirt that you could only buy at the live events this weekend. Because that is the anti-Vandal chant, and James knows it very well from doing the watch-alongs that they always chant at the Vandals. Fuck Ohio.
Okay.
And if James was watching the clusterfuck last night, and I know he did cut it off at a little early, but I know he got to the cage match. I was the one that got the chant started last night. And everybody knows how much I love the Vandals, but I know how to play my role, and I'm the one that got the chant started.
You starting chants is notoriously legendary, historically dangerous, motherfucker.
That's right, but at least no DQ wasn't there filming it, so I didn't run the risk of breaking their cameras.
That's valid. Dude, the fact that you do, because again, we're not going to open the curtain back too much, but considering all the shit that's going on behind the scenes this week, the fact that you have a fuck Ohio shirt is not lost on me now. Jesus Christ. Like, I can't with that shit. I can't.
I wish they I wish they had flip flopped them, because one was exclusive to their big cartel shop. One was exclusive in arena. I wish they had flipped them, because the one that was exclusive to the shop was basically like a slot machine with their three faces across the slot.
That's pretty neat.
I would have liked that one better, but they know how hated they are. So they probably made more selling the fuck Ohio shirt in arena than they would have on the other one.
Very likely.
Well then, now that we've given a big old butts off to the Buckeye State with that mention, why don't we go ahead and get right into the actual conversation, shall we? Because to JJ's point, there's a lot to look back on, to be happy about, to take away from, to look at who we discovered in this business, and then to the live SBS experience from the Strip in Las Vegas. Without further ado, let's get right into it. Let's go ahead and kick things off literally with Wednesday. Of course, we had the honor of covering the all-women showcase, Pole Down Mania. We also got to cover the Dragon Gate showcase, and we also got to cover hybrid wrestling. Of course, on the Pole Down Mania showcase, that was extremely a lot of fun. It was almost the genesis on the new way we love out here at the studios, interviewing the great talent like Everett Laredo, Leva Banks, Brittany Blake, Jasmine Allure, Josephine Navarro, Rachel Ray, Kaya McKenna. God bless the conduit of karma. I definitely have really enjoyed calling her wrestling escapades, and a whole host of others. Of course, we called Pole Down Mania. Brittany Blake retained against Shotzi Blackheart. Nixie XS, the Versace of violence, got the better finally of Sasha McKenzie, banged over the head with a damn bottle. Damn it. The center of attention, FSW Women's Champion, Brittany Brooks. Don't confuse your Britneys, folks. FSW represent, damn, one of the hardest women this weekend from the Las Vegas area, straight up. She, of course, was involved in a triple threat against Izzy Moreno, and right now blanking on the other name. It was the lady that she's been notoriously in the ring with. I'm sorry again. It was just a great 10-woman showcase, and it really encouraged the power, as I like to say, as well as the overall expectation and the overall wonderment of the women's division. As you look at the card right there, that we got to call Gypsy Mac. That's who it was. My apologies, Gypsy. Overall, I thought this show had great pace. It was about, I think, 2.5 hours. And I believe it was me and Jeff, and I think Ash may have been also on the call. And it was literally our WrestleMania festivities kickoff. Let's just call it what it is. So, again, to Ella Laredo and the incredible roster of talent that was involved, thank you very much. Excuse me. Sorry, I got hiccups. I've been on like 15 cans this week of pop and water and stuff like that. So that's bound to happen eventually. As you're looking at 2 cans of Pepsi off the side here, I literally ran out of Mountain Dew. I got to go to plan B. Damn it. That being said, Ash, it was our first call to kick off the festivities for everything WrestleMania Vegas showcases. What did you think of Pole Down Mania, and what was some of your takeaways and favorite moments and matches and top to see?
This was a very good showcase for the women's wrestling. I love this show, and it introduced me to a lot of new favorites. Brittany Blake being one of them. Nikki XS was definitely one of them. Oh my God, I love her so much. I will say this right now. There was a time where my body used to look like hers, and I wish I had the confidence she did when I had that body.
Fair enough.
The girls showed up. They're like, we are just as good as the men, and we can draw as well as men can.
Right on. All right. Well,
this was just fantastic. This was a good way to kick off WrestleMania weekend for like all across the shows.
Yeah, and again, power to women in wrestling, damn it. You women across the board, every showcase we got to call, absolutely effing killed it. If there is not a greater state right now of women's professional wrestling or women in wrestling in general, before now, I don't know where you go from here, but up. Mad respect. James, did you catch Porter Mania at all? And any takeaways that you have from the show or even our call?
It's been a whirlwind of a weekend. I just haven't found the time. I do plan to watch it back tomorrow, finally. Definitely gonna watch it back, gonna watch the whole thing through, and should have more thoughts some point for probably mention them somewhat on TISM, and I may do a Jay Hebert side just because like I haven't seen it. So I'll probably cover all the stuff that I really, really enjoyed from Mania weekend on there. But yeah, overall, sounds like it was a great show. Can't wait to check it back out.
Yeah, and again, shout out again to Alejandra Quintanilla that challenged top tier Jasmine Laura, by the way, for the Ladies Night Out Championship, and Ali Catch, by the way, who we'll talk about later, got to now see what's next for her and her career. And again, all these women absolutely killed it. So many of these young rising talents, sky's the limit, including WIT talent that got involved. As we wait back for Jeff, that was part of the call. Let's go now to the live outlook with the people on site to take it in from front row. We saw you crazy buffoons the whole dang time, at least once every match, sitting front row. And I do see you have something else to share. So now I'm going to shush and let the two give their live experience outtake. Go for it. And I see you got this picture.
Well, there's us with Ed. But our whole Poder experience technically started on Tuesday. Because when we got there, we had to go to a martial arts store and pick up kendo sticks for the Nixie XS match. So we're running errands for the promoter on Tuesday afternoon. Then on Wednesday, frantically, I've got Noah, I've got Nick, all like, dude, Ed's trying to get in touch with you. Ed's trying to get in touch with you.
Screamed at.
So I get in touch with Ed, and he wants us to follow him to the airport to pick up some of the talent. So we were basically like private Uber bringing Rachel Leigh and Carolina Cruz to their hair appointment pre-show, then picking them up from the hair appointment and bringing them to the venue. And then after the show, taking Nixon Newell and Miranda Alizé to the hotel. Show-wise, the show was fucking amazing. Like Ash said, the ladies fucking killed it. A lot of them, I don't think I had seen wrestle before. Obviously, there were quite a few I was familiar with. You know, you bring up Jasmine Allure, La Leona, Izzy, of course, Brittany Brooks, Gypsy Mac. But it was a really fun kickoff to everything. So that's my take on it, Walter.
Great take. Yeah, surreal to be involved in that and then run into people and they're like, oh, yeah. And then they recognize you from the interviews in person and you just casually talk to people that you literally had in the interview. See, we were there with Ed. Like, I got to go, you know, La Leona's one of our, I think we're going to have to add the interview of the year. And she's one of the top contenders. Recognizes us. First thing she do, instantly, we trying to be respectful, give our hand out. She fucking runs up to us and hug us like we knew her for like 10 years plus or something. Then, of course, out of respect, I'm like, there's no way that you guys did what you did for us and we don't pay you back. So I go to get, 8x10s and some of her merch. Thunder Rosa sitting next door starts fucking with me and blocking her from signing my shit and fucking with me. And it's like, how surreal is that? Thunder Rosa is over here fucking with me. And then she's like, dude, I'm just playing. And then she lets her give me the autograph and everything. Like, this shit is hilarious. Like, we kept pinching ourselves asking if this shit is real. And it was like, it's crazy. But to watch an all-ladies event kill it and it set the week off. I believe it was the first one, right?
Yeah, it was the first.
Yeah.
It was the first show we did. Our second show was different from your second show, so we'll let you talk about the Dragon Gate then first, and then you can come to us for what we did.
All right. And I see you also shared more pictures here in the Shenanigans chat. You want to scroll through them like throughout, or we want to like do a show?
Yeah, give me a second. Remove that first, and then I'll bring up the next picture because I don't want people to see other shit that they shouldn't be
that's
seeing.
fair. That's absolutely respectful. As you prepare stuff, I mean, yeah, just let me just go ahead and do your thing because you all got producer role too. I'll let you all take the wheel with that. Oh, there she is. Versace of Violence.
Disappeared.
I was going to say, if Nick's in the chat, look for him to pop a comment up now because there's the Versace of Violence herself.
Definition as they started off with a friggin' poker game where the table got flipped. Go figure.
Yeah, and we have one of the chips and one of the diamonds from the match in my backpack.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, there you go.
The ring crew just threw it. I was sitting right there, and I was like, "That." He was gonna throw it under. I said, "Can I take it?" He just flipped it at me.
That was such a funny match. I loved it. It was, oh my god.
It was your moment of the night, to be honest. Izzy!
Izzy!
Everyone's BFF. We all love Izzy.
Honestly, my moment of the night, as far as that one goes to picking the girls up at the airport and realizing that, you know, we were worried about the Izzy thing and her having canceled. I was in my own head about it. She is still just as fucking sweet as everyone thinks she is. So she was apologetic. She was complimenting on my shirt because I was wearing my Beatles Yellow Submarine button down.
We literally had to keep reminding her that we're on her time. She apologized so much. We're like, we're doing it whenever you want. You don't have to apologize. She legit apologized more than 3 times, I think.
And we kept seeing her throughout the week. Like, she was one of the ones we saw a lot. So it started to get to the point where it's like, are you stalking us? We're not stalking you, I swear. Are you stalking us?
Yeah, and she kept saying it too. The first time she was like, "Are you stalking me, guys?" And then it just kept going. It was hilarious. That's just not a moniker. That she's everyone's best friend. She really
is everybody's BFF. But yeah, I would say match of the night for me, just on the personal level, was the Izzy Gypsy Mac Brittany Brooks match. Because getting to see Izzy up close, in personal, like that front row, was just surreal to me. Basically being in the seats that she used to be in as a fan, watching her like she watched all the Black and Gold stars.
That's fair. And there is Alejandra Quintanilla, La Leona. And of course, she had a great match against they're showing us some pictures here, apparently. I don't know why they took themselves out here. Hello, what happened? All right, never mind. They're going to figure that out. Okay. I'm very sorry, Chris. It's very hard. We love you, Jeff. Just please take care of yourself, man. That's all I care about. I'll go ahead and take off the feed for now. And at the end of the day, protect your mentality and take care of your body and your heart and spirit. Anyway, as you all were saying, I don't know why you were skipping an hour just trying to show any more pictures. While you do that, though, I will take control and also just give you the results real quick, because let's give the women their just due. Again, folks, this was the actual card, by the way. There was no card subject to change. Ash, like you pointed out with Prestige, Little Mars and Mira, great chemistry against Jazzy Wayne and Toga. Of course, Jazzy Wayne and Toga were able to get the win. Brittany Blake is still the Portamania champion, outlasting the ballsy badass from Hell, Shotzi Blackheart. Danny Mo, Rachel Leigh, and Emily J. They were able to overcome Valentina Rosley's Blackulas. I see you, Snip. Selena Veal, and of course, Journey Burke. Miranda Alice, she is still that lucha baddie, damn it, was able to overcome the uprising Carolina Cruz. Jasmine Allure was able to retain the Ladies Now Championship against a very formidable foe, familiar rival, Alejandra Quintanilla. We also saw Alex Gracia, the Pink Dream, maybe become Aaliyah James' nightmare. Very painful statement in that win. The Conduit of Karma, Kaya Quintanilla, Kaya McKenna had a very strong match against Ellie Catch, who I believe caught her with a Made in Japan. But again, a very physical, even bout, I would say. Maserati and Josephine Navarro, they took on Leva Bates and Su Young. There was a first member as a tag team, although it was weird seeing those two as a duo, but with the Demon X-Killer cosplay, I guess it made sense. As we pointed out, Versace Evans, Nix's Success was able to get the better of Saji McKenzie this time versus last year's Put Made Up with the help of a out of nowhere Blair Onyx, freaking Black Widow. That's the thing of nightmares. Boo. And as we also just pointed out, our BFF Lisa Moreno, she outsmarted the center of attention, Brittany Brooks, and got the better of Brittany Brooks and Jitsi Mack, of course, mirror talent to FSW, former tag team, current rival, GCW face-off. And our BFF got the win at Portamania, and that was Portamania, folks. Again, an incredible all-women showcase to kick off the WrestleMania festivities. And boy, were most of not all these women not done by a long shot when it came to their biggest week bookings. Mad respect to every one of them. Ash, let's see here. He's just putting in more pictures. So it looks like Walter and Jada are playing anything there. Ash, anything further to add? Was Nixie XS versus Sonny McKenzie your match? Because I can't decide whether my match was the Portamania championship, Alley Cat versus Kyle McKenna, or the triple threat. And also, I want to point out before I forget, because I thought it was going to be pre-show, they bamboozled us. Thank you, Alvarado. That was freaking awesome. Probably the most intense match of the night, where I feel like both women still want trouble on their head. Shoots! Charlie Evans challenged Billy Starks in the main event, where, in my opinion, Billy Starks escaped, and it was the problem with Charlie Evans still trying to chase around Las Vegas. Again, that was so much damn fun, too. I loved this show from top to bottom, and I cannot wait to one day attend one live or just cover another one again, hopefully next year. Ash, closing remarks, takeaway match.
For me, my favorite matches were the Nikki XS, Shaja McKenzie match, Brittany Blake's Portamania title, and the triple threat between Izzy, Brittany, and that Gypsy Mac, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and as well as Kaya McKenna versus Allie Catch, because oh my god, I love Allie Catch. Holy crap.
All the power. Those two women were
right?
hard.
Oh my god. And Evans versus Billy was such a good match. I would love to see those two crazies go at it in a hardcore match.
Sing. Bro Wrestling Eve. Book it.
Right? I love those matches. It was such a good show. If you're a fan of women's wrestling, watch this show.
In fact, and again, folks, most of the shows we're discussing, you literally can watch on Triller TV for just $7.99. It is worth your time. It is worth your buck. Canadian American currency exchanges. God bless you. And again, most of these shows were literally part of that package and also part of the collective. Again, shout out to all the work the GCW collective had, and of course, making sure all these shows could be, of course, run in that venue. So again, El Laredo, commendable, incredible show, an incredible effort put forth by all these incredible talents. Go give them a follow on the X, folks. Follow their journeys. I know I will certainly be continuing to follow many of them going forward, even though I'm anti-social, but I wish them all the best because I love professional wrestling, damn it. And thank you again to El Laredo and the incredible talent and staff of Portamania. Shout out, by the way, to Veda Scott on commentary and I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the name. And also Heather Lamb, because what is wrestling without the announcer to set the presence of who you are seeing compete? Again, incredible work to all across the board, top to bottom. Thank you, Alvarado, and thank you, Portamania. All right. Well, as again, Walter and Jade figure out further pictures here, I'll wait till they raise their hand, and of course, they talk about another show that they saw prior to.
No, we've got pictures for the next event ready to be shared. But like I said, talk about Dragon Gate because that was the actual wrestling show.
Yes, that's the
plan. And then we'll talk about the shenanigans, so to speak, that we got into.
Wink, wink. Well, that being said, we continue our agenda here. Yes, indeed. We also covered, again, as we looked at all the wrestling, we covered Dragon Gate. And here was the card that you all caught, of course, from the Gate of Sin City Showcase. So, Ash, I believe you are the call as our Shinyan Japanese pro wrestling fan here in Japanese wrestling aficionado. Of course, I was asleep. Y'all gave me a break. I appreciate that, by the way, considering what my Thursday was. Jesus almighty. So go ahead and spearhead this. What was Dragon Gate like, and what were the results?
If you like tag team wrestling and you like the Bloody Techers, you will like this show. This was such a good show. Top to bottom, so good. There's like a lot of new people that were impressed by him. So I was like, oh, hello. Like, James will tell you, there was like one particular match where I kept saying hello, and I was like, I need to stop. I need to stop.
Oh dear, Ash had a moment.
Yeah. This is such a good show. I recommend this show as well.
All right. Go
Oh my
ahead and
God.
talk a little more about the results here then. Run it down.
All right. So Jonathan Gresham versus, how do you say his Yamato?
Yes.
Oh, he said it right. Yes. Okay, cool. That was such a good match. It wasn't what I expected, but it was such a fun. It was a good blend of like technical wrestling and some comedy as well, which I laughed so hard about. Then there's Marcus Mathers versus, how do you say that's his name?
Susumu Yokosuga.
Yeah, that was match of the night for me because, oh my God, that was such a bonkers ass match. The triple threat tag team with Bustin' the Brain and the other two teams whose names I can't, like there's the Panther team and then the other team name I don't remember their names. That was just sorry?
Love and peace. I have the graphic for you right here.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, the small print is like I can barely read it. I need to get my eyes checked. God damn.
No, that's fair. Again, without glasses, I couldn't even see my screen. Please continue, my friend.
That was such a very good tag match. All the tag matches were so good. In the opening match between Willie Mack and
El Kuke and Kai.
Yeah, that was funny too. This was just all around a very good. It had a good balance of work rate and comedy that I've never seen in quite some time.
Oh, fair enough. Well, I'll go ahead and run down the rest of the results here real quick as you did that. It's 6-man tag. Dragon Kid, Kusi, and Yuki Yoshioka defeated Gacha Dokuro, also known as Inshin, Madoka Kikuta, and Yoshiki Kato. Yamato, as you said, defeated Jonathan Gresham. Love and Peace, Ben K and Hayo defeated Bustin' the Brain, Osprey Janover, and Los Hermanos de la Jungla, Ariel Panther, and Fight Panther Jr. Marcus Mathers defeated Susumu Yokosuka. Ho Ho Loon? I haven't heard that name since the Cruiserweight Classic.
That's what I said too.
Damn. Okay, then. Well, I mean, that's where he's originally from.
No shit. She messaged me and she was like, I'm not familiar with that many of the Dragon Gate hours. Like Jonathan Gresham, Willie Mack, Bustin' the Brain. I was like, I know you know these people. And then I sent her the image and she writes back, Ho Ho Loon, I haven't heard about him since the Cruiserweight Classic.
That's hilarious. And La Estrella defeated Channing Decker and Riz Maddox, and that was your Dragon Gate USA showcase known as Dragon Gate, the Gate of Sin City. Well, thank you for that, Ash. I know that Marcus Mathers was definitely one I was looking forward to because, again, Marcus Mathers is one of those talents that's also impressed me. John Gresham, again, I'm the fan of Blade Tickers, too. Hell, you and I called Nigel McGibbs was actually a junior. By the way, I have a little bit of a note for those that don't know. It's Supercard of Honor next month. Ash, you may want to be on the call because I remember I always shared with you, my bad friend. Of course, Jonathan Gresham and Yamato. I knew this match was going to be all sorts of technique and unique chemistry and alternative kind of wrestling. Again, Buster and the Brain, we've been talking about them since last year GCW. They are the breakout, standout, independent tag team of wrestling that rivals the likes of Main Event and the Rascals. I'm just saying. And of course, Willie Mack. Hey, JJ can tell you more about Willie Mack in a single podcast than I can tell you here when it comes to his showcase. Besides, about to say, that's his boy. I see the thumbs up down there. That's his boy. And also, Ho Ho Loon. I mean, again, what a throwback name. So overall, it sounds like you had a great time at the Dragon Gate Showcase. James, anything you want to add in regards to this or matches you haven't seen yet that you want to go see or any takeaways? Go ahead. And I will give him a few seconds here as he might be minded. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Well, that being said, as we move away from there, I believe now the floor goes to JJ and Walter talking about their next experience before we talk about the next show that concluded Wednesday's showcase and take our first commercial break. Gentlemen, take it away.
So while the rest of the crew was doing the Dragon Gate show, Walter and I decided we were going to yuck things up a little bit. And we went to Mark Henry's comedy show.
Oh, okay.
And it was definitely an experience. The comedians were good. You know, a bunch of people we had never heard of before. However, the evening began. First comedian was the ravishing Russian Lana, CJ Perry.
Really?
She came out, comedy debut, and she did good. She did good. I'm not going to say she killed it. I'm not going to say she knocked them dead, but she didn't bomb.
She was,
and that's the most important thing is she didn't bomb.
Fair enough.
You know, so there's only up to go from here because she didn't bomb. She's only going to get better with each performance thereafter. Went through the other comedians. Then we had Dave LaGreca come out and introduce his Busted Open cohort, of course, bringing out Mark.
Of course.
Hold up.
Mark comes out to his sexual chocolate theme, which is a fucking throwback. It's like, we're expected to hear, 3-6 Mafia, somebody's going to get their ass kicked. And here comes it's sexual, baby.
Gosh.
It's like, holy shit.
DJ was fucking with him because Mark looked when he started playing that. Like, what the fuck are you
He's
doing?
like, really, motherfucker? Really? Do you know who I am? I am the world's strongest man. You would. Mark came out, started. And Mark, a good comedian doesn't just come out and tell jokes. They tell stories that are funny. Like they build up to a punchline. And I feel like Mark has really got the knack for that because all his stories were hilarious.
And true.
No, they weren't. So then about mid-set, he brings out a man who, if you followed Mark's career, should have won the tag team titles with him. None other than his old Nation cohort, D'Lo Brown.
Oh, wow.
So D'Lo's music hits, comes out, and they just start shooting the shits like two old buddies catching up, telling stories and shit.
Nah.
The show ends, and throughout the course of the night, they point out that there's some special guests in the crowd. Dawn Marie was there.
Ooh.
Muscle Man Malcolm was there. Denise Salcedo was there.
Of course.
And the man who used to run TNA and now runs Maple Leaf Pro Wrestling, Coach Scott D'Amore, was there.
Nice.
And chopped it up with us.
So we got to talk to all of them.
Nice.
Malcolm and Denise, we talked to a little bit, and we kind of like picked their brain. We're like, look, we're here in the space. How do we get to your level? What advice can you give us? And Denise basically told me, if you're doing 2 videos a week, start putting out 4. You've got to really commit to the content. You've got to basically double your grind. Whatever you're doing now, double it. You'll get noticed. Malcolm told us to devote attention to the independents. What's been our focus here for the past year?
The independents.
So that affirms to me, because I didn't tell him that stuff about us, that we're on the right track. As a matter of fact, and this goes back to why Denise as a reference point earlier, was this stuff that she said, the talking to her we had. Noah, since you're producer man tonight, if you'll scroll down to the videos, you'll see that there's a little clip in there. The last video is marked Denise Salcedo.
I do see that.
When she was doing her post show and you guys were doing your post show, I put in a super chat, and this is what she said in response.
Oh, okay. Let me go ahead and click it.
We got Kaza D18 Studios here. It says, thank you so much for the advice at Mark Henry's comedy show. Our watch along on X has over 5K viewers as we speak. Dude, congratulations, man. I told you, just keep going, man.
Aw, thank you, Denise. Much love to you.
So I thought that was really cool. You know, the fact that she took a few minutes, chopped it up with me, you know, and gave advice, you know, because that's what this entire week was about, was networking. So everybody that we saw, that we talked to, especially if they were a podcaster, we tried to get a couple of nuggets with. One of the things that we'll get into when we get to Thursday is we met a podcaster turned wrestler from the UK, if you know, you know. And he gave us about 25 minutes of his time after recording some content. So we'll get to that in a little bit. But yeah, it was just a really fun experience. Do you want to share that screen real quick so we can bring up those Mark Henry images?
Oh, yeah, sure.
I
was going to let Noah do it.
Well, but you need to share the screen.
You gotta share your screen, brother. Yeah, I don't see it down here. I only see mine. I just have to switch up for the next show. Well, it sounds like it was a really cool experience, and also, more importantly, an engagement. And I think that's what's most important as a wrestling fan, live in the environment. You are engaged by the passion of what you love, of course, in this business. I mean, if I have to share a window for Facebook, I'll also do that here too. I just have to open our browser.
What's wrong with that, dude? Oh, yeah.
Okay, there we go. I'm about to say, I can only do so much with freaking distraction. Okay, I'll go ahead and add it. Let's see. Hey, there's CJ. I thought that was CJ Perry.
Mm-hmm.
So that must have been fun. And then you just do the air. Oh, look at Denise. Again, that girl has such a undescribable, undeniable smile. Again, God bless her. Denise, keep doing what you're doing. You are literally a pioneer of the business. God bless you.
But that was such a fun show to do. And like I said, getting to talk to Malcolm, getting to talk to Denise, getting to talk to Coach D'Amore. Paige Collette was there with Dawn Marie, the young lady known as the Ring Rat on the Juggalo show. Getting to talk with her a little bit. It's a really cool experience. And it was fun doing something that wasn't wrestling, but still involved professional wrestlers, if that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. It's literally workers of the business doing other work outside the wrestling business. Everyone needs a break from that. Man, or workers.
It was like them, so to speak, on their break, like just doing something fun.
Yeah.
Neat. All right. Well, that being said, shall we move on to our next show to close out Wednesday, which I believe was Hybrid Wrestling, if I remember correctly. And who was on the call for this dynamic card? I forget.
I believe it was James and Ash. I could be wrong.
It was James did it solo because I was unable to join him because I had to get my sleep in for work the next day.
Okay.
Gotcha. Okay.
Then I'll just go ahead and run down the match list real quick. No disrespect to everything on here. And then if anyone wants to... Oh,
I just...
go.
Listen, I have to go soon.
Okay.
I'm dealing with like so much family shit right now, all combining at once.
Okay.
I don't want to even get into it. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Like my aunt just suffered a heart attack, and please keep her in your thoughts and prayers because that's my Uncle Gary's wife. And then my brother started fucking with my dad, and there's a rocky relationship between me and him. So I gotta go. Here's what I will say: the Dragon Gate show was excellent. There were two standout teams that I think everybody should look out for. The Panther Brothers and the what do you call it? There was one other team. I don't remember their name right now. Hayo and Ben K. Hayo and Ben K. They're fucking awesome. JJ, if you remember, that was a stripper dude from last year at the Dragon Gate show. He was fantastic. He was hilarious.
Love and peace, James. Love and peace.
Yeah, love and peace. He was good. That 6-man tag banged. Every match on there was really good. Really good showcase of strong style wrestling. This show, Midnight Press, that was also fucking awesome. I was blown away by all the talents there as well. Backseat Boys are back. Super happy about that. Gangrel, to see him was super cool. Getting to see him come out to Vampire where we were sick. The triple threat women's match banged. The women's fatal 4-way banged. And yeah, Mercedes Martinez as a champion again. That was like the big one. And yeah, just overall, very fun card. Definitely go out of your way to see this. It was a fun one.
All right. Well, thank you so much. And again, God bless you, your family, as of course, in our prayers. Because again, we got nothing but love and respect for you.
Yeah.
Please take care of your stuff, and we'll see you next time here at the Studios. Go ahead and switch yourself.
Yeah, thank you, man. I'm so sorry for that, guys.
Okay.
Like, I actually wanted to be here to talk about Mania and everything, but yeah, that just
priorities,
really
man.
put it-
Priorities are a passion.
that really put the damper on the mood for me. Yeah, so
It happens.
in a bit,
Life
guys.
happens.
I'll talk
You're
to you
welcome.
all later.
All right. Bye-bye. We'll see you on the Jay Hebert side of things. All right. With that being said, again, hybrid wrestling. The Backseat Boys defeated Effie, Jordanella, Mia Hardy defeated Rufy J, Brittany Brooks, and Jasmine Allure for the hybrid women's championship. 6-out tag. Blackout, of course, won. Matt Tremont defeated Grangel to James's point. Billy Gold, Kid Legend, Live Danger. They were able to win the 8-man tag. PW Silver Sidewalker Championship 8-way scramble. Declan Grant was able to outlast the field. One called Manners, very familiar name to us in GCW, defeated Thomas Shine, and the PWU Women's Title 3-way. Mercedes Martinez, to his point, beat Lacey Lane, Priscilla Kelly, and the special guest referee was Kiara Hogan. Everyone remember that name? And Pat Dynamite won the Pro Wrestling Unlimited World Championship, successfully defended against Jack Evans. You might remember him from the Hybrid 2 in a previous life in AEW. So again,
By the way, she's the greatest referee that ever existed, that ever wore a referee shirt.
I'll take your word.
Yeah, my own personal reasons for that, but God bless you, Hogan.
Of course you do. Anyway, Ash, anything you want to add regarding the show? Did you look back on anything of it at all, or shall we move on?
This looks like a really stacked card. Some of the matches I'm looking is like, oh, they have captured my interest. I'll add this on the long list of matches to eventually check out list.
Oh, how long is that list for you? I can only imagine.
You do not want to know. You do not want to know.
Try me. Anyway, that being said,
This was a fun show to be at. This was our first midnight show. It wasn't our last by any stretch of the imagination.
Oh, I bet it wasn't, you crazy goobers.
But it was fun. Like James mentioned, seeing Gangrel live and hearing the old Brood music in 2026 was a bit of a mindfuck. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, that's so cool. I love that theme. That's one of my favorite pro wrestling themes.
Still listen to that.
Fucking Jim Johnston at his best. Let's fucking do it.
Yes. Yes.
You want to bring up the pictures?
Go for it if you have any.
Yeah, go ahead, keep talking. I got it.
Distraction.
Trying to, because
yeah,
it was a fun experience. You know, it was the women I felt stole the show here.
Shocking, not shocking.
You know, is it there? That's the Mark Henry one.
It's that one. No, it's not.
I'll close out mine so that way you've got no confusion here. Again, we're live, so go ahead and figure out y'all's pictures. And yeah, Wednesday was just, again, for you guys, because you saw it in, like I imagine, Tuesday evening, if not Tuesday afternoon. And for us, it was our first watch-along day since AEW Dynasty. So I think this was a really great kickoff in dynamic wrestling across the board. I thoroughly enjoyed everything with part of me, as I said. Dragon Gate looked pretty good, and I'd have to check out. Oh, my. There's Mercedes Martinez. Again, on her.
I was shocked she won the title with. Everybody knows it's not a spoiler. This is her last year in wrestling, and she was going to retire. So me and him were talking about that in the seat. I was like, I don't think she's winning because why would they give her an inaugural title when she's retiring? And I was like, I want her to win though, and she fucking won. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it was surreal. To Walter's point. And there's Ruthie J walking in with the belt.
She is a bad-ass girl. I'll give you that much. Girl got some attitude.
And then there's Mia Friday after winning the belt.
Hey. Kudos to Mia Friday there. All right. Any other pictures from any Wednesday night experiences? Or does that put a cap on Wednesdays? You all finally got some sleep in the middle of Thursday morning.
Think that puts a cap on that one. Yeah.
All right, then. Well, folks, that was Wednesday. After this commercial break for what's coming ahead, we will dive into what was a very large, dynamic, widely fun women's wrestling field, and also with the UK Thursday. So after this commercial break, stay tuned to continue our stories in the aftermath that was the WrestleMania Week festivities in Las Vegas here on the special edition of the Sunday, if you're on the East Coast, the morning Shenanigans. Stay tuned.
And now for a taste of things to come.
And as always, here at the Simple Hour Studios, we truly like to remind you to encompass, grace, celebrate, engage, pontificate, analyze, criticize, and react to the wrestling. As we move into Thursday, where festivities continued, and we kick things off with Progress was the first time ever. This was me and James, the OG commentary team, on the call, and this was a hell of a good fucking time. I thoroughly loved doing this show. First and foremost, why? Here's why. Freaking calling a Simon Miller match was the damnedest up and down moment of my life. James trying to give the ups and downs during it live was ridiculous, as only you would expect. Subculture, of course, out of the UK was able to get the better of this unique, and I do mean unique and flamboyant duo of Kuro and LJ Cleary. Of course, the more established tag team won that one. Simon Miller did get the up, by the way, and he did defeat Danny Jones. This was a match in their Super Strong Style 16 tournament to crown a new number one contender towards the Progress World Championship. Or no, it was an exhibition. But Leo Rush, I'm going to say this right now. Leo Rush is the man possessed. Someone needs to get this man an exorcist. But it worked in his favor as he advanced in the Super Strong Style 16 men's tournament against Ethan Allen, one half of the current Progress Tag Team Champions. This Final 5-Way was very fun, but very short. Shotzi Blackheart, Emerson J, both involved in the Super Strong Style 16. Lena Cross, Mercedes Martinez, Renee Michelle, a very back and forth dynamic 5-song with Emerson J, capitalizing on Shotzi Blackheart's work and sticking it to her. Maybe sending a message towards maybe her final opponent in the Super Strong Style 16 tournament. Of course, the first ever women's Super Strong Style 16 tournament. Paul Walter Hauser is a very gutsy, foolish celebrity. But Big Damo, I nearly killed him, and somehow Paul Walter Hauser survived. And then Big Damo and Summer Miller basically crushed him underneath his briefcase and underneath Big Damo. But
It didn't get $100,000 because guess what? The money was not in the briefcase. He didn't bring a single dollar with him. And he somehow still left the Progress Proteus title, a title previously held by Simon Miller. And then we go from there in what was my second most favorite match of the night, because you all know how much I love player one, Bert Vixen, who's not looking to play your game anymore. It's game over. She's doing things her way, and I love the new effing attitude. Damn good rematch against Riho, not for the Progress Women's World Championship, but Riho is a former Progress Women's Champion, and she continues the streak. She was able to beat player one and punch her ticket forward in the Super Strong Style 16 Women's Tournament. And in our main event, Man Like Doris with Brody Jr., you talk about the 20, 21, or 02, 201. Dude's got some game, got some hops, he's got some mic skills. And Michael Oku, who's been on every single occasion up to this, Man Like Doris was able to finally beat him and stay the face of Progress, maintaining the Progress World Championship. And I gotta say, Brody Jr., kid needs to learn his way. He almost cost his boy here. As he got in an argument with a mirror, at one point splashing water, I thought for a moment a woman was going to literally assault a child in Las Vegas. Then again, that sounds like a normal day in Sin City. What do I know? But nonetheless, mutual respect at the end. Brody Jr. got a subtle hug from a mirror who was like, okay, kid, get away from me. And Michael Oku is so damn amazing. Overall, though, for our first ever, and my first ever call for Progress Wrestling, a promotion I hold near and dear to my heart as a fan of the UK territory, I really enjoyed this. I thought it was a nice pace, fun dynamic, some good competitive action, and I think the last two matches was really a strong finish. And again, Bert Vixen, continue adding your tributes, even if you have to do it the dark way. Sometimes you gotta follow the dark path versus the good path, whether it's Red Dead Redemption or the Infamous series. And yeah, I really enjoyed this show. Ash, did you check out the Progress show at all? Any takeaways you have?
I unfortunately was not able to check out any of the Thursday shows because I had to work.
Fair enough. Hers or passions, mad respect. But your takeaways from this card based on what you heard?
I'm thinking the women's match, all the women's matches to check out. Men Like Doris and Michael Oku sounds like it'll be a good match. And I might check out the Simon Miller match because I love Simon Miller. He's so good. I am subscribed. He's one of the few people I'm subscribed to on YouTube.
Fair enough.
I love watching his channels. I just love the positive energy he brings. He's like me, in where he tries to find the positives in everything and tries to make sense out of something that doesn't.
So you're telling me that you try and find the ups and downs in wrestling as much as he does?
I do, yes.
Well, why? Okay, but here's why. All right, fair enough. Walter and JJ, you of course was there live for this show. Feel free to share some pics and your thoughts on this event. Go ahead.
So basically, Ash just said that the Progress show makes the list.
Yes.
And our list continues to grow. Continue.
It was a fun show. It was my first time seeing anything Progress aside from Doris defending the Progress title on random GCW shows that he's appeared on. But it was a phenomenal show. You know, everything delivered, like you said. The highlight for me, and I told him as much when I met him post show, was Michael Oku, and shaking his hand and telling him, you know, that it was a pleasure finally seeing him work live and in person.
Nice.
And he was appreciative of that. But after that, you know, we, to Ash's comments on Simon Miller, we chatted him up for about 25 to 30 minutes, picking his brain.
Why?
He gave us more time than he needed. We got quiet, and then he kept talking, and then it was ridiculous. So yeah,
we might actually be getting an interview with Simon Miller.
Oh, that's so lovely.
And he legit said, "Ask me anything." I tried to explain that we don't do traditional wrestling. He said, "Dude, you could ask me anything." Once we heard that, we were like, "Wow."
But imagine what questions you asked him to pick that man's brain. He's honestly the first one that went from YouTube to wrestling, to be perfectly honest here. Now everyone else is following suit.
Mm-hmm.
Continue.
But yeah, the Simon Miller picture was while we were waiting for like the first day of the WrestleCon to open. because Thursday was the first day of WrestleCon and it opened late at like 4:30. So once the Progress show was over, he was over in front of that sign filming content for his channel, talking about the videos that were going to be going up for the week, and make sure you check them out and do all the YouTube things.
Right.
And so we just kind of hung back and we're watching him do his thing live and in person. And then once he was done, we approached him. And again, Walter, with the respect here, pretty much everybody we saw, unless it was in the con environment, may I approach you? The first thing's coming out of Walter's mouth, because he wants to be respectful of the talent and make sure it's okay, you're not infringing on their space.
Exactly.
So, may I approach you? And Simon's like, come on over.
And he loved the fact that I knew his cameraman and their editor at Well Culture. I was like, hey, Phil Chambers. And they both looked at me like, he knows me?
But yeah, they were super cool. We were talking to Simon, much like we were with Denise and Malcolm, what can we do? Picking his brain. And gave him our business card. And, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But he seemed like he would be potentially interested in doing an interview with us. So that could be a huge coup for us, getting to talk to Simon Miller.
I mean, again, he's been literally, like I said, he is the OG when it came to finding his world amongst YouTube and then transitioning that into the squared circle, because everyone was so intrigued by him in this world that he's in the world that we are all in as fans of professional wrestling, damn it. And he's a man of the mat. It would not surprise me, by the way, if he gets that towel back from Paul Walter Howsett. I don't know how Paul Walter Howsett even breathing or walking upright, but that was kind of fun having that, the two bald men basically getting the better of Paul Walter Hauser. It was pretty darn hilarious. And
I love how being bald is loved and respected when it's Simon Miller, but if it's Ricochet, it's a bad thing.
And yeah.
Oh, you got to take in consideration their online personalities. So,
yes, thank you, Ash.
Like literally, people were chanting "bald is beautiful" at Simon when they were wrestling, and then JJ whispers in my ear, "Except when you're Ricochet."
This is also accurate. All right, fair enough. Well, let's go ahead and move into the next show. I also do want to give a shout out to AEW. We did a retro of theirs. Again, congrats to Darby Allin. Great comeback by Camille. Will Nightingale survived. And we'll see what's next. We go down the line, Double or Nothing. Of course, one match now official. I cannot freaking wait to call that. But we got to continue with our regularly scheduled programming because we're focusing on the live content, the Las Vegas showcases, and particularly on this edition. With that being said, speaking of the future, you guys witnessed the future not only in the horseshoe, you also witnessed it in the Luxor Pyramid. Through the WWE ID showcase that me and Jeff were on the call for. I gotta say, for a WWE show, but the fact the talent were showcasing themselves for their independent glory that brought them to the dance, this was a great wrestling event, a great showcase, honestly. I thought Starboy Chai and Marcus Maris that were very familiar with each other knocked it out of the park in the opener for the WID men's title. A very even dynamic back and forth as Starboy was able to put his first defense in for the WID men's championship. Mad respect. Sam Holloway coming in like a bat of hell, though, attacking Starboy and sending a message, also trying to send a message to his coach. Sam Holloway makes Kevin Nash look like a small person. That dude is huge and jacked. Literally known to take you through the hard way. That makes sense with a nickname. But Timothy Thatcher, being the veteran that he is, the foreman of Evolve, once again, humbling his student, breaking him with a, not too smile on his face. Timothy Thatcher getting the better of his student. In the triple threat, we had Jariel Rivera, Jaquan McNair, and Jimmy House. Jimmy House, the only name I know because, of course, he's been involved in the World Wrestling Association Showcase. He is a World Association two-time champion. Shout out to the natural Dustin Rhodes. Not much happened here, but enough happened here, especially with the inexperience, particularly of a couple of men. One of them, by the way, is from Israel, I believe, or Puerto Rico, born. And Overall, Jair was able to get the better of Jaha, and Jimmy House just snuck in for the win. Like I said, you want to call the same attention, call the hardest working woman in Las Vegas. That even is not from the area, but represents FSW. The FSW Women's Champion on her first ever WWE ID Prospect Showcase, taking on WID Prospect herself, Valentina Rousey, the Spice Boss, for the first time ever. Valentina was very calculated, though, trying to attack the left arm of Brittany. But again, got a little bit moxie. Brittany trapped her in a simple roll-out crucifix and escaped with the win. So well done by the FSW Women's Champion. But it didn't come without a statement for a future challenger in WID Prospect Notorious Mimi, who was sold to her post-match. You might want to stay tuned for both her as Shawn Jacobs on Evolve and also her as Notorious Mimi when she may show up at Future Stars of Wrestling. That being said, moving on from there, I'm going to say right now, I'm a fan of Erica. I love Erica's anime personality and dynamic. She definitely demonstrates Kawaii and Joshi to me, considering she's on the Spark Joshi show that I'm going to call as a retro here, 2 p.m. Standard Time. Ariel Demena and Fallen Gray, little fun, dynamic back and forth match. The two not strange to each other. In fact, Erica, Fallon, Notorious Mimi, of course, Laney, they've all been involved in the WID Showcase before, even in Evolve to crown in the vacant WID Women's Championship. Of course, the Lucha Unicorn holds that. Erica hit her with what was called the heart shot, and she was able to win. It's almost like she was channeling something like some anime superhero, almost like a Kamehameha wave. A very fun little match.
I call it the Kamehameha punch. That's what she uses.
Thank you. Thank you. I love the fact you did that. It's Gal. Again, that's the name, Ash.
More like a Hadouken to me.
Well, I think about well, you know what? They're kind of similar. Nonetheless, it's Gal might be a living Ken doll. Why, Mike Cunningham, very full of himself. These two were very braggadocious about their figure. I got the better figure than you, showing off, and arguably was one of the most competitive matches that I literally have watched up into our Las Vegas showcase. And again, it's Gal. I cannot get behind that name. It's so damn weird. It's Gal was able, G-A-L, that's all caps, by the way, folks. He was basically able to get the better of the man that's known as, I think, the main event, who is only literally about 1 year in his career, known as the main man. Excuse me, I'm trying to get the nicknames right, looking at my notes here. And for a guy trained by the Nightmare Factory, I think he's got a lot going for him. I'm curious to see what else things lead to for him. As a Gal with the extra experience was able to get the better. And then we go into our title matches. Lady Luck going into her attempt defense against Notorious Mimi. The two no strangers to each other. Very competitive back and forth. Boy, does Notorious Mimi have a mean bicycle kick. Kicked her every different way from Sunday, as Lady Luck was able to persevere and prove why she is right now the face of future talent to be seen in WWE. Now marking her attempt defense, a very hard-fought championship match. And Eric Rourke, who key friends of mine have become very fond of, very impressed by. He and Cappuccino Jones, Walter, I'm sure you had caffeine puns all going through your mind. They definitely had more than espresso, and it was a very dynamic back and forth. Go ahead, Walter.
I screamed a bunch of them from the crowd and had everybody around us fucking crying, laughing.
Of course you did. Anyway, Aaron Work was...
They loved him a latte.
JJ's just stirring the pot.
No, it don't get steamed now.
This match not brought to you by Starbucks. As Aaron Rourke was able
to... It's okay to express those to yourself.
Damn it. Cappuccino Jones lost to Aaron Rourke. Of course, Cappuccino Jones, former WID Men's Champion. Aaron Rourke, Cappuccino Jones. It was boutful. It was respectful, very aggressive, very competitive. And Aaron Rourke right now proving why he is the new Evolve champion since it got vacated by Vanity Products Jackson Dagger, who's now on NXT. So overall, I will say it. The genesis of what could be the future of WWE through Evolve before NXT, right now they still show to me what brought them to the dance. And that was professional wrestling, damn it. This was a great dynamic wrestling event up and down this whole card, and I thoroughly loved it. I would love to call another WID showcase. Commentary could be a little bit more engaging, but then again, I barely hear them for reasons I'm my own person. So I love this. I'm definitely going to watch out for, again, that was my first time witnessing Cappuccino Jones, by the way. You were right, Walter. That's an extraordinary talent. Brittany Brooks, again, continues to impress me. You all know how much I love Timothy Thatcher, Rain Comp, Starboy Char. We only know him a couple of matches from Prestige. I think he's going to hold on this time a long time. You know how much I appreciate Laney Luck, and I'm very happy for Valentino Rossi. And of course, you can see more of these talents, most of them right now, folks, on Evolve every Wednesday night on Tubi for free. 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you're not watching All Elite Wrestling at the same time, or if you are, you're bloody crazy, and I admire you for it. That being said, let's go to Ash first to get her thoughts based on what I said about these matches. While she didn't witness them, she heard about them. Ash, your takeaway.
I'm sorry, Noah. Hold on. What were you saying about Evolve?
Evolve is 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Wednesday nights on Tubi.
Oh, I thought you said something more. I thought you said about possibly checking some of it out because of these talents.
I said I'm going to follow these talents. I might check out Evolve clips because how you think I learned a little bit about Kendall Graham, what she did there with Kelly Armstrong, and now they're both in NXT. I do my history, my homework. I support the business on all fronts. I may not watch everything wrestling live, but I look at everything, brother. So yes, I will be checking out clips of Evolve for a lot of these talents, particularly, especially Erica Demia. I love her personality. Okay, Ash, now on you. Go ahead and speak your thoughts.
Here's to the future. Looking forward to seeing what they do on NXT when they get called up.
Fair enough.
All I got to say is stay grounded and be on that grind.
And respect the grind, damn it. All right, now on to the men that were there. That was your first time in the Luxor period since you've been in Vegas, correct?
Yeah. Correct.
All right, well,
I mean, I've been into the Luxor numerous times over the years, but that's the first time I've been in the venue within the Luxor.
Okay.
And it was the first time we went to the Luxor during this trip.
Fair enough.
Which came with its own pros and cons.
Do tell.
This is where things take a little bit of a negative Nancy turn on the trip. Gonna try to remain calm and cool because clearly that was Thursday. Tonight is Sunday. It's over. It's done. It's past. The past is the past for a reason. There's nothing you can do to change the past.
Exactly.
But Walter and I really left the venue and the experience of the two shows there, this and Ladies Night Out, with a negative taste in our mouth.
Oh, geez.
Not because of the events themselves. The venue was amazing. We loved the way the staging and everything was set up. The matches were top tier like Jasmine Allure. The negative portion comes from the fact that for both shows, there were additional meet and greet options that I paid for both shows, dropping about $100 total over both shows for the two of us to do the meet and greets.
Yeah.
Basically $50 per show, $25 per person for two shows.
Okay.
The show prior to this, which was a Delgado Promotions Lucha Libre show that actually had Ultimo Dragon in its main event.
Oh, wow.
Ran long. Therefore, the meet and greet for the ID showcase didn't happen.
Ooh.
And then this event, because of the previous event, ended up going long, and the meet and greet for Ladies Night Out didn't happen.
Oh, damn.
So I basically lost $100 that isn't going to get recuperated. Now, I was told that if I messaged the promoter of FSW, that he would give me half a refund. No, I want all my money. I got nothing. Why am I only getting half?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
So this very much pissed me and Walter off to the point where we had a hard time enjoying the shows because we were so focused on the stuff. It affected Ladies Night more than it did the showcase because we were told that they would maybe do the meet and greet after the showcase to kind of make up for it.
Mm-hmm.
But then when that didn't happen, and the promoter seemed to not give a fuck, that really threw Ladies' Night into a bit of a tailspin for us.
Plus the unorganization of the way they let people in and did the tickets things. It was a little... I understand.
It was the beginning of the unorganization for the entire weekend, because there were other things that were very much unorganized that came after this. But this was by and far the worst. To the point where I told Walter, because it was the FSW promoter that gave not a fuck, that I don't know if I'm ever going to be willing to cover an FSW watch along. Because if he gives not a fuck about his fans like that, why am I going to give him any attention?
That's fair.
Exactly.
Support the workers, not the brand.
The problem in that mentality is people like Brittany Brooks suffer. And she doesn't deserve to suffer because of him.
Absolutely not.
The other talents on his roster don't deserve to suffer because of him.
Absolutely not.
So while we haven't really done a whole lot of FSW stuff in the past, now that we have title match for a year, I definitely was thinking about starting some of them up. But it may take a month or two for this bad taste in my mouth to really get washed out before I'm willing to. So if we start doing FSW watch-alongs, it probably won't be until around 4th of July at soonest to really let me detox from the experience from that promoter.
Okie dokie.
And that's all I'm going to say on that. If Walter wants to say any more, he can. But I really don't want to get any more wound up than I've already wound myself up. And thankfully, we've still got a lot to talk about where I can calm back down.
Yeah, and I don't want to focus on the negative, but they just need to get a bit more organized. But the events themselves were great. The ladies worked their ass off. And I did get upstairs a little bit, met a few of them. Jocelyn Navarro instantly recognized me, came up, ran up to us, hugged us. Well, me. But
yeah, I was still in the back of the line because I was where I was told to go. Walter was trying to find Telly or Ed or something to figure out what could be done, and ended up getting to sneak into the upstairs VIP area where some of the talent was hanging out before the show. So I didn't get that experience with Jocelyn Navarro like he did. So,
but they worked their asses off and put on a great show, and the show itself was good, and even the stage setup, I like the way they set it up, and where the entrances came from.
Mm-hmm.
And when you go on the way to the bathroom, you go past the bar, and a lot of the talent were just kind of hanging out, and some of them talked and stuff. So that part of the experience was good.
Nice.
For example, during the ID showcase, I went up to use the restroom, and Mickey Knuckles from Juggalo Championship Wrestling, who was on the Ladies' Night showcase, was sitting there with a couple of the people from the JCW crew just watching the event on the screen that was up there, because all the screens in the arena had the event that was being broadcast on Title Match Network on the TVs.
That's
So the TVs were a couple seconds behind the action because of the delay for live.
Yeah.
But she was just kicking it up there watching the TV. I didn't disturb her. Wasn't going to be that guy. But, walking right past some of the talent as they're just chilling, taking in the action themselves as a fan. Kind of a cool experience to see.
Yeah. Well, Mickey Smack, on the way there, Mickey Smack, she was like, I always get in trouble at these shits. We were like, we didn't know what she meant, but we were like, okay.
I think I know what she meant.
And then some of the talent that we have interviewed before, kind of recognized me when I walked by. She said, "You look, what's the one, Shazza McKenzie? Who was the one that was like, I know you from somewhere?" And I was like, the podcast. And she was like, okay. And the Candlesticks.
Yeah, I think that was Shazza.
Yeah, Shazza McKenzie.
During the ladies' night, we actually made Miranda Alizé break character.
Oh yeah,
because she was teaming with Nixon Newell, the former Tegan Knox.
Yeah, of course. They're violent romance.
Mm-hmm.
And when she posed on the turnbuckle, we called out. We were like, Miranda! And she looked over at us, like waved. And then we remembered, oh shit, I'm supposed to be heel. Like, snapped out of it real quick.
She recognized us because we gave her a ride the night before. So she was like,
we had taken her to the hotel after Poder. So she recognized us and was like, oh, hey, it's you guys. Hi. And then remembered, oh shit, I'm supposed to be heel. Hold on.
But it was seriously like
I got
she
look
went,
at Patty. Shit.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
And Kayla Lopez too, because she was on that show. We called out to her. She was in the ring and she kept like waving at us and everything. She was a doll.
She was like, hi, guys. That's probably what she was like. And again, shout out again to the incredible work at Ladies Night Out in this insane card because, boy, they just kept going and going and going to the end of everybody. To the point, I want to put this out there. There was a time change that I was unfamiliar with, and it made me mix freaking like 4 matches. I'm very happy, though, that I was able to see Brittany Blake defend the Portman Championship again, successfully against Jazzy Yang, Christian Blage, and Zay Perez. That tap, by the way, that you're talking about right now, Zay, and by the way, with Violent Romance partner, one worse than one, if you know, freaking folks, against the freaking Alejandro Quintanilla and Ray Lynn. I think Alejandro Quintanilla and Ray Lynn may have had a little bit too much fun. Then again, Ray Lynn, known as the Pro Wrestling's Miley Cyrus. That was a very fun, unique, dynamic tag team match. I think I enjoyed that match almost the most. But Jada Stone, Rippy J, those two brought it to each other. Again, shout out to Fallon Gray, Connie Joy, Rachel A, and Sophia Savan. Very fun, fatal 4-way. J-Rod, I love the fact she came out to the American Gladiator theme. That fucking popped me. Because, of course, she's known as the Supernova. She's actually known as the super athlete. And Notorious Media learned that the freaking hard way. That's literally her nickname. She's the Supernova on the new season. You mentioned Saz McKenzie, currently known as the Collab, current tag team champions, defeating a very game team down under from Australia, Frankie B and Kingsley. Lady League, who is still literally just starting professional wrestling, defeating Helica Risk and Serena Vale. Serena definitely takes the vampire gimmick quite well. I'm just going to say that for the record.
She can invite me anytime.
So no, about J-Rod, funny story. We were downstairs at the food court and we see her, and she looked at us and she said something to her. And I was like, "Yeah, we know who you are, but we see you're eating with your family, so we don't want to bother you." And she understood, but then she saw us later at the event. And Garrett recognized us, and I guess because we showed her that respect, it didn't bother her. She literally ran up to us and hugged us as if we knew her. Like, and she hugged us, and she was like, "I'm gonna kick ass tonight." I said, "You're gonna come out with the championship." And we told her, and she just we seen her like what 3-4 times, and every time she made sure to come shake our hand, hug us, or say hi to us. Just the little bit, just from that little interaction at the food court, me showing respect and not bothering her. She like instantly recognized. It's like it's stuck in her head that these two are cool.
At the end of the day, not every wrestling fan is insert bad name here. There are people that treat wrestlers like what they are and what we are. Everyone's a human being at the end of the day. Be better. Treat one another the way you wish to be treated. Also, that's freaking awesome. And J-Rod again did kick ass. She kicked Notorious Mimi's face off and basically won in the end. Again, though, Notorious Mimi, that bicycle kick. Good grief almighty. But J-Rod with the ultimate spear. And damn does she have a fucking spear. Took her back out of the WIB program, in my opinion, and even though she's in there. So, yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed watching J-Rod. Of course, I watched her against, I think, Nikki Brackhawk, who's WID on the independent CCW or a different promotion. So, again, she's definitely a supernova that's going to scorch her way to the top. Steph Delanner, of course, you all saw multiple times. She defended, of course, her awesome Miss Championship against, again, one of my new favorites now, Erica Demia. And, of course, top-tier Jasmine Allure defends Ladies Now Champion against Isabel Moreno, La Rosa Negra. And, of course, Jazz, in inverted contact, Jazz getting a little bit butt hurt, or should I say front hurt. I think she caused Izzy. I'm just going to say that right there. No disrespect to the legend. That should have been Izzy's night. And no disrespect to Jasmine Allure. Because Jasmine Allure is top tier. There's a reason why she's been Ladies Now Champion now for 2 straight Ladies Nights Out. She won it back on Ladies Night Out 14. Very fun match. And, of course, you know I love her Vixen, but when you put Ladies Night out and trying to imagine a sentence. You can't have La Mera Thunder Rosa without it. So Thunder Rosa made sense. She made invented. Thanked all the people. Britt Biggs and her still very competitive about. Britt still looking for the first win against Thunder Rosa. And again, this was a substitute, by the way. This was not originally planned. If you look at the graphics, of course, and the headers on Time Match Network. Overall, though, I just love the flow of the show. And, of course, Veda Scott, the hardest working female commentator for play-by-play that should be signed by a company. I will die on that mountain. Keep going on the journey, my friend. I really enjoyed this. The Thursday period, was about women's professional wrestling personified, as I got to engage with 3 different showcases for it. Only one was all women's showcase. And again, they all kicked ass, and I really loved it. I missed the first 3 or 4 matches thanks to that time frame, but I went back through and watched them. And overall, again, yeah, it was the middle of the morning. I didn't go to bed at 4 a.m. What else is new? I'm a crazy man that watches New Japan sometimes live. Hello. I can only imagine you all being like, what I am. But that being said, I thoroughly enjoyed Larry's Night Out. Shout out to Telly and everyone involved, and I look forward to calling another one. Again, you guys were there live for the experience, so go ahead and speak your piece, and then we'll give it to our baddie friend to speak on what's rest before we take a break for Friday.
I just wanted to say, not just shout out to the women on the show, but shout out to the women that did double duty between the ID showcase and Ladies Night Out.
Yeah, exactly.
Because both shows being back to back, there was not a lot of time for some of them to get some rest.
No.
Especially the center of attention.
The negative about Ladies Night Out, aside from the meet and greet thing, at least this is what a lot of the fans in attendance were saying.
Mm-hmm.
Too many multi-person matches.
That I do agree with.
However, I think Telly was looking to set a record for number of women booked on a single show.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, what do you do? Every match can't be a one-on-one match. You're going to have a freaking AEW 7-hour pay-per-view.
Hey, exaggeration. Continue.
So it's like you run into that, unfortunately, but the show was good. Again, shout out to everybody's BFF Izzy. She's another one we called out to when she was in the ring and throwing out her friendship bracelets.
Did you get
After she realized where we were and who was calling out to her, she she was apologetic from the ring apron because she had just given out her last bracelet.
Aww.
It was like, if I had seen you over there, I would have given it to you. That picture, by the way, that's Sai Perez, daughter of one of Los Baricuas.
Ooh, muy bien. There's Brittany Blake. There's the point I made at championship. 2 defenses, by the way, in freaking 24 or 48 hours. Mad respect, by the way, to Brittany Blake. Congratulations. I look forward to who steps up to challenge her next. And Brittany, again, I cannot say enough about Brittany Brooks. Talk about the grind. And again, the minimal amount of time. Dadgum, that girl, she freaking worked. And to your point, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, that is the name of every person involved at Ladies Night Out in alphabetical order. All 70-plus talents. Just get that for a moment.
Over the course of the week, especially when you want to get into the women,
damn it,
I think the big MVPs of the week for the women were Brittany Brooks, like you named, Shotzi Blackheart, and Vipress.
Yep.
Those are the 3 women that I think we saw the most overall the shows. Now, that doesn't mean that there weren't other women booked multiple times throughout the course of the week.
Yeah.
I take one more I want to add to that list is Dynamite Danny Moe.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
But like those 4 in particular, I feel were like big time MVPs of the weekend, especially for the women.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to just take a moment and shout them out while we're wrapping up Ladies Night Out before we get into Friday.
What a week.
And Friday was long.
Oh, I bet it was for you all in one damn building. That being said,
that was the plus part. That was the plus part because we didn't have to leave the venue.
Yeah. You were in one building all day.
literally from about, because I overslept.
I was up before him.
Okay, but the day before I was up before you, fucker, and every other day I was up before you. So shut the fuck up.
They're just trying to one up each other now on their punk.
He's like, I'm gonna get my one victory where I can. Damn it!
That's sitcom. This is like a sitcom in itself.
It's the little victories that count. It's the little victories that count.
But yeah, so Friday, the first show was 11. We were supposed to leave here at like 10, and I wasn't even up until almost 10:30.
Uh-oh.
But the most beautiful thing when we got there, no fucking line. We walked right in. Boop.
And they had only barely started the first match. Like, we didn't really miss much of anything because they started a little bit late.
Oh, nice.
So everything worked out perfect in the long run. But yeah, Gringo Loco's World on Lucha was a very fun Lucha show. Pretty much everything that you could expect from Lucha Libre. Little bit of hard hitting, a lot of high flying. There was Team Gringo versus Team Dragon Gate, so you had a little bit of Japanese strong style mixed with the lucha, made for a very fun interpromotional match. Prayers, speedy recovery to Jack Cartwheel, whose elbow popped out of place. Yeah, he did a move. He landed right in front of Walter. So he can take it a little bit more, but like he did a move, landed, and started screaming out, legit, legit, legit.
Mm-hmm.
And the match kind of like ended quickly from that point so they could get him in the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
We saw him the next day at WrestleCon on Saturday. And he kind of went through the whole story of what happened with it. He even broke his phone out and showed us his x-rays.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's how cool we got with Jack Cartwheel, is he was showing us his fucking x-rays.
So he's really cool with us.
He's another one that might be doing an interview. And Walter had even said, like, we know with you being in the system, we probably got to go to WWE. It may not happen. He was like, actually, you don't, because I'm still technically an indie worker. And we were like, dude, okay,
yeah,
we're gonna hit you up. And he was like, absolutely,
yeah. So he went for like the spinning cartwheel that he always does. The guy kind of moved towards him. You know how they gotta move to catch him.
Yeah.
But his elbow connected with the other guy's shoulder.
Ooh.
And he immediately popped out of place. He rolled out of the ring. Fuck, and then he said, legit. And they had to end it. So, yeah, it's sad because, like, the night before, he had took all these great pictures with us, pointing at us and doing this.
Yeah,
and
he's doing, like, the cartwheel pose.
Yeah.
Adorable.
That's silly.
Oops. That's Bloodsport.
You're going the other way.
Yeah.
But Walter even got him to sign an 8x10.
With a pun.
And he had him put a pun to a flipping good friend.
Yeah.
He originally said he was trying to say fan, but Walter got a little mumble-mouthed and it came out French, so that's what Jack put. A flipping good friend.
But to be fair, I was a little starstruck, all right? I was stuttering a little.
I bet you were, honestly.
And then when we saw him at WrestleCon, he was saying that, like, the elbow that popped out was his dominant arm. So he's been having to sign autographs with his other arm and everything.
Oh, that's got to
be. And he's like, these are limited edition. I was like, dude, you should start numbering the autographs 1 of, 2 of, 3 of, because those are the only ones that are going to be out in the ether of your other hand signing, you know?
So then JJ makes a pun, right? And Jack goes, hey, dude, he's stealing your shit. I was like, yeah.
Because that's one of the things we're telling them. Like, as we're meeting these people and we're giving the business cards and we're talking about what we're doing, you guys are on the air for pretty much all of these shows.
Yeah.
So we're going to the X and pulling you guys up, not hitting the button so they hear audio or anything, but just bring it up so they can see the video in motion. And I'm like, look, we've got people covering this show as we are talking to you. Like, this is what we do. And they're like, dude, that's fucking awesome. But he was telling him about how he's the jokester. He's the guy with the puns, you know? And so they're like, I'm going to have to check that out. I'm going to have to see what kind of jokes you come up with for my matches.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I made him laugh a lot.
But yeah, so he got his 8x10 signed, a flipping good friend, Jack Cartwheel.
That's hilarious. Ash, anything you want to add regarding Ladies Night or the Gringo Loco Lucha Showcase before we move into what very well will be for the while now, the last Bloodsport?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ash.
Yeah, keep talking because I'm looking for the Jack Cartwheel's picture with us.
Yeah, all right, you keep doing that.
Wow, there's like a lot of women's wrestling, so all I can say about that is I love women. I love being a woman. Aren't women great?
Yes, they are. And that wasn't planned.
This is, again, very scary. I'm just going to say that for the record. But also, I do agree, also accurate.
That's one of the things that was popping the talent the most is because, you know, when we're talking to them and we're telling them about stuff, it's like, we've been doing content for 4 years. This week is the first time we've met face to face. And pretty much every talent that we told that to had the same reaction. Isn't it amazing the way wrestling brings us all together?
Amen. Preach. Simple as that. I'm also going to say this, by the way. That was run on Vipers. That was the match looking forward to. And of course, it had to be a freaking death match because they're both freaking loco. Lucha Extrema death match. Bloody freaking hell, those two are downright crazy. Freaking strong style, my ass. Vipers.
I love Vipers. And I tried to see Vipers several times, but she always had been in a rush when she was leaving because she was carrying her lowrider. And so
she was on so many shows, she had to try to like rush from one show to the next.
Well, to your point, and they weren't all in the same building either. We talked about what we thought were the people on the grind the most, not including Kaya McKenna and countless freaking others. It's insane how much grind work in and out of the ring was done by the talent of the business in this week alone in Las Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
and the Lucha show was awesome. The Lucha show, and this is going to sound a little fucked up, and I don't mean it to be, but initially this was going to be a show we weren't going to go to. It wasn't until they added Dulce Tormenta and Thunder Rosa to this card that Walter was like, we have to see this show now.
Especially Dulce.
So this was going to be an opportunity for us to sleep in and not have to worry about shit. And like,
there she is.
For the fact that we went to it and as good as it was, you know, I knew Gringo was going to deliver regardless, but it was cool getting to see the show live and in person.
Yeah, and of course you saw Gringo Loco, Vengador, you saw Yuki Yoshiako, Hayo, Cassie, and of course, to your point, Dulce Tormenta took on La Mera Thunder Rosa. Of course, Thunder Rosa did get the win, but it took her a damn long time to get there.
No, Dulce was in a scramble. Julieta Mexa took on Thunder Rosa.
Sorry.
Yeah,
again, that's right. Dulce Tormenta was in a scramble with KJ Orso, who got the win with Jimmy Loy and Resplendor. Apologies.
And again, can we just take a minute? KJ Orso, despite the way he comes off on camera and how good he plays his dickish heel character, is one of the most chillest, down-to-earth, humble motherfuckers that you can ever bump into.
We ran into him like 10 times. He was so cool to us.
And every time he talked with us for at least like 5 minutes.
Wow.
Dude is just cool in the fucking game. So we got to take a moment to celebrate him.
Hell yeah. Him and...
You just missed the pun.
I know. I heard it. Him and Gringo Loco, though. Gringo took our car. He said he's going to definitely try. He made me show him my Instagram to make sure that I messaged him. He said, I never got it. Now I got it. But he talked to us like 6 times. He He even fucked with me a few times, walked by me, patted me on the back. Gringo was the coolest fucking dude.
But Gringo's a babyface and KJ's a heel. So,
Yeah.
like, you would expect Gringo to be chill, and you'd expect KJ to be a little standoffish and dickish.
Of course.
But to the point that I'm constantly making on these shows, I've discovered through my experiences that the heels are some of the chillest motherfuckers. Because if you recognize that they're just playing a character and you don't get your panties in a twist over the way they act,
Yeah.
they're willing to give you all the time in the world because you recognize the fact that they're playing a character and they're doing it well.
J-Rod, like I said, she's a heel. Look at the way she treated her. Steph DeLander treated us nice. It's amazing. The Cogers.
About to say, J-Rob, by the way, though, facing Notorious Mimi,
Awesome.
I would say Notorious Mimi was the heel in that. So the fact that J-Rod is a heel.
In that
by
match,
nature,
yes, but every other time we saw J-Rod, she was a heel.
that
on
makes
those
sense.
shows.
By nature, she is a heel. You're absolutely correct.
So,
All
but
right.
yeah, like, just wanted to shout KJ out for being a cool motherfucker.
I mean, how many cool motherfuckers?
And I mean, watching him, and we'll talk about it a little bit more when we get to spring break, but him coming out in a Ric Flair robe that said Silverton Savant on it, and Sam Stackhouse coming out dressed as the fucking one-man gang for their tag team match was fucking gold.
Oh, bloody hell.
It was fucking gold.
It really was.
And they ran that gear back for the clusterfuck, too.
KJ had it in the wrestling con. He had it hanging up, but yeah,
The robe.
Yeah, the robe. He
I'm
was
about to say the
awesome.
robe.
Fucking Stackhouse is a big ass teddy bear. The way he treated me.
Oh, nice. All right.
Look, I'm even wearing his shirt.
Oh, well, there you go. Sam Stackhouse right there. Get your shirt today, folks. Cheap plug. All right. Well, that being said, your GCW day-long experience just started with Lucha, but boy, did you all turn up the page real quick when it came to getting downright and dirty and when it's seen some fucking fighting. I know Walter's going to probably spare this because, Walter, you were in your elemental heaven. You witnessed probably the last blood sport event. Go ahead and talk about it.
It literally was. Josh Barnett said it at the end. He's done while it's still on top. It's the last Bloodsport event, and I got to fucking witness it in person. Not only that, Ed Laredo hooked us up and put us like
second
row. Like the ring is here. We were like this close to the talent, and every time a talent left, they had to walk by JJ and I. Like that's how close we were.
Nice.
We had general admission tickets for everything Thursday through Saturday, so we were basically bleacher seating.
Yeah.
And Ed talked to his connection. Freaking, he got a hookup for us, and we were. If you go back and watch the show where the entrance ramp is, we were on that side. Other side, so we were on the side that had the hard cam, entrance side. But to Walter's point, when they were coming back after the fights, they walked right past us every single time.
That's awesome.
I sat 2 feet away from the ring bell, and I asked, "Can I take a picture?" Because the girl was holding it on her lap, and I said, "May I approach you?" She said, "Come here." And I said, "Can I take a picture of the bell?" And she said, "Yeah, of course." Well, she was curious why I asked, and I said, "I didn't want to take my photo and take a picture, and you thinking I'm being a perv and taking a picture of you." And she cracked up
Because the girl holding the ring bell was very well endowed. We will just leave it at that. And she was wearing a nice sparkly silver dress. So her endowments were out there for the world. And so Walter didn't want to be that guy, to his credit, so he again made sure it was okay to do that because he didn't want her thinking that he was being pervy.
Respect, Walter. Respect. All right. I guess with that being said,
But
let's go ahead and look at
the fights. The fights were fucking amazing, being that close, seeing them all. Natty and Shayna was a fucking banger.
Was that fight of the night?
It was definitely, but for me, it was definitely the two women's fights. Janai and Miyu was a fucking banger, and fucking Natty and Shayna was a fucking banger.
Those are the two fights I was looking forward to the most, besides freaking
Keep
Josh
talking,
Barnett
Noah,
and
'cause
Vision
you just
Nagata.
mentioned Miyu, and I got to show you something. So keep going.
Yeah, just the two fights, those two more than anything, because we love all four of those women.
Of course.
You know, it's just one of those things. Obviously, everybody knows my love for Natty.
No one's gonna deny you that, JJ. Period.
We're fucking hanging out there during the Lucha show because we had a good spot on a bench, and then I got up to go to the bathroom. He was sitting in a chair, and I got up to go use the bathroom. And as soon as I came back from that, fucking my seat had been taken. So now I'm like just standing, walking around, you know, a little bit, and I see Natty come into the building. And I holler out to her because I'm wearing her Natty by Nature shirt at this point. I had changed. That's why I left my seat, was because I knew it was getting close to the fights. I was seeing fighters come in.
Yeah.
And I'm like, let me go get geared up for the show. And so at this point, I'm in my shirt, and Natty comes in, and I'm like, Natty. And I go like this, and she stops, and you can see she's reading it. Natty by Nature. And she's like, I love that. I'm like, thank you, girl.
Well, JJ had his moment that he's never going to forget. And that being said, Natty and Shayna fucked each other up. Count out! Bullshit! Count out! No, I want a rematch, damn it! That is not the way I wanted to see that fight end. That is nonsense!
No, agreed. And like the crowd was like, let them fight. Let them fight.
Bullshit!
Like, we wanted more from that as well.
Anyway.
But it just kind of, it was what it was.
I know. Especially with time sensitivity. Of course, me and Monster Janaikai, the battle of two kickmasters. I almost wanted to go longer, and then don't kick back. Mia Machita beats Janaikai via knockout. The pink strike drops the freaking kick demon. Fucking love that shit. Charlie Dempsey, Timothy Thatcher, again, Ash, all the graps, all the fucking graps. Enough said.
Yes.
And Josh Barnett on top. He's had a mixed Bloodsport record, let's not forget. With Yuji Nagata, nonetheless, who probably tried to take the man's arm. The fact that Blue Justice lost to former NJPW Tom Josh Barnett by ref decision is bloody crazy. Hey, you.
She's holding the award that she won from our first ever awards. She was very nice. We shook her hand. We said we don't want. We took a picture of that, and she just let us take it. And then she shook her hands and said thank you.
Yeah, it's like, you know, we would have loved to have gotten a photo op with her, but at the end of the day, at this point, we're seriously low on cash. But we see her, and it's like, oh shit, she's here. We got to give her the award. So I stopped and took the award out of my backpack. And the guy that was running the booth is like, can I help you? I was like, we have this award for her. I'd like to give her. He was like, go ahead. So walked up to her, was like, hello, Miyu, nice to meet you. We're podcasters. At the end of last year, we did our very first award show, and you were a part of our match of the year. You know, and reference to the match, you know, you, Billy, Megan against Jordan, Alec, and Marcus Mathers from GCW. Handed her the award, and she was flattered. She was beyond flattered.
Well, again, the shout out to
And so it was like, you know, may we take a picture of you holding it? And she was like, yes, absolutely.
I love that. I absolutely love that. That really warms my heart. Mia Machida, of course, the first ever Princess of Princess champion for Tokyo Joshi Pro Wrestling, former Eve champion. I want to see her and freaking Jamie Hayter kick each other's ass again. And former Joshi world champion for the Spark promotion I'll be covering, of course. But it sounds like overall, a Bloodsport, the final Bloodsport was fucking amazing. And again, the key fights that I was looking forward to, of course, they still didn't deliver. To hell, it's freaking Mia Monster, Janai Kai, 99 Hart, and Shayna Baszler. Those are the two I was looking forward to the most because if women wrestle as much as I love them, they fight even harder, and I love that even more. And I'm not even a fight expert. That's Walter's world. And again, Walter, those moments you could take away forever. So I got to ask you, man, what do you think was your fights of the night from this show?
Natty, despite how it ended, but the Janai Kai, to see that was fucking awesome. Like, to see her in person. And another one we ran into that was like the friendliest person and took the business card and was like, just reach out and I'll see what I can do. So I think that was my fight of the night. But just overall, just watching Bloodsport and live just took me back to the point like my memory is so shot of everything because it just all came together. But like I just sat every other show I fanboy, I took 1,000 pictures, I did that. I was fucking paying attention to Bloodsport. I was in the zone.
You had your phone out all during this shit. You were dicing this like you were Marvin Nettle.
There was a point during Bloodsport where I tapped him and I was like, all the times that you've done watch-alongs with these and you're here in person now, how do you feel? And then during this show is when we saw Dave Meltzer. And he's standing off to the side, not too far from where we are. And I'm like, is that Meltzer over there?
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, I'm not sure. And so I tap Ed. I'm like, Ed, is that Dave Meltzer over there? He's like, yeah. And Ed had a seat next to him that was open from getting, the hookup from his buddy. So he got up, went over, talked to Meltzer, was like, hey, there's a couple of seats over next to me if you want to come and sit down. So it's now me on the aisle, Walter, Ed, and Dave Meltzer all sitting in a fucking row together.
And Dave was just chatting with us like nothing.
Periodically, we're not taking up all his time. Ed was talking to him more than we were, but occasionally we'd like lean over and talk to him a little bit, ask him some stuff. And at the end of the stream, we got a picture with him. And I see we have somebody who's entered the stream here, the backstage area.
It's been a long time since I had to do this sound. So, teleporting again from the morphing grid. She does still exist, but also she's been doing higher education endeavors. So nothing but the love and, of course, the absolute power to her. But please welcome to the Sunday Shenanigans. A long time from the last time we've seen her. It's the other half of that Ash. Our Mighty Morphin Pink Power Ranger to the yellow. It's the Tilla.
What did you call us? Dash?
The Ash.
Duh, Ash. Instead of duh, Bears. Duh, Ash.
Anyway, Datilla, it's so wonderful to hear your lovely voice. How you been, my friend? Welcome to the Shenanigans. It's been a long time.
Yeah, for those that don't know, I started the master's program in social work, so that's got me busy, taking a class every 8 weeks, so it's been a little rough.
Such is the pursuit of higher education, but that is just one of the many disciplines that we as human beings go through to achieve our greatest moments. And these two gentlemen have achieved some of the greatest moments, not the greatest moments. They will hold on for their lifetime as we're currently going through Bloodsport. That being said, Ash, anything you want to say about Bloodsport real quick, and then I'll see if Tatilla have anything that she wants to add regarding this conversation, or is she waiting to get her piece on maybe someone else that she is aware of. Go ahead, Ash. Your thoughts on Bloodsport. You know your boy, Zach Simmons Jr. He got a freaking win against Ray Jazz, so I know you're happy about that.
I have yet to see the Bloodsport. I'm sad that it's ending, but I got a lot to catch up on Bloodsport, so I gotta check out all these fights. So because
For the men, that was probably my favorite match of the night because that was the first time seeing Zach in person.
Tell me
Ray
about
Jazz, for those that don't know, is a student of Little Guido from the FBI. So he can shoot.
Oh, yeah.
So it was a good tech match, but Zach is just on another level compared to Ray Jazz. No disrespect to Ray. So.
I mean, again, he's the frontman of TMDK for a reason. So, I mean, it's just one of those things. At the end of the day,
Sexy Virginia's like, fuck you, dickhead. So I'm pretty sure he probably had said that at some point. But hey, you got to see Sexy Virginia live for the first time ever. So I know Ashton's already jazzed about that.
Should be.
You cheeky little bat. Look at her giggling. Look at her giggling. All right. Well, that being said, yeah, again, the Bloodsport, thank you, George Burnett. 15 incredible fight cards. And Walter got to see literally the last one. I don't know if Walter's even going to be able to find a way to match that with some memory. Again, Walter, I know how near and dear combat sports and Bloodsport has been to you. So again, congrats, my friend. Congrats to all the winners and every fighter over time, from the original to George Burnett to the queen of this underground art, Shayna Baszler. Still say the jury is out. Some point, I don't know how. Natty Shayna needs to happen again. Period. But nonetheless, thank you to Josh Burnett, and congrats to everyone involved in these fights on the final Bloodsport card. And again, Janai Kai, I don't even know if you remember you're in Las Vegas right now after hitting Miyamashita's pink kick against your head. But hey, I wouldn't mind seeing you try and kick Miyamashita's head off on a different platform. After all, MLW, invite her to your world, or go to her world, Tokyo Joshi Pro, or Precedent. Let's see what you can do, girl, because I would love to see Miyu and Janai run it back when Janai regains consciousness. All right.
Or run it back in a regular GCW arenas. They've both performed for GCW proper.
Yeah, exactly. Who's to say they can't just have a kicking match? That'd be a unique first with GCW. That already has more than enough unique first as it is. I'm just saying. Okay, well, that being said, I guess I'm on the bubble here right now. It does that show BRB, but if she wants to engage, just have her virtually raise her hand in the chat, my friend. Again, it's just great to have you back here with us for the Shenanigans. Let me go ahead and bring you to my other love of the professional wrestling business, Japanese wrestling, women's professional wrestling, Fusion Ha, Joshi Pro Wrestling, and there's no bigger exhibit of that than Stardom, as I call the Stardom American Dream 2026 Showcase. Of course, the second time they were involved here in Las Vegas. Every match was incredibly fun. Aya Sakura and Natsupoi, Light Boy, of course, taking on Brittany Brooks, making her Stardom debut again. Congratulations, Sam Retention. You have so much ahead for you. And Sakai, for a first-time ever tag team duo, Brittany Brooks Sakai, I thought Brittany Brooks handled herself very well here against the speed and the dynamic nature of the high-speed fairy Natsupoi. As Natsupoi and Asakura did get the win in the end, Cosmic Angels, of course, the more notorious, recognized faction and duo. Hanako, Maika, Mina Shirakawa, of course. And also, Walter, you fucking suck for that picture. Damn it. Anyway, Hanaka, Maiko, and Mina Shirakawa are a unit that represents Mina's first return to the Stardom Wonderboard Wing since last year's American Dream. Again, they got the job done. Hazuki of Mimita Loka, of course, alongside Mina Yamashita and Suzuki, and Hazuki a freelancer. Very dynamic 6-woman tag. Of course, I'll call Hazuki on Smart Joshi here in about 12 hours or so. I thoroughly enjoy this. I love the hatred and the pure just rage that Maika and Zuzu have for each other. I cannot wait till they pick up a singles match here again. Rina, for me, the Pink Devil, one of the twin sisters of Stardom, inspired by Hana Kimura. She has such an upside, and she is a very mean, despicable spitfire. And Athena learned that the hard way.
Oh, sorry.
Now you're saying, Dotilla, go ahead.
No, I was just saying I'm back. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. Good to have you back, pal. Again, I don't know how much wrestling you watch, but I'd love to get your thoughts on anything before WrestleMania. Have you seen it before WrestleMania? As we continue through Friday. But Athena, the Fallen Gods, Ring of Honor World Champion, eventually caught her in the Koji clutch. And I think Athena respects Rina because she was about as aggressive and violent as a Spitfire or a Pitbull as Athena's been pretty much her entire Ring of Honor career. Definition of big, meaty women ash. You might enjoy this match. Hitting each other hard. Japanese strong style personified with British grit. Alex Windsor taking on the superstardom strong machine. Saida, of course, literally took her all the way back to Japan with Mayor Japan to beat her and retain the Strong Women's Championship in a very strong tournament bout. As the president, Toshihiro Okada, was thanking us, you guys remember how Thekla came to AEW last year? Oh, that's right. She was fired by the man she assaulted. Nobody else but the president of Stardom. And she decided to show up again and remind him, remember what you did to me? How dare you show up in my country?
you freaking despicable, weak bitch, as he was looking to whip the president's hide, who escaped with a smile on his face, but says, you don't think I wouldn't chase you across the world to get revenge? You don't think that Fekla will be back in a Stardom wing to remind her exactly who she is, and look what I've done, look what I've become, I'm on top of the world. Me and the Triangle Mask will fly all the way back to Japan. There is no forbidden door that will keep me from you, ... Maybe some foreshadowing to come as Okada got out of the building. And Fekla, someone tells me we haven't seen the last of Fekla in a Wonder World Stardom ring or against Stardom talent. Just saying. And then, of course, led to our main event as Neo Jazz's Asume, Mysera, and Starlight Kid took on the Babes of Wrath. Harley Cameron, Will Nightingale, Harley Cameron making her star debut, as well as Chris Statlander. And I'm going to say this again, because Statlander, damn it! This was a really fun, dynamic trios match. Again, it was one team of pure high speed taking on the unique trio from AEW. At the end of the day, though, the inexperience of Harley Cameron unfortunately got caught in the Asume Sushi, and Asume set the crowd home. We Stardom very happy after this incredible Joshi showcase was concluded in about 2.5 hours. Bottom line, though, Stardom is always going to be one of my favorite promotions to follow and engage in, and seeing other talent from AEW engage with it made it even more exciting for me. I love this showcase. I hope to see Brittany Brooks maybe even involved in the 5-star Grand Prix with the future of the Cosmic Angels on the line here on April 27th. Alex Windsor, Saya Ida, would love to see that ran back. Saya Ida was rocked so damn hard, she fell on the walk on the way back. Again, that little 4'11" juggernaut. I kid you not. That's literally what she is. And Alex Windsor, again, she's a brawling bird. She don't give a fuck. She loves fighting. Rena, keep following her. 19 years of age, already making so much momentum for herself. This year alone, would not surprise me, she's back in the 5-star Grand Prix. And Athena, who calls up the Joshi Killer, good rebound against Shuri after losing to Shuri for the NJPW Strong Women's Championship, or IWGP Women's Championship, excuse me. And overall, I fairly loved and enjoyed the showcase. I would love to see Chris Statlander in Stardom take on Bozilla when she recovers. Saya Ida, Maika, Kazuki. Give me more Chris Statlander in freaking Stardom. Let her wreck fucking shop as far as I'm concerned. Give freaking hate a run for their money. But I love this show. It was nice, simple, all women's wrestling fun with a short intermission. Ash, you're my senior pro wrestling friend. Stardom, Japan. What did you think about this showcase on paper? I'm sure you didn't watch it. It was Friday, though, and it was also pay-per-view. But what are your thoughts based on the outlook of this card?
There's a lot of women on this card who I've been told many good things about that I have to be on the lookout for, like at Azume, Natsupoi, Starlight Kid. Yeah, there's like a couple other names on here. Some of them I'm familiar with, others not so much. But yeah, a good friend of mine has been recommending me Stardom because like I could go on the list of like friends that I have and be like, hey, Ash, check out this promotion, and be like, here's how we can do that.
Exactly.
Like my one friend who is also from Canada has recommended me. It's like, here, this is a good match to it. Here's how you get into Stardom. And I have yet to get around to watching it because it's a tournament.
that would be the 5-star Grand Prix, was their example of the G1 Climax standard, or the Cinderella tournament. That's their example of the New Japan Cup standard.
They gave me both from last year.
Yeah, I'm about to say, well, good luck with that. You got a lot of work to do. I just start with the finals and be like, damn, I need to watch this year's tournament. And that should be more than enough for you to understand. That being said, I love Stardom. I love Joshi Pro Wrestling. I cannot wait to call Spark Josie. I want to see Kai McKenna now in a Stardom ring, damn it. All right, well, thank you for that. Now let's go to the men live on site that probably weren't live with the Pawns, but might have something to say. JJ, Walter, speak. You're muted. There we go.
We didn't see any of the Stardom shows, so we don't have anything to comment on that one.
Yeah.
But I will make Ash jealous.
Of course.
I saw that in the group chat, and my first instinct was, you lucky motherfuckers. You fucking lucky bastard. I love you. I'm happy for you, but fuck you, you lucky bastard.
I usually say lucky, damn it, lucky. Look at that cheeky smile. Look at that cheeky Brit. With the freaking blonde, freaking cut, freaking home over. All right, fair
Get
enough.
used to the blondness on his hair. It's just like
And just to piss Noah off.
of all the colors, why that shitty?
That's Duke.
Big up
Believe in Chase U.
Never.
Mr. 6'5" when he was so nice to us.
Okay, so little story on this one. That picture was Friday. We did not have WrestleCon tickets for Friday, but that was the only day Duke was going to be there, and Ed was bringing him in.
All right.
He was being presented by Poder Mania. So we had asked Ed, it was like, hey, is there any way you can set it up so that I can meet Duke? You know, big Chase U fan, big fan of his. And once WrestleCon was over, came out with him, and I was hanging over by a different door because we were kind of like saying what's up, talking to the talent as they were leaving.
He wanted me to give
And
somebody
he
a
was,
ride. He wanted me to give somebody a ride, so he had us waiting.
yeah. But Ed comes out with them, and he sees Walter, and he's like, where's JJ? And I'm like, I'm behind. I'm right here. And he turned around with Duke and was like, here you go. So I started talking with Duke, started chopping it up with him again. Well, Ed was trying to find Brittany Blake and Leva Bates for Walter to give a ride back to the Rio for. We're just standing there chopping it up with Duke.
That's awesome.
And it probably took him a good half hour to find them because they're trying to pack their shit up from the booth and everything. And of course, fans are talking to them, other wrestlers are talking to them, you know, so it's like, you know, networking is what it is.
Yeah.
But well, they're doing their thing and Ed's trying to get them to Walter. We're doing our thing and we're talking to Duke and like, you know, talking about Chase U, talking about how it was Chase U that really made me a fan of NXT, you know, specifically him and Thea, you know, and he's like, well, how can you not love Thea? And it's like, exactly. How can you not, you know?
Seriously.
It's like, as much as Noah will sit here and shit on Chase University, he does not deny the effect that Thea has on people. Because she's such a spitfire, pun intended.
Accurate. Tiny little spitfire, little firecracker is what she is. That's for
We
darn
even
sure.
told Duke about you and how you say it's not your NXT. And he was like, not for everyone, but
it's like, you know, again, there was something there that still brought in a new fan.
Exactly.
Whether it was the same as it was in Black and Gold or it was different, there was still something that helped attract new fans. And Chase U was one of the main things. And he was loving it, dude. We were talking to him for a little bit. He took our business card. We might actually be able to get an interview with him, and especially because of the connection through Ed.
Respect, Edward Aveda. Follow him at Ed in San Antonio for future updates on Poder Mania and talent showcases. All the best to Ed in San Antonio and any collegiate worker, partner, or collaborator with him and the incredible talent that he also loves to present and represent. And shout out to Nikita Knight, PAL. Keep growing, do things the right way, and remind the community to be better, do better in and out of the internet. All right, fair enough. That being said, let's go ahead and move into joint announcement. Before I do that, Dattila, did you watch any other wrestling this last week besides WrestleMania?
I actually didn't even really watch WrestleMania.
Okay, so you'll just be around to get your thoughts because I know that's the thing you're most connected with. And I'm sure if there's a WWE name or something that sparks your mind, what JJ says, you could always just interject. But now let's go ahead and bring us back in the horseshoe because time for the gentleman. Yeah, of course. Time for the gentleman to represent because you guys witnessed Joey Janela's spring break. Take us through that insane experience. Ali Cash, of course, risking her career in GCW. Brody Lee Jr.'s first fucking match being the main event. And you also witnessed the Sandman's last match of his career against, of all things, not John Cena, because you can actually see this individual, I think, the Invisible Man. And also Megan Bayne had a mystery ally against Steph DeLander and Vince. Take it away.
Before we get meat and deep deep into this one, I just have to say how surreal the entire 24-hour span was between, we'll say, 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Friday when Bloodsport started,
Right.
until roughly 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Saturday after Big Gay Brunches had ended.
Right.
Just in that 24-hour span alone. And again, we'll get deeper into these things as we cover them, but we saw the very last Bloodsport. We saw the Sandman's final match.
Yes.
We saw Vampiro's final match.
Yes.
We saw Kid Bandit's final match.
Yes.
And we saw the very first match for Brody Lee Jr., and it was a main event.
Yes.
Crazy.
What a 24-hour run that was.
And that was just 24 hours.
It didn't really hit me till he just said it all, like back to back. Like, damn,
Yeah,
we saw all that.
Yeah, we saw Brock Lesnar take his boots off today, and what could be the very end of his career.
Yeah, spoiler alert for those that didn't watch WrestleMania, but it's all over the internet at this point, so I'm sure.
Yeah, I was going to say it's everywhere on the internet.
Accurate. Continue.
But it's like, to see all of that in person was just mind-blowing.
Not bad.
But getting back to this card, and if you want, you can bring the graphic down so I can see everybody's faces and everything. But at the end of the day,
The show that started all, by the way, folks, for us here at Simbo Studios.
that's exactly what I was going to get to. At the end of the day, yes, this week was about WrestleMania.
Damn it.
But for me personally, it was all about this show. Because it was 1 year ago that we tuned in to Spring Break 9 just because of Sabu's final match. And we ended up falling in love with the GCW product to the point where we began covering it along with WWE, AEW, TNA, and all the other major companies.
You can be here all night talking about that. We'll do a break after we
From
talk
there,
about
from there, we then branched into covering other independent promotions, MLW, House of Glory, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yep.
But Spring Break 9 really was the genesis of it all.
Yep.
So to be there in person for this, the 10th installment, I don't know about Walter because he wasn't on the Spring Break call last year. That was me and James.
Yes.
But it was fucking surreal for me to be there in person and just seeing this true forbidden door, because it really was an all-star weekend. That's what it reminded me of more than anything, was the first ever PWG All-Star Weekend I was at. You had the Rascals versus Busta in the Brain and Marcus Mathers. So just right there, you've got WWE versus a WWE ID prospect versus AEW. Just in that match alone.
Correct.
And you've got AEW and a WWE ID prospect teaming together.
Correct.
But WWE are assholes, right? Because they pull talent from independent shows. Go fuck yourselves with that narrative.
Yeah, but hindsight.
You had Megan Bain going against Steph DeLander and Mance Warner.
Yes.
Teaming with Nick fucking Gage.
What?
That was her mystery partner, Nick fucking Gage.
Holy hell. That's incredibly scary.
You need somebody on the level of the Southern Psychopath. Who better than Nick fucking Gage?
Okay, fair. You know what? Fair enough.
We saw the reunion of Jurassic Express, Marco Stunt and Jack Perry, with Luchasaurus fucking driving the Jurassic Express bus for Jack's entrance.
We got to see that entrance.
Oh my gosh.
Marco Stunt, the only motherfucker I know that can make Pat Benatar an entrance theme.
Well then.
Yeah, he comes out to We Belong by Pat Benatar.
Oh, that's an interesting song choice.
Yeah, about to say.
It's a fucking banger. I
It is,
don't
but
care.
just-
But the fact that there is a professional wrestler a male professional wrestler coming out to Pat fucking Benatar is, what are we doing here?
And then you had another.
And then you hear Jungle Boy or Tarzan Boy.
Yeah, Tarzan Boy.
Okay, we're doing this. We're really doing this.
Men are confident. You got another one that comes out to Shania Twain in a different.
Oh God!
We'll get to that.
Yes, we will. Yes, we will, lad.
Oh gee, I wonder what that's
But
about.
and just like this entire card was just, there was not a bad match.
Nope.
My only regret about this show, and it's not really even a regret because while it comes off as a con, it ended up being a pro, was the fact that it was so fucking packed. Biggest house of the collective, over 2,000 people in this little fucking event hall for this show.
Damn.
There was nowhere to sit. So there's a con there, right? But the flip side of that is by having there be nowhere to sit, we were able to network. Because everybody and their mother who was not fucking booked on this show was there to spectate this show.
Yep. Literally for like a half.
This is where we saw Sean Ross Sapp.
There you go.
Oh.
Literally for 30 minutes, Simon Gotch was standing next to me. Literally talking elbow to elbow like this and just literally talking to me. The whole time. I wasn't bothering him. He sparked up conversations with me.
Oh, wow.
So we probably didn't see as much of the show as we would have liked to, but we saw and heard the crowd react enough that we know that it was probably the fucking show of the weekend.
I mean, standing room only, and I still argue to say the Spring Break is the biggest show of GZW's calendar year, despite the fact the clusterfuck is, well, what the name implies. Continue. Get ready. AEW National Champion, by the way.
Yeah, bring up my picture. He has the belt.
You got it, didn't you?
Yeah, I said it.
Anyway, I'll just go ahead.
But yeah, it was just fucking a surreal thing, you know?
Right, 1 year later. As a Walter
being
organized.
able to see all
There
these
it is.
people up close and in person, you know, being able to tell Jack how much his father meant to me when I was younger, you know, I have admittedly been hard on Jack in the past. Not as hard as I've been on other people who were involved in shenanigans with one Mr. Phil Brooks. But I was very hard on Jack in those moments.
Right, I remember that.
Until the scapegoat began that run. And when I saw that he was able to take a negative and turn it into a positive and turn it into business, I let that anger go. Because that was part of why I held on to stuff for so long for other people. They weren't willing to turn it into business. They just wanted to be snotty little bitches and have their way.
Boom.
Jack knew how to turn it into business because at the end of the day, his father was a fucking entertainer. And so between that and my interaction with Jack, he's got all my fucking respect in the world.
Jack was a sweetheart. And I think he respected the fact that, so he took the picture with him, put the title down, wrapped it back around his luggage, saw me, was going to pick it back up to take the picture. I told him, leave the belt there. I don't want to make you undo everything you just did and pick up something happy for a picture. And he looked at me and just went, thank you. Come here. And then he took the picture with me.
Respect. Again, when human beings respect human beings, no matter the background, it shows. Kindness actually does not require a receipt. It just pays for it. Titilla, I heard you interject for a quick moment. What were you saying earlier?
No, I was just telling JJ if it sounds like he was Team Dylan.
Dude, okay. So when I watched 90210 back in the days, because yes, I'm older than everybody in the fucking room. So
I didn't say it.
You said it.
I was at that age, in that awkward stage where everybody that I knew wanted to be Brandon or Dylan, but at the end of the day, I was fucking David.
Nah.
You know, I was that dorky little nerd. It's the same thing I said when Dustin Diamond passed. We all wanted to be Zach or Slater, but most of us were fucking Screech. You know, I wanted to be Dylan so fucking bad when I was in high school, but I was David Silver.
That's
to
fair.
the point where I even tried to shave that little scar that he had in his eyebrow so that I could have like the little mark that Dylan had.
He told Jack Perry that about his eyebrow, and Jack Perry laughed.
That's brilliant. All right.
But again, that was fucking 1990, 1991. I was like 14 years old, 15 years old.
And here you are in 2026, facing the reality of your hard work and grind, seeing Game Changer Wrestling's biggest show live, if nothing else, experiencing the atmosphere that was probably unforgettable considering you heard or saw Sammy's last match. You heard.
Then they came out with Melrose Place, was trying to be the bootleg version of Beverly Hills 90210, basically.
I'm not surprised.
Seeing Atticus Koger versus Hayabusa, seeing Hayabusa fucking wrestle out here. And granted, it's not the original Hayabusa. We fucking know that. But still, the person that wears the mask now does a fucking phenomenal job.
Yeah, great carry on. Alley Catch's last match. Unfortunately, Alley Catch
loser leaves GCW. Like,
that's
what
rough.
the hell?
Seriously, poor Alley Catch. I think about synonymous names of GCW, and she's like the woman that's first in the conversation for that, and now no longer a thing. Damn.
Sure.
And she had a great match by Kai McKenna, of course, at Florida Man. So again, she has all my respect in the world, especially coming from injury and confronting Shotzi Blackheart. That's great. But those that are wondering, I may not be covering how's the gory as far as the recap. Our commentary team for that show is not here. And again, we only have so much time. But again, no disrespect to House of Glory, especially Bang Ricky Sosa and Charlie Versace Blackheart. Again, Megan Bay, that just sounds like a whole different form of lethal combination that just scares the living shit out of me.
And going back to the whole everybody and their mama who wasn't booked was at this show.
Yes. Oh.
Maya World.
Yep, one half, of course, of that dynamic tag team in AEW, and she was also involved in the clusterfuck, and she will also be involved in a little bit of a note for you in the Survivor of the Fittest Supercard of Honor. Ring of Honor Women's World Championship match. Athena has 5 of her greatest foes now to survive to leave with the gold. It could be her undoing next month. We'll talk more about that later. The Invisible Man. Can I just say this right now? How the fuck do you be an Invisible Man? Well, apparently Sandman, somewhere drunk, couldn't do it. It was one of the deadest matches on
John
this
Cena.
card.
You ever seen the movie The Invisible Man?
Oh, I haven't. I don't watch movies.
I've been away for a while, and things. The more I'm away, the less things stay the same.
This was the most overbooked, chaotic, comedic clusterfuck that didn't have the word clusterfuck in the match name that we saw all weekend.
And somehow it fucking worked.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. Is like somehow, some way, the shit just worked.
Oh,
no, you're not gonna get jealous of that picture too?
Oh, bloody hell! You're all you lucky, damn it, lucky.
And speaking of people that just randomly were there and lovely to us,
what you got here? Whose house?
Run's house. Sorry, you know that's my response every time you say that.
I knew you were going to say that. Freaking hell!
Oh, nice.
That's Strickland. Nice. Well, I mean, again, we know how much this man values independence, the independent workers, and defy, of course, those that have defied their own expectations. And let me just say this right now. Brody Lee Jr., my God, if there was an alternative to Izzy Moreno, he's it. That freaking match, enjoy the way that he sold all that, paying homage to not only his father, Kenny Omega, others, including the late great Wyndham Rotunda, for those that don't know Bray Wyatt. Unfucking believable.
And even more unbelievable is the fact that prior to that match, I had a nice little conversation with his mama.
Yep, Amanda.
Gave her our business card.
God bless Amanda.
She sounds like she might actually be interested in granting us an interview, her and Brody.
Oh, that's adorable.
To the point she dropped.
Because I really wanted to get Brody on. Like, obviously, you know, he's who I want to talk to, but at 14, kind of need parental permission. It's like, we would love to have you both on the show so that we can talk about, you know, Brody's pursuits and everything. And chatted her up for like a good 5 to 10 minutes. So
respect.
And maybe we're in there. She even dropped her lip gloss there as I had to give it to Willie Mack to give to her. I was like, look, I don't want to try, because they were like, oh, just go over there and give it to her. I said, I don't want to look like I'm trying to sneak backstage. Fuck that. So I was like, hey, Mac, you give it to her.
Good man. Good man. Good fan. Good job. All right, fair enough. And of course, again, you saw Jurassic Express reunite.
And you got to give Joey Janela the credit to make that kid look like $1 million to be willing to do that since last year.
For real.
Joey Janela deserves all the fucking credit to put that kid over the way he put him over.
I've been saying it for the better part of the year, dude. People want to trash talk the name of Joey Janela. I don't get it. Joey Janela knows what's right for the business. And between putting Brody over at the Clusterfuck Battle Royal last year, to picking the story up a month or so ago, to building to this match and the way that he put him over in this match, how can you seriously say a bad word about Joey Janela?
You're not going to get it from me.
To what he did in another match that we're going to talk about, because he was fucked up on what he did.
I mean, Joey Janela, let's not forget he is a bad boy. By the way, congrats to One Call Manners winning the Grab the Blast ring, doors, ladders, and chairs. That's DLC, folks, that TLC match. Outlasting a field including but limited to Charles Mason, Gringo Loco, Shotzi Blackheart, Vipress, Manlight Therese, Bear Bronson, and Cindy Hakim. And of course, the Rascals, the original three, Smoke If You Got Them, taking on YDMP and Marcus Matters. Again, Jordan Spring Break is a hell of a dynamic card, and I say 10, surpassed 9 to say the least. And I'm very curious to see next year. Are we going to see someone else leave? Are we going to see somebody else retire? Are we going to see the Invisible Man once again rise to the occasion? I still cannot believe the freaking Invisible Man just fucking works. And overall, it sounds like an absolute insane experience. Add any further to add.
This sounds like a very fun show, and I didn't realize I was unmuted when I clapped when Walter went dun-na-na-na. Sorry, sorry if that was obnoxiously loud, and I did not mean to interrupt because I thought I was muted, but I didn't.
No, you're fine. I mean, you're fine. I think no one's gonna judge you for that.
It's the perfect. How do you not do it? Like, it's hard to resist. By the way, you just talked about Manders.
Yeah,
another
the
one.
The one called Manders.
Yay, real cowboy shit.
Real cowboy shiznak and the
That's right. Not with the hangman pedals. Real cowboy shit.
All right, let's calm down.
I'm kidding.
I know you are. We've really grown a long way when it comes to the AEW stuff, even with Aubrey. I'm proud of you. And that being said, of course, one thing that was left on your escapade, despite that match for Friday, you had JCW Stranglemania, excuse me.
Yeah, so Joey Janela Spring Break started a little bit late.
I'm not surprised.
And went, I don't know, probably ended at about, let's see, the Juggalo show was supposed to start at midnight. Joey Janela Spring Break probably ended at about 11:15.
Damn.
So there was not a whole lot of turnaround time, which means that the Juggalo show started late. The Juggalo show didn't start until about 1 a.m.
Oh, Jesus.
And it didn't end until about 4:30 in the morning.
Oh, my gosh.
We didn't get back to the Airbnb from the Juggalo show until almost 5 in the morning. And then we were up at 8 a.m. to go to WrestleCon the next day.
Don't remind me. My body's going to remember.
So there was very little CP time.
No sleep for
To the point, every talent, every ticketed person, you guys, how you guys doing? Fucking sleepy. That was their response.
It was like, us too, guys, us too.
Hey, you're the gluttons for this once-in-a-lifetime experience that you're never going to match. It is what it is. Continue.
JCW was the most... I know everybody was indies, but they seemed like the most productive of the companies and like seemed like we were watching not an independent show, but like a well-produced, maybe like an NXT show or something to compare it to something. Like they did their fucking thing. And to casually run into fucking Vince Russo while we're standing there,
Yeah.
it is fucking crazy.
Bro.
Yeah, like, so all the shows except for this one just had on the big screens was like the logo of the show. This one actually had the matches on the big screens. Like if you're at WWE and you can see the footage on the Trons or the footage over the rings on the screens.
Yeah.
That was Juggalo. Juggalo was also the only show to have pre-taped backstage segments to kind of lead into the matches, to kind of weave the story of the show. You know, so if you're in this building just because it's a wrestling show that came with your package and you've never watched Juggalo before, there's little backstage pre-tapes to kind of set up the matches and introduce you to the characters and why are these people fighting.
That's brilliant, actually. That's brilliant.
They had a segment with Barnabas the Bizarre, who's the manager of the Outbreak. The Outbreak are a zombie tag team. Oh, shut up. They've been doing this thing on Lunacy where they've been getting into cocaine's cocaine. So Barnabas had them in the bathroom taking a drug test. And the bottles were filled with Coca-Cola. Coke, because of the cocaine. So it was like they're pissing Coke.
And for those that don't know who Barnabas is,
I was going to say, do you have a picture?
Yeah.
I am so glad I'm a Pepsi product drinker.
Like this show in and of itself was just fucking hilarious. What I love the most about Juggalo Championship Wrestling, and let me just say, because I've never been an ICP fan, I still don't really consider myself an ICP fan.
That's fair. St. Cloud Posse.
Mad respect for Violent J for putting this show on and running it for as long as he has. Seeing Violent J without his clown makeup was a bit of a mental mindfuck. But this show is about as carny, and I mean that in a positive way, as you can really get. Because if you think about the lore of professional wrestling,
Walter is broken.
it started in the circus carnivals, right?
Well, yeah,
So-
the carnivores in the day.
So you've got zombies. You've got literal clowns, the Brothers of Construction. You've got an American gladiator, a strong woman. You've literally got all these larger-than-life characters like you would find in a carnival. That is what Barnabas the Bizarre looks like. He is literally like the ringmaster leading his animals, the zombies, to the ring. It sounds stupid as fuck.
It really
It
does.
sounds like it should not work. But it is so carny. And again, I mean that in the most positive way. That's what I like about Juggalo. It is such a throwback to the bygone inception era of wrestling at the carnivals and getting some local guy that wants to challenge their strongman to see if they can take him on. It's that mentality that Violent J puts into his shows. And I just think it's tremendous because it's a niche within the niche that you don't see.
Right.
You've got your lucha, you've got your Japanese strong styles, you got your women's promotions, you've got WWE. This is completely different. And in a genre where everything at its core is so similar, you got to find a way to stand out. And I think that's where Violent J has really succeeded, is he found that way to stand out.
Fair enough. I mean,
mad props to him for that shit.
Much like
because it was probably the most entertaining show that we saw all weekend. Maybe not the best wrestling show, but definitely the most entertaining.
Walter, if you could actually put yourself together, go ahead and speak, my
It
friend.
was the most fun I had. You thought Claudio was something with a beach ball running around the crowd? Yeah, wait till you go to Juggler's show and Brothers of Fun Instruction starts fucking throwing balloons at you and nobody lets it hit the fucking ground. So the whole night, there's balloons going all over the fucking arena.
Oh my God.
Like, this shit is hilarious, dude. The shit that shouldn't work just fucking works.
Yeah, getting to talk to Vince Russo for just a couple of minutes because he's coming into the venue while I'm talking and catching up with Willie Mack. And of course, because he's the boss now, the booker, he wants to go up and talk to Willie for a minute. And he sees that he's talking to me, excuse me for a minute, starts talking to Willie. And Willie's like, yeah, I've known this guy for almost 20 years, close to 20 years. And Vince looks at me and is like, that's cool. Vince Russo's another one that everyone's got such a negative opinion for. And dude's fucking cool as hell when he's not in character on his live streams.
A key word, though, character versus person. To your point, this show had everything from Nick Nemeth, Matt Riddle, Conley, Rob Van Dam, your boy Willie Mack, Kenton, the Good Brothers, Ash, J-Rod, Alex Crowley, Danny Moe, J-Rod, congrats to J-Rod, by the way, winning the JCW Women's title, and again...
In a tag match, and she didn't even fucking pin the champ.
Yeah, I'm like, what the
Big Al's a little pissed about that, by the way.
I'm a little annoyed right there, but I just know that Big Al's going to come back for her gold, damn it. Watch Big Al, folks. Support Big Al's Crowley on the independents. Thank you, JJ. Mad respect. And also Ninja Mac, who's all about those. The dude's got more flips than Cindy Hakim. I said what I said. And then, of course, the main event, like you said, you saw Vampiro, PCO, and Big Vito. The Battle of the O's. So that was a weird monster mash in itself. But it sounds like you had the most unique, dynamic live wrestling experience of your lives with this showcase.
He was another one that kept fucking with us because we knew him from the No DQ stuff, and like I talked to him a lot, so he definitely started coming over and messing with us, and we ran into him, and he was fucking with us and said, "So you two are the ones that get to come here, and Aaron makes all this money. What the fuck is wrong with him?" It was hilarious.
Where's Aaron Rip? What the hell? That's hilarious. Oh.
Cocaine without
his mask.
It's fair enough. Still, freak. But the menagerie was weird.
Took pictures with both of us in the exact same pose. I'm like, what the fuck? And I yelled cocaine. Fucking, of course, I'm yelling cocaine puns the whole night, cracking everybody up.
Is that J-Bro?
No, that's Big Al.
No, sorry, that's Big Al. Yeah, you recognize the piercing. Hey, we shout out Alex Crowley. I know that I want to see J-Bro.
Big Al's another sweetheart we talked to.
Yeah, and then Dynamite Danny Moe. I mean, again, another talent that have really come and fun too since Wrestle Kingdom 8. Ash, this sounds like something right up your alley.
It's ridiculous personified. I love goofy shit in wrestling. I would probably watch this match.
There you go.
Just the whole show from start to finish. Like I said, the whole thing is just, it's a clusterfuck. It's very much like a car crash. You don't want to look, but you can't look away. And it's just such craziness that if you look away, you're going to miss something.
You're right. That's just like my mom when she's nosy, because we live outside the park. We live outside a park because, like, my apartment. So, in front of us, there's a park, and also right beside the park is a bar. So you can imagine seeing how many freaking drunken fights that they happen in the park. Also with some crackheads as well. And my mom gets a good kick out of watching them.
There were legit crackheads in the crowd. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah,
we saw them.
There was somebody that got ejected from the Juggalo show and someone that got ejected from Spring Break.
Oh my God.
I'm not surprised in the slightest.
Oh, God. This dude was fucking near Tanaka, and Tanaka went to go break something up. Bear Bronson fucking thought the guy was fucking with Tanaka. Fucking dashed at him, yo. I was like, woo, somebody pissed off that grizzly bear.
Oh, boy. The bear on the move. Bear on
He's
the
like,
run.
do you know who you're fucking talking to? Like, yeah, the people were so overprotective at that. Tanaka was trying to play fucking peacemaker.
Mm-hmm.
Someone had to. I mean, if the bear's looking to literally claw someone's eyes out, nonetheless, holy hell, what a freaking Friday for freaking GCW, JCW.
And I got some of that stream, but yeah, that's how the ring looked at the end of the show.
After Vampiro's last match.
How
Vampiro talked to JJ for a while too, and both of us, and we were asking him some stuff. He really doesn't do interviews, but we'll see. But he was like, what did he say? I'm Mexican. I don't fucking. What did he say?
Yeah, we were asking him if he had PayPal when we were going to go to pay for him. He was like, I'm Mexican. I don't got PayPal. I take cash.
Yeah.
About to say, between all the meet and greet stuff, did they have like a square swipe or did everybody got to be cash?
Yeah, somehow I was smart enough. I don't know what made me think of this. I stopped at the bank before a couple of times just to have cash on me in case we don't do PayPal. So some people I just paid cash because they didn't have that kind of stuff.
I fear not. I fear that some people had to be cash only. The other ones have like a Cash App or a square swipe or something.
Most people did. But like,
little tip for people in Las Vegas: don't use the ATMs in the casino. $11.99 service charge.
What?
I didn't use it. Didn't pull money out. But Walter needed some money, so he was going to. And I was like, before you commit, because you can always say cancel, you don't agree to charges. See how much the service charges is. So he was going to pull out a 20, and then it said, it was going to be a total of like $31.99 or something. Do you agree? It was like, nope, cancel. Give me my card back. Fuck that shit.
Yeah. Oh, and then the wrestlers from so when I got, was it Mandarese? His shit is from the UK, so he had to convert to pound. By the way, you converted it wrong and made me pay too much. But I'm not gonna bitch. Lena, I had to pay twice for Lena Cross because she had her shit in AUD. So I didn't pay enough, so I had to charge twice, but she was a sweetheart about it.
Aw, well, and also you're about as tall as hers. That probably helped too. So there you go. Again,
at least we got a picture with one half of the AEW Women's Tag Champs because Megan Bain was so hard to track down.
She was in a rush. Her Uber was coming, but she was nice.
Because I wasn't able to give her award. Like I wanted to give her the award, but she literally was rushing to the Uber. Like she showed her phone to us. It was like, my Uber is a minute away.
Yeah.
I was like, go ahead, girl. We understand. There will always be another time.
Megan Bain, literally is the hardest working woman on the entire independent wrestling circuit last year. And I think she's trying to outdo her schedule this year. Now, guiding alongside Lita Cross to find a minute, whole different conversation. But nonetheless, from the UK to America, all the hell, the mega sis. With that being said, what a freaking crazy ass, fantastic Friday for you all. As the shenanigans and stories continue. With that being said, we're going to take a short break, remind you what's coming up. Here's the trailer. And then we're going to go into the weekend where Ash, if you can't laugh your butt to freaking craziness, you get to spear at the next show because it was your element. And then we're going to get into WrestleMania. After this commercial break, We're heading to Saturday, folks, as the Sunday shenanigans continue. Stay tuned.
And now for a taste of things to come.
And as truly cares about stewards, as you see through that trailer, every time we play, we truly encompass, embrace, celebrate, engage, pontificate, analyze, criticize, and react to all the wrestling. And welcome back here to the weekly Marvel Conversation Wrestling Matters. That is your Sunday shenanigans into the morning Monday on the East Coast. For us, soon to be on the West Coast, I am Seminole Foster, your host, along with our Canadian friend Ash, the Tilla Dash. And of course, we also have the simply reliable duo live.
Who came up with that? Who came up with that nickname?
I mean, Ash. That being said, just seems simple as that. Ranking Wrestling JJ Woods and Walter Cruz as we continue our festivities and the stories that will continue to be unfolding here from WrestleMania Madness weekend that has been, as we had come close to its conclusion with 1 day left. That being said, now we move into Saturday, which no doubt, yes, JJ.
No, I was just going to say, and before we get into the wrestling shows, Saturday for us kicked off with WrestleCon.
Why don't you go ahead and talk about your WrestleCon experience then and who you met?
Well, WrestleCon was very fun. Just to kind of like wrap everything up in a real quick bow. You know, it was exactly what you would expect it to be. It was a convention with professional wrestlers. Everybody had their booths. Go up, talk to them, you know, this much for an 8x10, this much for a picture, this much for a combo. At this point, we're like starting to be drained of funds.
I bet.
So, but we're going up, we're talking to a lot of people. We got to talk to Kayla Lopez a little bit more.
Oh, nice.
You know, since we only really saw her in the match at Ladies Night Out, like we went and found her booth and like I took a selfie at her booth with like her banner behind me and sent it to her. And like no sooner than I sent it to her, like a minute later, she comes up to the booth.
Yeah.
Her and her boyfriend, and, you know, start talking to them.
Another hugger that I tried to reach for a handshake and she hugs us. I was like, I didn't know. I didn't want to be disrespectful. So
especially with her man there, you know.
Yeah.
Because trust me, there were people that were plenty disrespectful at WrestleCon. I don't know. I know Noah doesn't know about it because he doesn't scroll, he doesn't click.
Yeah, I don't
Those
know
of y'all that do scroll and click probably heard about the fan that grabbed Elena Black's ass, and Casey Navarro beat the piss out of him for it because that's his woman.
I don't blame him.
And he liked it, retweeted because I was going to get a hold of that guy, but he got to him first.
That's just pathetically.
So if you see Elena Black's socials, she actually posted this fucker's face on there so that hopefully he can be banned from future wrestling events.
To be fair, he does look a little off. Is that the nice way to say it?
Yes, that's the polite way to say it. There's a member of the GCW podcast team who's nicknamed Screwball in a positive way. This guy looks like the negative version of a screwball. And I feel like that's an insult to Screwball to use that nickname. I don't want to like demean the guy that's part of the podcast because he's cool as fuck. But
Okay, that being said, wait, who's that? Oh,
but there's a picture I'm sure Datella will like.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Datella, you recognize that one?
Yeah, that's Moose.
And I started realizing, like, I thought I was kind of short, and then standing next to the wrestlers, I'm like, I'm not half bad. And even Moose was like, no, you're not. You're up there.
Duke.
Yeah,
Duke was the one that really complimented you because he's 6'5", hence his act.
Yeah.
And Duke's like, you're not that small. Like, you're pretty tall.
Yeah, people underestimate what 6 foot actually is, or just below what 6 foot actually is. It's not as tall as you think. Speaking as a 6 foot man, continue.
Well, you know, as someone who's only 5 feet, 6 feet seems pretty tall to me.
Right.
Okay, in your case, Datilla, but your little petite height is what makes you special here, and another reason why we love and appreciate you.
And Noah, who's this?
Thank you, Noah.
What is that? Who's that? Oh, that's my brain's
La Rosa Negra.
Negra. Yeah, I was about to say. I almost lost the name. I was about to say, and she was a wildfire the ladies' night.
The 100% definition of sweetheart.
Is that
And
Stitch? Was that a picture of Stitch?
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
background. Let's see who. Oh, Tessa Blanchard.
Diamante.
Elefante.
I gotta go right or left for the comment. Everybody loves
Oh. Mina. Everyone loves Mina. We all want Mina. She must have been an absolute sweetheart.
And then we kicked it for like, I'm not exaggerating, I think it was like 15 minutes straight. Fucking Heath Slater was just talking to us like he fucking knows us. Like,
what?
This shit
Well, he's got kids. He's trying to make money.
We gave him the card. We told him about the hustle, and he said that's what you got to do. And he gave us advice, and he was like, the fact that you guys are the ones covering the indies and doing this before these people go up, that's what you got to do. And he took our cards, but to be fair, he did said maybe. He's not sure if he could do it. So the big takeaway is maybe. So we're trying to put it out in the ether, but we won't be disappointed if he can't because we get it.
Yeah. Some of the other coolest people to talk to, and I know that both Noah and especially Datilla will probably love this one. But we chatted it up for probably a good 10 minutes, primarily with one member of this foursome. But chatted up the raffles for a little bit. Dez.
I don't got him. I'm sure Walter has them though.
No, I didn't take a picture with that. I didn't want to intrude, and he was too cool, and he was talking to us, and he took our business card though. But the fact that Tessa he told us how to get a hold of AEW talent, but we got to go through certain channels. But he told us.
I bet.
This was the moment where my brain was completely fried from having been up till like 4:30 in the morning, not getting home till 5, having to be up at 8:30 to go to this shit.
Right.
Because for a split second, I brain farted that they were all elite now.
Yeah.
And I was like, Tessa gave us so-and-so's number to email. And Zach was like, we're in AEW now.
Yeah.
And I was like, I knew that. I'm so overexhausted. My bad. And Des was like, don't worry about it. It still happens to us all the time because it was a recent move.
So that JJ,
and I was like, okay, cool. Put me at ease. Again, I know he's Desmond Xavier now, but to me, he'll always be Wesley because that's how I came to know him and love him through my NXT, damn it. So I'm just going to refer to him as that through this conversation because it's easier to say Wes than Des. Des sounds awkward.
Yeah, I'm about to say it does sound.
But just chatting it up with Wesley, telling him about what we do, the watch-alongs, how we cover independent shows, told him we did the Revolver show from Christmas and how we use a clip of Trey going slow-mo in our intro, he started cracking up. I was like, that was some of the funniest shit. We were doing the call for that. And as soon as that happened, I was doubled over, and even he started laughing. It's like, I still can't believe they did that shit.
I can't believe it either.
To the point, like, look, we were so cool that JJ makes a joke and starts so he asked them, "Are you guys in the clusterfuck?" And they go, "JJ, they can't tell us that they're in there because then they'll reveal bookings and stuff. They can't tell us."
The reason I asked him was because Killer Kelly was announced, and with Killer Kelly being with Myron, they were already on the spring break show. It would have made sense for them to be a surprise.
It makes sense.
So I go. So then I go, JJ, they can't tell us. Desmond said, "No, fuck that. I can tell you, I ain't in that shit."
I can 100% guarantee you we are not in that match.
Confronting his wife.
Because I was hoping we'd see the rest of them, because only Zach and Desmond were at the booth at that point. Trey was roaming around, and I have no idea where Myron was. We didn't really see him. We saw him come in on Thursday when everything was opening.
Right.
But that was the only time we really saw Myron, aside from when he wrestled at spring break. But but just talking with him because I wanted to try and see the other two also.
Hey,
center of attention.
Brittany Brooks, FSW Women's Champion. Let's go.
Well, she recognized us from the podcast regardless. So
yeah, because we talked to her multiple times throughout the week. But
like I said,
the Rascals were super cool, man. Like, Des was just so fucking chill.
Hold on. Time to make Noah. I'm gonna make Noah jealous now.
Wait, what are you doing? I'm about to say, like, literally, how can you not? Not recognize the fun, the humor, the joy of professional
wrestling?
Noah. Steve Macklin!
Wait, you met Steve Macklin.
And gave him the business card. He was cool as shit about Possible. He was super cool about Possible. He said again, possible, not guaranteed, but he was super cool about that shit.
Go check out their podcast, folks. The Opera, Steve Macklin, the Boots to Boots, now on a regular schedule through their Instagram and where you ever get your podcast, folks. And again, that is.
I thought I heard Dattila say something, but everyone was talking at once. What would you say, Dattila?
Oh yeah, it's still a crime that Deonna Purrazzo isn't. Well, I mean, I don't watch Ring of Honor, but she needs to be in AEW television.
I agree.
While Walter was talking to Macklin, I was chatting it up with the Virtuosa. Long may she fucking reign.
Damn it.
About possibly getting her get an interview with her because of the big firefighters show that her and Steve are putting together. And she really seems like she's down to try and do that shit. So when I reach out to her about that, she may, really try to make things happen with the AEW channel so that she can get that over with that being a fundraiser and everything. So
I love
fingers crossed, we may end up with the Virtuosa on an interview. Whether Steve is with her or not, because different channels, TNA, AEW, or whether they just say fuck it because this is a special charity event they're trying to put over and fuck the rules.
Exactly.
But Deonna seemed, number one, very impressed that we knew about it and very humbled that we wanted to try to do our part in putting it over.
She is one of the most humble.
Cool as hell.
She's one of the most humble human beings you've ever met. I've seen it so many times from the Virtuosa, currently our pure champion, who will defend that title at Supercard of Honor. And again, right now, I just want to see her more engaged in women's wrestling, guiding the rear of our women's division, guiding this product in New Jersey, guiding educational benefits and pursuits for her hometown, regardless of your identity and level. She's doing so much. I couldn't be more prouder of her, and I wish her nothing but the absolute best. Love her. Who was that?
Same here, no.
KJ Orso, the former Fuego del Sol.
I said, just know it's the buzz cut. I had to look at it a little closer. So let me just ask this with the WrestleCon page. You guys just literally just walked up where a booth was available, basically looked at the prices and engaged with the talent?
Yeah, more or less. I mean, it was a convention hall, so there was probably about 5 or 6 rows. And each row, both sides lined with talent. And you just basically went from booth to booth. And we didn't stop at everybody's table.
Some lines were crazy.
Yeah, there were a couple lines that were really crazy. Will Ospreay's being one.
Not
His
surprised.
shit was to the door. His shit was literally to the door.
Yeah, I really wanted to try and talk to the bruv.
I will say this. When I met Will Ospreay, he was so nice. He was so nice when I met him. He was really sweet.
I kind of wish James was still here. We ran into the people that run the autism thing. We talked to them, gave them the card. They thought it was cool that we told them about how he does wrestling with autism and on the spaces, and we try to put it out there because of the wrestling has a spectrum and everything. She was totally loving that. Gave us her card, so that was another
Autism
cool
Awareness Month.
What's that?
It's Autism Awareness Month.
And it is.
Yeah.
That's probably why they were there.
Well, no, they were fun. They had Gene Snitsky and Shane Douglas at the table. They were promoting.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, and because of Tully had Thunder was like super cool with us. They kept interacting.
Yeah, the picture with Thunder was free, so Kelly hooked that up for us.
It's very nice.
Basically, he gave us a one.
Yeah, it was basically his way of saying, I'm sorry for the way shit went down at the FSW shows, Ladies' Night and the ID showcase. Let me hook you up with a picture with Thunder.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, again, it wasn't even his fault, but that was a very generous gesture. And again,
Well, because you're supposed to pay for an autograph and a picture, so I bought the autograph, and he was like, "I'll just throw in the picture."
No, it was flip flopped. He paid for the picture, and we each got an 8x10 of her for free.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
Yeah,
nice.
That's what it was.
Yeah,
I thought it was the same too. That the photograph was free, but the more I thought about it, it was like, no, we got the 8x10s for free, and the photo op is all you paid for.
And fair enough. Well, it sounds like to me you have one hell of a time at WrestleCon. You still have more to come, literally, as Monday morning's on the horizon to wrap up your Las Vegas experience. So either way, very cool escapade for a wrestling fan. I would love to engage in one. It sounds much more worthwhile than a WWE meet and greet access event. It also sounds easier to navigate. It sounds like you get more bang for your buck and you meet more people out of it. So I'm very happy for you all. And Mina, God, you lucky devil, you fucking
the biggest downside of this one, and I know I'm going to get a little bit of crap from one of the panelists here, but unfortunately, Willow Nightingale had been advertised for this day, and she was unable to show up.
Right.
Harley was still there at her booth because her and Harley were supposed to be together.
It's a wrap.
But she was unable to be there, so I wasn't able to give her Babyface of the Year award.
Mm-hmm.
But that was a bit of a bummer because everybody knows how much I love Willow, kind of like everybody loves Mina.
Yeah, of course.
But the other regret was that money was like really drying up because for as long as Deanna talked with me, I wish I could have bought a photo with her, but I just was low on money at that point.
I was saying, you all had to have a budget at some point. You were probably depleting it, if not overspending on it. Good grief.
Thankfully, Tessa was as cool as she was because, like he said, the fact that she gave us the email for the PR agent that we have to go through for interviews, that kind of says everything that needs to be said about Tessa and how she's kind of turned the corner. And everybody needs to let the past go. With her. Seriously, here's a little PSA. Everybody just needs to let the past go when it comes to her. If La Rosa Negra has forgiven her, y'all can just get the fuck on about it. Seriously.
There's a reason why I live in the present. I don't live on the past, and I look towards the future. We'll talk more about that, obviously, with WrestleMania as well.
The person that runs Willow was very apologetic. He said, "We will have Harley, though." But
and it's like, I love Harley, but I've got an award for Willow. And I really wanted to put... I know her handler probably would have objected to it, but I was really hoping she'd take a picture for free when she found out who she defeated for the award. Because again, for the viewers at home, not only did she win Babyface of the Year, she was the only woman She was the only AEW talent, and she defeated Joe Hendry. We're not going to do the gimmick.
No, we're not doing the gimmick.
Jey Uso, CM Punk, and who was the fourth one again?
Cody?
Yes, Cody Rhodes.
That's what I thought.
So for
All right.
Willow Nightingale to defeat all those heavy hitters says a lot about how fucking over she is.
He is the bubbly, smiley face of TBS, but she's surviving these comebacks. I'm just saying, the Hurricane, Camille almost took it from her.
But yeah, if you're going to go to WrestleCon, easy, not joking, and this is on top of what you're going to take to other events, have $1,000 in your pocket.
Yep. Jesus.
Because you figure for combos, because you're going to want a combo from pretty much everybody. You're going to want to walk away with an autograph and a picture with them. Most everybody's combos average about $50.
APA was like 90.
So that's 20 people that you could get an autograph and a picture with. There was easily 200 to 250 talents in that place.
JBL and Farouk won at 90 for a combo.
Well,
But
there's the APA. They need
I
that
think-
drinking money.
I think it also kind of just depends because when I did WrestleCon, when they came here to LA, I didn't drop a lot of money. But then again, I only met like Diana, Andrade, Motor City Machine Guns. So I basically just and I personally just get photos. I don't get autographs unless I have something of them that I want them to specifically sign. I don't want an 8x10. You know.
Fair.
So.
It's fair, capture the memory. There's the most wanted Ring of Honor World Champion, and we'll see what's soon enough ahead for him at Supercard honor. But all right, well, either way, and it's been an incredible WrestleCon experience. I'm very happy for you. I hope you got plenty of picture frames and command strips, because, boys, you got a lot of hanging up to do when you get it back home. All right, well, that being said.
So we leave WrestleCon at this point. It's about 11:30.
Right.
Big Gay Brunch was supposed to start at 11 o'clock. We walk inside the event hall. It hasn't even began yet.
We thought we missed everything.
We thought we had missed like the first match. Nope, we were right on time.
And with no line again, so.
All right, well, that being said, now it's time for your batty cheeky moment. Take us through, if you came out laughing, your experience with this show from GCW. The floor is all yours.
Oh my god, this was the most fun I had calling.
In a positive way, it was the gayest thing ever.
Oh my god, this show was outrageous. It was outlandish. It was ridiculous. It was funny. It was just you have to fucking watch it. It was just so amazing. I will say this was the most fun I had, and I think I might have overshared some shit on the show.
Oh, you don't say.
And plus, never, ever, ever, ever again am I going to call a Zack Sabre Jr. match with fucking James and Nick, because oh my god, those two were ridiculous.
Oh my, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I had a good laugh about it too, but oh my god, this was such a fun show. It was so good. You had to watch it. Like the women's matches, all of them were so good. The Battle Royal, we were like so fucking confused on what the rules were because they didn't explain it, but it was still a fun match. And it was just we kept saying throughout the show, good vibes, good times, because that's exactly what the show was.
The rules were do what the fuck you want, and we'll deal with it later.
Exactly.
Okay, then. Fuck that.
I love this show so much. This is like the most fun show I had watching and calling this all week. It was just, oh my god, I love it.
Would you say would you say you were in your element?
I kind of, in a way, I was. But this was like, oh, okay, hello, oh, okay. We're like, okay, sure, all right, let's go with it.
I will say this: I'm a little PO looking at the results that Team Brooke haven't lost. Damn it. Vipers again. Great match against Mercedes Martinez. Alley Catch. What a nice way to finish out your GCW escapades. Outlasting Kid Bandit, who of course is wrapping up for now in hiatus, and Steph DeLander. And again, without George Michael in the building, Zack Sabre Jr. beat Effie. Not shocked by that. And
Dude,
Nyla Rose.
Zach was hilarious.
Of course he was hilarious. He's a cheeky Brit.
Literally.
So normally he's ZSJ, right?
Yes.
On this show, they were calling him ZS Gay.
I did not pick up on that.
And he was going with
Yeah, at the end of the match, they were like, the winner of this match, ZS Gay.
Oh my gosh. Well,
he was smacking asses. The event should have been sponsored by Hershey's for all the kisses. Like, that's what they should have did.
Look, there's a period in my life where I was uncomfortable being around homosexuality like this. I was like, what the fuck ever at this point. This,
wrestling,
like Ash said, this was such a fun show to be at. Like, I will definitely go to another big gay brunch if I get the chance. It was just so entertaining. Both Joey Janela and Effie and Gringo Loco all know how to put together great shows.
And very unique dynamic conduct as well. And I think my friend Sienna Chanel would agree with you, as her trainer was part of this show as well. I mean, Ash, you saw everything from ass to kisses and who knows what else when it came to shenanigans here. And success.
I love a man that's comfortable with their own sexuality, because fucking Bear Bronson and this shit was hilarious, the shit he was doing during that event. And the triple kisses, and they didn't give a flying fuck. Me, I don't care about this stuff. I'm comfortable around anybody. I don't care. I'm not judgmental. I could care less. I couldn't care less, I should say, but the shit was fucking hilarious.
Comedy is subjective, some would say, but wrestling is also subjective. So honestly, they just belong in the same damn bed, it seems. So there you go. Gender neutral.
James felt so bad. They're like, we're sorry, but we're not calling most of the action. And oh my. Okay, here's the funny thing about me in the Zack Sabre Jr. match. I was trying to call it straight, but the fucking idiots, James and Nick, were being. I'm just like, oh my god.
You tried to call it straight. You didn't even realize the pun you just did.
Oh my god. Yeah. Just to be queer here.
Good night, everybody.
I was trying to call the match, and it's just like, you guys are just being ridiculous right now. And then I ended up being ridiculous, and I'm just like, oh my god. We felt so bad because we barely called any action throughout the
stop that.
We were just like, there was one joke where it's like, you know what, try to get us canceled. I dare you.
Oh gosh. Ash, no.
I literally stood in line for about 20 minutes, maybe even a little longer after the show, to talk to Kid Bandit. Because we had seen her multiple times throughout the week.
Shout out to ATW fam.
So I waited, went up to her, was like, seen you a few times this week. I've been giving these cards out to everybody. I don't remember if I've given you one or not. But we'd love to have you on, talk to you about your career now that it's over. Watching you get emotional got me emotional. More so than Vampiro, more so than the Sandman. Like, I literally was about to start crying when Kid Bandit was leaving the ring.
Legit, he was.
Because she was getting so emotional saying goodbye to the fans.
I mean, again, it's a hell of a moment. It's a hell of a choice right there for people to freaking...
Safet, not the time, bro. Not the time. I get what you're trying to do and the ha-ha. But this is a serious moment right now, not the time.
Nah, that's a bad Safet. But
if you had put that in there like 5 minutes ago, I would have let it slide. Not the time.
And Ash was freaking a giddy schoolgirl on a prom night. Now, anyway, continue, JJ.
But yeah, Kid Bandit was so gracious. She sounds like she's down too. So we may be having Kid Bandit come on in the not so distant future. So
while he was doing that, I was with Evie, hanging out, chilling, giving him the card. He wants to possibly do it. He said he's been so busy he hasn't even checked DMs because I told him I sent it, but he said he'll look into it. Effie was funny as shit. Like, I watched, he let fans smack his ass. The shit was hilarious. Like, the shit he was doing. I love Effie, man.
Again, going back to the Marco Stunt thing, this is the only man that I know that can use Elton John as a fucking entrance theme and it works.
Yeah. And
because the whole crowd just gets into Goodbye Yellow Brick Road.
And fishnet. I think he's the only guy that can get away with wrestling in fishnets, and it just goes with it. It fits.
I feel like Aaron Rourke would actually try and apply an Effie presentation on the WrestleMania stage, honestly, based on what I've seen.
Quite possibly, and that just goes to show how influential GC fucking W is.
Or Effie, or if not both. And again, sounds like that Ash had the time of her life, and she owes it all to GCW. So there you go. Well, Ash, I'm glad that you got to have the out-of-body experience of a different sort with Effie's Big Gay Brunch. Some of these matches, I'm like, okay, that's a thing. But again, I enjoyed the women matches. I'm a big fan of. Like I said, I have no problem with this. Shoot, Charlie Morgan came out and freaking put UK on the map about inclusivity in pro wrestling. Even when you look at her rivalry going all the way back with Nina Samuels, and that's all I gotta say about that. Shout out to Charlie Morgan and Jeddah for what they did at Pro Wrestling Eve. And the reason we have so much more inclusivity in wrestling across the pond. That's why Pro Wrestling is the leading promotion for women's wrestling in the United Kingdom. Definitely looking forward to calling a show like that at some point. But that being
And
said,
you mentioned Brooke Havoc. Before the show, she was sitting there chilling at her merch stand. We walked up towards her, and she immediately recognized us.
Respect.
Hey guys, how are you, and everything. And we talked to her a little bit. I showed her under my hoodie because fucking cold in these buildings, dude. I am a fat motherfucker. I usually don't get cold, but the AC in these fucking convention centers and casinos turned up. I'm glad I had a hoodie on.
Hey,
but I lifted the bottom of my hoodie up and showed her I was rocking her shirt, and she was like, fuck yeah.
I mean, hey, Brooke Havoc. We respect Brooke Havoc, damn it. Freaking,
She's one who's... Wait, what's that?
No, I was just saying RESPCT. I gotta find out what it means to Noah.
Stop it.
But she's one that sounds like she might be interested in coming back on post-Mania to kind of talk from the performer's aspect about the insanity of Mania Week. Because she had such a blast with us.
I mean, respect. And again, keep the interviews coming, guys. You're doing great work. I'll continue to do what I do play-by-play, apparently. But that being said, from a price to a new whip champion, Relentless Pacific, FSP, Studio of the Nightmare Factory. Hey, Queen of the Emos, I'm certain right now. Pro Wrestling Noah, former worker. I mean, I got nothing but love and respect for Brooke Havoc. And by the way, shout out to Killer Kelly, who was able to show up and play in Maple Leaf Pro Wrestling during the Palm Showcase for Giselle Shaw's MLP Women's Canadian Championship. That was awesome. I need more Brooke Havoc in Maple Leaf Pro Wrestling, Scott D'Amore. And if we can, let's get her also one-on-one with Giselle Shaw. I think she would like that. All right, well, before we get into our main stage discussion, let's continue the stories here because you go from Big Gay Brunch to absolute definition. The show itself, you went to a clusterfuck. What the fuck happened there?
Okay, so the clusterfuck was
Sorry, before they go, can I just say, I'm gonna go. It's not as late as it is for you, Noah, but this is getting kind of late for me, so I am going to bounce. I bid you all adieu, and I hope to see you guys again very soon.
All right,
bye.
Fair
Take
enough.
care, Datilla. Nice seeing you again.
nice to have you on again, Datilla.
Yeah. All right. Bye.
No, it's powering down. All right, now guys, let's go ahead and really get fucked up here. What the fuck was the clusterfuck?
So the clusterfuck was just that. It was a clusterfuck in virtually every sense of the word.
Thank goodness it's demonetized.
So the show started off with a steel cage match. And it was like a cage of horrors, basically.
That stands for GCW. What the freak you mean?
So it was a steel cage, obviously. The top of the cage was wrapped in barbed wire.
Okay, W did that.
The ring ropes had light tubes all on it.
Like more than you could shake a stick at.
There were Light Tube bundles in there.
Oh Lord. Well, it's GCW.
There was ladders at ringside. There were steel chairs in ringside. Inside the ring, there was basically what MLJ refers to it is look at all the fuckery that's in this ring.
The fuckery.
Fuckery.
A lot of fuckery here, apparently.
Um,
The word of the night is, you know what? I'm not going there. Continue.
So it's Matt Tremont versus Otis Koger.
Oh, jeez.
Matt Tremont is trying to get his Ultraviolent Championship back.
Oh, well, that explains the situation.
Otis Koger, the legit brother of Atticus Koger, older brother.
Koger brothers, right?
Family Born Gain, Vandal 48, obviously. And the Vandals have really been like dominating GCW as of late, especially since Atticus got the title. Like, they were starting to build momentum before Atticus won the title in November.
Mm-hmm.
But ever since he got the belt, they've really been like taking over the company. And so it kind of built to this match.
Makes
And
sense.
the whole tagline was it ends in a steel cage. So you knew this was going to be the final chapter, whatever happened. So I was telling Walter all week, I'm like, dude, Matt's getting his fucking belt back.
Yes.
As much as I won't say I dislike it, but because I'm such a fan of the Vandals, as much as it sucks to see Otis win, Matt's getting the belt back. You know, so that's exactly what happened. The shit was bloody. It was nuts.
That's an understatement. It was
Atticus and Christian got into the cage to try to help the beatdown. Tremont had backup.
Oh, Tremont had backup.
So you looked like you were going to say something.
Because we usually say wrestling and logic don't go together. The fucking Kogers are smart. They bring a ladder on the outside of the cage to get in. And then they bring a flag to put over the razors and flatten it so they don't get cut and they jump into the ring. I was like, holy shit, they made an intelligent decision on how to get into the ring. And this is where fuck Ohio really came up.
Me getting that shit going. But this match was exactly what I expected it to be. It was cool seeing it live and in person. You know, I don't know what more to say on this. It was awesome.
It was a bloody good time, pun intended.
And it looks like you also got a brand new GCW Ultraviolent Champion. According to the results, Matt Tremont beat Otis Koger.
Yep, like I knew that he would. And this is where this event kind of takes a turn for the worse.
Uh-oh.
Because now they have to break everything down.
Oh, yeah, well, duh.
And it takes them about an hour to go from this match to the Clusterfuck Battle Royal.
Oh, no.
Because they've got to break it down. They've got to clear up all the debris. They've got to fix the ring because it looked like parts of the ring were sunken in.
Right.
And, the guys on the call are waiting about an hour to get into this. They're getting restless. The crowd isn't exactly happy with this.
This was not a smart idea.
The live crowd was a little more understanding, though.
But not much more understanding. Like, they were kind of getting restless, too. Like, I feel like there's stuff they could have done, to kind of fill the time.
Right.
But eventually, the main match began at about midnight local time.
Oh, my Lord.
The Battle Royal itself lasted about 2.5 hours with 69 entrants.
Oh, God.
Giggity.
There were more last year. There were actually people that were announced for this year that no-showed or that got canceled.
Damn.
Like Ricky Sosa was supposed to be in it. He wasn't there. Santana Jackson and Human Tornado were supposed to be in it. They weren't there.
Aw.
Just to kind of name a couple. I think there were others, but those are the ones that jumped out in my head because I was looking forward to seeing Bang Bang Sosa Sosa live.
About a day. So let's see here.
And then when it comes to this clusterfuck, the thing that Brett does good about these, and Ash, I don't know if you watched this back to like be able to see what I'm talking about, and I know Noah wasn't up for it.
Hell no.
But he kind of weaves a story through these where like it'll start with certain people and you'll get a certain group of people. And I'm not saying that this was exactly how it went this time, but it's like you'll start with a couple people and then you'll get like all the luchadors will come in so that this part of the match is all like fast-paced lucha action. Mm-hmm. And then once all those people get eliminated, you'll have the comedy portion of the match where you'll get all the goofy wrestlers doing that wrestling. Jeez. Then you'll have all the gay wrestlers that were on Effie's Big Gay Brunch and people were chanting, you know, like, or like bring the twink and stuff like for the next person to come out, you know. Even Perro was in the ring like, send out the next twink. You know, so it's like here comes all the people that were on like Big Gay Brunch.
I'm starting to question myself right now, and I don't know.
Then you get like all the Japanese wrestlers, so you get all that type of thing, you know. And it's Brett really knows how to like construct these so that within this match, you've got all these like individual matches kind of intertwined in them. Mm-hmm. We literally had fucking 3 inflatable dinosaurs come out to the Barney theme song. I fucking shit you not.
Oh my God, that's adorable. That's adorable.
Just the 3.
Let's go back to that one. There's only 2 in this picture, but you get an idea of what I'm talking about here.
Go ahead and show it. I'm trying to get rid of the stuff. Give me a second. Go ahead and show it. Oh, my Lord.
And everyone's like, how the hell are they even going to get in the ring? But they did.
Okay, then.
And they started doing things. And, like, it was just some of the funniest, stupidest shit. The Invisible Man came out.
Oh, no.
Get the rope.
You know, and everyone is bumping and selling for the Invisible Man. Teriyaki threw the fuck down with the Invisible Man. Then Joey Janela comes out using Enter Sandman to get that cheap heel heat. So we hear Enter Sandman, and we're like, dude, I thought the Sandman retired. And it was Joey Janela, and everyone's like, boo. But then Joey Janela avenged the Sandman by eliminating the Invisible Man.
He got the most eliminations of the night, by the way.
Yeah, the Invisible Man had the most eliminations of the night because you could be eliminated via over-the-top rope, pinfall, or submission. So people are just doing these crazy-ass bumps and then sticking their leg in the air as the ref's counting 1, 2, 3.
Oh, my gosh.
The match definitely lived up to its name.
Okay.
I will just say that. But here's the other cool part of this match.
Go for it.
There's so much downtime in between some of the spots that, like, wrestlers are just chilling with the fans.
Oh, well,
We literally had Hollywood Haley J sitting between Walter and I.
Just talking to us.
Like, she was over, there was, you know, the rows of seats here, the rows of seats here. This side is like facing the hard cam, and she's like right in the middle here, like waiting for her cue. We were like, Haley. And she turns and looks around and was like, there's a seat next to us if you want it. She was like, fuck it, and comes and sits right next to us.
But of course, the
and
pants are too cold.
then because Haley's gear is what it is, the bench is so fucking cold on her ass, she could only sit there for so long.
Fair.
Freaking Marcus Mathers hanging out in front of us and in our area because he was getting into it with this one fan that was sitting like next to Walter.
He kept saying, "Get in the ring." I said, "He's being smart." And Mathers was like, "Yeah, see, I'm smart."
But this match gives these opportunities for unique fan interaction.
Sati was at our feet literally most of the match.
She literally was in front of us laying down like she was about to go to sleep. She
Telling us,
was like, I'm tired. I'm waiting for my spot. I'm going to go Mimi's now.
yeah, she was stretching. I was like, "You tired?" I said, "Too many matches in 1 week, right?" She said, "You know it."
Wow. Okay. That being said, let me just go ahead and just take a
There
look
was
at
a part where, like, okay, so several wrestlers have like gimmicks where they have microphones and they tap, or they come out and they kind of sing their own entrances. All of them are in here, and 0121 is like, "What in the gimmick infringement fuck is going on? You guys are just stealing my gimmick." Yeah, Therese said that. Sorry, and then
the gimmick infringement.
And then they all start singing with each other, which brings, of course, the heat, because KJ Orso comes out and said, "Nobody fucking paid to see a bunch of you fuckers start singing and shit. Nobody gives a shit." He breaks up all the singing. He starts eliminating people. Then, I guess Stackhouse came out and starts eliminating people with him. So, like, KJ got the most heat because he interrupted the fun, because they were having fun with the singing and the entrances and shit.
I figured. Oh my gosh. I'm just looking at this. I'm trying to read it and I'm like, holy shit. So let's see here. Giselle Shaw, eliminated Erica Demia, Dark Sheep, Giselle
Maya
Shaw.
World. I shared some of the photos. I got Maya World.
I saw that.
I can show you a photo. Like, literally at my feet was Shotzi. I'll show it now. Hold on. Let it send.
Dark Sheik, Giselle Shaw, Haley J, eliminated Killer Kelly. Someone tells me Killer Kelly probably like that. Invisible Man got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4,
He
5,
eliminates the
6,
most,
7,
I'm telling
8,
you.
9, 10, 11, 12 eliminations, including Busta and the Brain and the one called Manners and Jazzy Wing. How dare he? Let's see here. What else is a standout? D'Lo Brown?
D'Lo Brown came in. I had a picture of him, but look what okay. So obviously you can see where I am. Look at my feet. Shotzi's just sitting here talking to me.
That's only she does from, down and below, It's like a normal
Just
ball
fucking
game.
chilling and stretching and shit.
But I'd say too many matches for the ballsy badass. Maya World, to your point, eliminated D'Lo Brown. I'm just scrolling through the dinosaur. What the fuck? The dinosaurs eliminated. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4.
I got D'Lo and Maya World together here. They right before they eliminated or she eliminated him.
Right before someone eliminated somebody else. Okay,
She
there we
eliminated
go.
him with the Frankensteiner.
Oh, nice. Let's see here. Brian Alvarez eliminated Sean Ross Snap.
And yeah, we ate to the point we thought Dave Meltzer might pop up in this shit. But yeah, Brian Alvarez and Sean Ross Sapp were in here.
What the
I saw
fuck?
the on Twitter that got reshared by a lot of people I followed.
And all I could think when that happened is next time it could be us.
JJ, Walter.
We saw Simon Miller wrestle on a Progress show.
Yes, I know that.
We saw Sean Ross Sapp and Brian Alvarez in a clusterfuck.
Yes,
Next time it could be us.
You got more to live. You got more to live.
Especially with as much as I go to GCW shit, and now that a lot more people are kind of knowing who we are, next time, within the next 5 years, that could be us in that ring with Sapp and Alvarez.
You got more to live for. I'm just saying. Let's see here. Paro got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 eliminations. We got freaking Mullet Man. That's a name. Eliminated Heath Slater. Wow.
Yeah.
Starman. Starman was hilarious. Starman is an old wrestling video game character. His music was very Nintendo-y, 8-bit. very generic, like walk and everything.
Oh my gosh.
But mid him being in the ring, Starman gets unmasked, and it's Starboy Charlie.
And that's when he picked up the pace. When everybody thought who he really was. But yeah, when he was making little moves, it would go like karate, the fucking Nintendo game, and the old school wrestling game where you play A and B at the same time to do your finisher, and the screen fucking goes red. Oh, nice.
Oh, jeez. Let's see. Gabby Forza, Santi Blackburn, and Vibrance eliminated the production. Toby Klein eliminated Connor. Toby Klein. Slade eliminated Gabby Forza. Dr. Redat did eliminated Six the Best. Slade eliminated Vipress. Wow, Vipress literally was down to like being the last three. And Shotzi Blackheart eliminated Slade to win the entire
Vipress is the best. I fucking love Vipress.
I was say Vipers though. I mean, it can almost Viper. They literally almost get down to Vipers and Shotzi. That's a match in itself. So looking at this, to your point, it was 150 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Holy hell! That's too damn long for one night to be booked. I'm just saying. Jeez, and a single match nonetheless.
Mm-hmm.
That's ridiculous. It sounds like we're all just a party for every wrestling fan without the ring collapsing. I'm surprised the ring didn't collapse, damn it. Wow. Ash, speak, thoughts, the fuck.
Oh my god, this sounds so goddamn funny. This sounds like it'd be up my alley because goddamn it's so goofy, ridiculous. I love it.
I feel like Ash would fit right in the clusterfuck with all the people I named that eliminated Killer Kelly.
They had dinosaurs in the match.
I feel like
Let me repeat that. They had dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs are extinct!
But they're alive in my heart, Noah.
Oh, bloody hell. Go watch the Land Before Time series, all right? Jesus.
I've only seen the first movie, and that's it, and I don't care for this series. But I do like Jurassic Park, and I also have 2 dinosaur squishmallows on my bed.
Oh, bloody hell.
Don't make me pull out the dinosaurs.
No. We don't need that, all right? My anxiety's already at a boiling point as it is. This is downright fucking ridiculous.
Then again, this is the only.
Are you seeing this?
Yes, I am. What the hell is that?
It's D'Lo Brown.
Yeah.
Basically everything that he does. His entire part, which is like 5 minutes long.
It's like, oh yeah, look, now listen, look here. I mean, again, D'Lo Brown can't wrestle in bobblehead like he used to. I'm just saying, but he did eliminate LJ Cleary. So I mean,
There's another one that took the crowd and was very nice.
Oh my gosh! Wow. I don't know what all you were looking at the clusterfuck or you were doing with the clusterfuck audience more during this time. Dadgum. Talking about real engagement with the freaking wrestlers. Man. Okay, well that being said, what a clusterfuck.
Here we go.
What?
Sky High.
Are
you not seeing the video?
No, I think you got another thing because you only shared a window. You didn't share a screen. You got to do when you present, you got to get a screen.
I thought I did.
Okay, we'll do a different one and then screen share the actual video because it's probably a different pop-up and that's why we're not seeing it. Hold on, folks. We're live here. There we go. Now I'm seeing D'Lo Brown and the Immortal Clusterfuck. Okay, now we're seeing it. If you want, you can share audio. Otherwise, if we get copyright, I can stay muted. I can go ahead and comment.
There's no more audio from music at this point. Everyone that he does things with is already in here.
All right, cool deal. Freaking D'Lo Brown, former WWF European champion. LJ Cleary. A little bit of Vogue. I don't make D'Lo's amused. He's like, what the hell?
Trying to get him to do his taunt.
You ain't gonna get D'Lo to do his taunt like that. No way. Yeah, you know, I do respect that, though. Former WWF Intercontinental champion, by the way.
And European champion, the original Euro-Continental champion.
Oh, goodbye. That was expected. That was bound to happen.
There's Don Freeze trying his luck. the hefty Haas.
He looks like Keith Lee a little bit.
He loves wrestling in a fucking hoodie.
I'm about to say, yeah. I'm about to say he's not even in wrestling attire.
It was a last-minute call, I think. That may be why some of the people got knocked. Was so that they could pay for D'Lo and Heath to be in the match.
I mean, all we're missing is Matt Strife, and you would have the former TNA commentary team.
Yeah, like I said, we talked to Heath for a while. So I was like, "Hey man, why you didn't tell us you were in the clusterfuck?" He said he didn't even know when he talked to us. He found out like an hour before, 2 hours, I think he said.
Talk about last minute booking. What a cluster fucking day.
2 hours, right? I think he said 2 hours.
Still, last minute booking nonetheless. Oh my gosh.
The cutest wrestler in Asia, Monmouth.
He was cool.
That's a name and an outfit. Still bobbleheads as much as he used to, I see. To a degree. Okay, that's not gonna work. Mono.
I didn't even realize you recorded this one.
Mm-hmm.
Again, the Slow Studios does not own this footage. All rights go to GCW.
No, this is all stuff that I filmed. This is my own footage.
Fair enough.
This is our footage. You can't get in trouble for it.
Fair enough. All right. Oh, well, that worked out well, didn't it? Just freaking carrying the man. Goodbye. Hey, here's the day of the office for D'Lo Brown, it seems. Who has been at the 90-minute mark, and wow, this is a mismatch to say the least.
Maya World.
Of course, the It Girl. She jaw-jacking freaking D'Lo Brown. This is hilarious. I like this a lot. All right. There you go. Just gotta give it a
In
chance.
case you didn't know, that fan told you.
Oh, that was not very smart. Oh, this is the moment where the audience realize that Maya World officially fucked up. Oh boy. And the pop-up. Uh-oh. Sky High and caught up as D'Lo is the Maya World. Pop up on the shoulders. Oh, good lord. Oh, no. Oh, no. And the cigarettes he had to do. Eliminated. Well, I'll be. That's the moment. What if she was a fan of D'Lo Brown at all in the other situation? Well then. Again.
That's just a little clip of what clusterfuck action is like.
Good Lord Almighty.
There's another 2 hours and 25 minutes worth of stuff like that to watch.
Hey. Talk about literally something that you just listen to like a podcast and glance over and be like, oh, this is a thing. Okay, well, that's GCW, folks. That's a GCW tradition, and I'm sure everyone had a hell of a time. Congrats to Shotzi Blackheart winning what probably was her first clusterfuck victory, if I had to guess. Well, then. Yeah, that was her first clusterfuck, according to her record. Her first, and she actually won. The Ballsy Badass takes over GCW. Just waiting for her to get the GCW World Championship at this point. She's already challenged for it. Well, thank you for that, JD and Walter. With that being said, pretty much ahead of what's ahead on Monday, that, of course, culminated after you all engage. And let's just wrap up this thing, considering we're 4 hours in, and these boys are tired. They got WWE World. They got to wrap up their Las Vegas experience Monday. Let's go ahead, because Ash and I spoke for Bam about this. You guys spearhead what was WrestleMania Vegas Saturday. Let's go ahead and get ready to close this thing out almost, folks, as we're hitting our end time here for this amazing edition of Shenanigans and Fake Your Opportunity. And so, JJ and Walter, talk to me about what you thought of WrestleMania Saturday in general.
Well, so coming back from Big Gay Brunch, we missed the 2 ASPN matches.
Okay.
They were piped in through the Bluetooth of the car, so we could kind of hear what was going on, but we didn't really get to see. And then we missed Cody and Orton. But the other 3 things or the other 4 things, whatever, we more or less saw here at the Airbnb.
Okay.
It was all right. Like, my biggest issues with what I saw basically comes down to the Becky AJ match. I just don't understand what the point was in putting the belt back onto Becky. I think there's more equity in having AJ hold on to the belt still and then eventually losing it to Roxanne.
Completely agree.
The women's tag match did not surprise me as far as who the victors were, because I basically figured it was going to be the Bellas, and yes, Nikki wasn't cleared and Paige returned, which was an awesome moment. But we basically knew that Nikki and Brie were going to get the belts, so it's now Paige and Brie while Nikki is still out.
And yet Nikki still got physically involved here and was able to assist her as a fellow divas and win the championships. But continue.
So the outcome didn't surprise me. I've heard a few people talk about it. I liked Lash and Nia's tribute to Demolition.
Mm-hmm. Here's the forces.
That's all I really got to say about the show. I like that Liv won the title. That wasn't a shock either. But I don't know. I feel like Stephanie kind of got gypped in her title run just because it wasn't as good as it could have been.
Agree.
Walter?
I literally took a nap.
That's true. He slept through most of it.
And you know what? That probably wasn't a smart strategy considering what we were dealing with. But hey, you know what? That's as simple as it gets. I mean, again, you heard my acknowledgement about this. What are we doing? What are we doing? This was one of the most misinterpreted main events I've seen in WrestleMania main event history in a long time. Thank goodness it was the bench warmer towards one was Sunday. That reminded me, oh, wait, they actually can book wrestling once in the blue moon. But nonetheless, Liv Morgan, again, first moment, first singles championship win at WrestleMania, been in WWE for 13 years strictly, worked for this, Braun Breaker returning, Spear Suffering and Rollins like a bat out of hell, smacked them down in half. Cool moment. Gunther needed the win because Gunther has always been at the butt end of WrestleMania since WrestleMania 39. AJ Lee, people are thinking about the herniated disc in her back. They may never fully recovered. That wrist paralysis, they're thinking that may have been exaggerated and that could have led to the result, especially with the slip-up on the Black Widow trying to play it off from fatigue. So that's why people think that AJ Lee lost. As, of course, post-show, she said, I don't know when I'll be back, but for now, it's not goodbye. It's see you later. The entrance with those girls was to be a thank you, as I didn't say goodbye to them properly before, which, again, goodbye means see you later. As aloha could also mean goodbye, but also means hello. And the last we talk about the TKO influence main event, the better off we'll be, and hopefully Cody's okay, because apparently we learned today, Sunday, for those that are still on the West Coast, that Cody has suffered an orbital injury. Overall, though, Saturday for me was mostly forgettable. It was mid, and I do agree with Emmanuel that Gunther and Seth was the best match, probably the longest match of the night versus Cody and Orton. As closing remarks on WrestleMania Saturday.
So Cody's got an injured orbital, but he still has the title. Like, why not drop the title if he's got an injured orbital?
I don't know. As closing remarks.
The big theory going on right now is they want both the guys in Street Fighter to have the titles when they're doing the pressers and everything, and that's why Cody retained and Roman regained.
Yeah, well, I know that, Charles. And also, I do understand what you mean, because at the end of the day, Advert Mania was running wild, brother. And also, welcome to the first Advert Mania, but everybody that was advertised basically won their match, practically. Anyway, go ahead, Ash. Close our remarks. We move away from this dud.
I really enjoyed Rollins versus Gunther. I like the story beat that they added with Braun Breaker. We're gonna pick up where they left off. I like that. AJ versus Becky. I really like this match too because I love both these women, and I don't get Becky winning, but at the same time, if what you're saying is accurate, then I get why, because we're not sure how long AJ is going to be. If she does need recovery time, so at least with Becky, she's going to be there week in and week out. Keep that title as the workhorse title, like it's been for the past, I must say, a few weeks now, ever since Becky first got the title. Vakir versus Liv Morgan, it was really good. It was going very well, but then it just abruptly ended. I hate how rushed that match was because that match had potential. And the two opening matches, really good. They were a nice way to kick off the show. And the women's tag match, it did what it needed to do. And God, the Cody Orton match. Oh my God, Pat McAfee did not need to be involved. Like, oh my God, that was ridiculous. Like, not in a good way. Like I normally like. I was like watching this. I'm like, what are we doing? What is Pat doing here? What are we doing? What the? It makes no sense.
I don't think Sarah Miller could even make it make sense. Why? Here's why. I don't have a reason why. Here's the downs for this matchup.
Yeah, it's just like,
Here's my thing. I think that Liv and Stephanie's entrances were longer than the match.
Yeah,
I think you're absolutely correct.
And that's bad. Like,
yeah.
considering where the women have fought to get for the world title to be that short, for Liv's performance of her song to be longer than the match.
Probably.
It's a mighty good generic Dr. Pepper. Anyway.
I'm literally on the end of my reserves now. I'm drinking Verner's, so continue.
it was. Oh, sorry.
I'm done.
Okay,
You can move on to Sunday.
Okay, I was about to say it felt like that match was an advertisement for Liv Morgan's new song than it was for the title.
Accurate. Yeah. Again, welcome to Advermania. This is what WTKO's grandest stage of publicity stunning has become. And overall, like I said, the women matches deserved so much more than they got. I'm pretty sure that AJ and Becky and the women's four-way got more combined than by Karen Morgan.
I will say this about AJ match. A lot of people complain about, I hear some people complain about AJ and Becky being so short. AJ's always had short matches, though.
Accurate.
Like, the longest match she had was 13 minutes, and that was at Payback in 2013 against Caitlyn when she won the Divas title for the first time.
Accurate. There you go.
But Vakir and Morgan going short, yeah, that you can have complaints about because that was way, 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 way damn too short, especially when it co-main evented too. I'm like, what?
And again, they when Judgment Day, as we knew we were going to got involved. It almost felt like the match was going to another gear as Vakir was fighting up the world, but they're just like, rest of the fans, look, it's the title, Oblivion. There you go. Good night, folks.
Yeah, it was like super rushed. I'm like, oh my God, like, just needed more time.
They were telling a great competitive story, too, using each other's moves or teasing each other's moves prior to Judgment Day's interference.
Mm-hmm.
Straight up bullshit. Again, I do hope AJ Lee, though, is personally and mentally and physically okay. Because, again, if it's something to do with that, then I understand why you might have gone audible. But then again, why did you give her the fucking title in the first place prior to this? Just saying, give her a moment, I guess. That could be the last match you see AJ Lee skimming down to the ring. Hopefully not, but again, priorities. That being said, yeah, Saturday was a mixed bag. Gunther and Seth was the best wrestling match. I'm going to say this right now, despite the fact that smoking jacket. Seth freaking Rollins is the most fucking consistent WWE superstar performer when needed, period. Anyway, congratulations again to, and again, I'm so pissed off that Bailey, especially Bailey and Ira shafted. I get it. Paige, welcome back. Whoop-de-doo. The Divas on top. Bella's inaugural champs. Blah, blah, blah. Nikki and I
Caitlyn is not even agreeing with the decision, and she's the biggest member of the Bella Army. What does that tell you? Anyway, whatever. Congratulations to frickin' Bella Army 3.0 with Paige back in her house, beating pinning Alexa Bliss with the Rampage, and basically ousting Lyra and Bailey and freaking Irresistible Forces out of the picture, although I think the champions do have a rematch. Fatu beating Drew, it was expected. Unsanctioned versus AEW and GCW, let's just call it what it is. It was underwhelming, but it did enough. ISO Speed, Viral Moment, Usos not, they're going to win. This was your bench warmer. We don't talk about that match. Valkyria and Morgan, I really wish more came from it. I think there was so much potential that could come from it, but it is what it is. That being said, from the dud to, wow, they really turned around the other night. Oh, wait, how can I be so rude? One of the things that actually genuinely mattered, but I guess I'd use this man just to say the moment. Congratulations to the EST, who's about to become a mommy, who is going to have a baby. I wish her nothing but the best in her pursuits to motherhood and the safest during her pregnancy. Very weird, by the way, seeing her without the braid, too. That was beyond weird. I didn't think that would ever be removed.
Okay. Thank you for bringing that up, because that was my highlight of the night.
Oh, you're welcome.
I am not even going to lie, and it was probably a combination of all the stuff that was going on and the lack of sleep.
Yeah.
But I was in tears over her during the announcement.
Aww.
Especially after watching the reality show and knowing how much they wanted a family. But they were kind of hesitant to start a family because of losing the spot and everything. But she was out on injury anyways.
Mm-hmm.
The whole thing got me emotional. So congratulations to Tez and Bianca.
There you go. All right. Well, that being said, looking at the chat, makes me want to pay for rent about how I feel Saturday night after WrestleMania. I mean, my voice. Come on, Arlene. I got to call some real wrestling in a few hours. Japanese Joe Stark Bilchi with Kaya McKenna, Ariga Damina, Azuki, one of my favorites, etc. Get it right now. Unsanctioned was hardcore match. Didn't do much to show that hatred. Toolbox to the face. That's pretty mean. Now coming back into the fray, though, to bring something forward here. Let's go ahead and bring Jeff Meacham in to say something. Hello, Jeff. Please speak your mind.
Hey, sorry if I'm not on camera for real. I feel like fuck and I look like worse. So I just figured I'd scare the people.
Okay, brother. Yeah, we love you, man. I'm just glad to hear your voice, and I just hope that you get better. But we're about to actually, your perfect time here, because I would love you to open, since, again, I'm sure you want to rest, and also, again, just closing remarks. We already talked about Saturday, but let's go ahead and talk about what really turned the weekend around, despite the fact that people like Avermated was still running wild. You can't argue with the main event alone that you got your 2 days money worth if you were in Allegiant Stadium. Jeff, go ahead and start off talking about what WrestleMania Sunday meant for you in WrestleMania Vegas.
So I think the consensus across the board, not only when Greg and I were and as well as like just pretty much everybody was tonight was definitely better than last night. Like, I mean, there was no debate really. But I will also say that I think there's way too much emphasis on length of match, quality of match versus overall entertainment value that you got out of tonight. Even in watching it back, watching Saturday back this morning, I haven't watched Sunday back yet because the porcelain kiss has been a thing right now. I still was entertained by the show. It just didn't hit as hard out of the moment. I think this show will differ from that. Oba and Brock did exactly what it was supposed to do for Oba. The aftermath completely blew me away, and we'll talk about it as we get into it. Just unexpected, out of nowhere. Those poor souls in the ladder match had the task of the year to follow that. God bless those boys. I really feared that having to fill a 3-hour slot with only 4 matches was going to seem like it was taking forever, and I was wrong. It was a good enough mix of what would be filler. The commercials were what they were, and we knew they would be.
Yes.
But I was entertained by both nights. I am happy about the outcome of the matches of both nights, and I hope that I can continue to maintain my attitude of just sit back and foster through these shows and just enjoy life and enjoy professional wrestling. Damn it. Like it's not that fucking complicated if you just let yourself do it.
Simple as that.
Anyway, that's where I am as far as not breaking down match by match.
Okay, well, that's fair enough. And I think that's a fair analysis considering, how deep we are into this conversation, discussion, storytelling analysis, and WrestleMania week-long outlook, as, of course, we literally are on the verge of the first day that resets the season, the Raw after Mania. But that being said, let's go ahead and dig a little bit deeper into this once we get some initial thoughts. Ash, you weren't, of course, part of the call tonight, but you got to engage with it in family. What is your overall outlook on WrestleMania? So before we dive into some of the key moments that made us go, what? Anyway, go ahead, Ash.
I really enjoy this show. It was fun watching it with my dad. And then the main event, I had so much fun watching with my mom because she's such a big Roman Reigns fan, and I was made joked at her expense. And every time I do, for example, when Roman Reigns would be like, "Put your one up," I would just stick up the middle finger up at him. And I would call him the tribal queef instead of the tribal chief, just to get a reaction out of my mom.
Damn. Surprised it didn't knock you out.
No, my mom just gave me a really wicked stink eye, and she's like, "You're such a bad child. I thought I raised you better."
And she was wrong.
Damn, Jeff.
No, I'm kidding.
It's okay. My mom makes the jokes being like, "Hey, I learned this from you," and my mom would be like, "No, you didn't. You learned that from your dad."
Damn.
Okay, well, now we know what side of the family Ash gets her bad side from.
That's right.
I'm a mixture of both. I'm a good mixture of both.
Fair enough. The yin and the
We all
yang
should
brings the yin and the yang brings us an Ash. Perfect in design. Continue.
Yeah, I had such a blast watching Sunday, and I kind of overreacted during one segment to Jade and Rhea, and I had to explain to my dad's like, "No, this is why I'm reacting the way I am."
Canada, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know you. All right. Anything else outside that initial remark?
It was nice seeing the demon come back because I missed that. Also, thank God James and Nick are not here because oh my God.
What?
Let's just say we were talking during the Big Gay brunch. I kind of made an outlandish statement, and they're like, "Yo, what, Ash?" about the Finn Balor Dominic Mysterio match.
Oh, okay.
Okay, well, I guess we'll leave it at that then. To be never heard on air and behind closed conversation.
If you want to know what I said, watch the Big Gay brunch call.
Hey, you know what? Balor and Dominic are not unpretty men. All right, so it is what it is.
Especially Finn Balor.
Well,
Especially Finn Balor. Oh my.
All right, control yourself, Ash, you Betty fool. All right. Besides, he's married. Okay, thank you for that. Well, that being said,
Hey, just
JJ,
because I can't order from the menu does not mean I can't look at it.
She can look, but she can't touch.
it's fair enough. And somehow that actually works here. Very good, Jeff.
But
Darn
yeah,
you both.
Sunday was a upgrade from Saturday, a much needed upgrade.
That I agree with.
Oh, yeah.
All right, fair enough. Thank you for that. We'll turn to you here shortly as we break down some of the key moments here. JJ, your outlook on WrestleMania Sunday, a brief outlook in general with the card, the outcomes that might have surprised you, and just overall the flow before we look at more of the breakdown here when it comes to the maybe big moments and what's to come.
Well, before I get into that, let me just say to Arlene, if you want to know what to rent this one time, send it to my PayPal because we still in Vegas. We still need money for other shit. But
that I will agree with.
So Okay, I'm going to try to be good about my comments here because I really don't want my comments to come off as tribalistic.
Uh-oh.
You know, I don't know how else to phrase what I want to say, but I think everybody in the room in the chat knows me well enough to know that I'm not a tribalist, so please don't take what I'm about to say as tribalistic.
Anti-tribalism community here at the C-Level Studios. We do not endorse tribalism, nor do we believe that word exists. Thank you. Please continue, JJ.
Brock and Oba was so fucking good. Everybody always talks about, and Jeff touched on this a little bit, match quality, time length, and shit.
Mm-hmm.
This match was everything it needed to be.
Mm-hmm.
From opening bell to Brock walking out of the ring after leaving his gloves and boots. It was a Mania moment. Nobody is going to forget what they saw. You can like Brock, you can dislike Brock. You can think that Brock had no business on the card with everything that's kind of been about him in the news the last couple of years. Last I checked, everybody is innocent until proven guilty. He has not been brought forth in front of a judge in a court of law.
No.
Court of public opinion needs to cease until the official court ruling has been decided, if one is decided.
That's the word. Thank you. Continue.
Brock Lesnar, from all accounts and purposes, if the reports that are going around the internet are true, handpicked Obafemi for this. Brock Lesnar did for Oba what Dwayne Johnson did for him at SummerSlam 02. This was very much a full circle moment. 24 years in the making. Then you go deeper. ... Danhausen.
I am not very evil.
Everybody wants to complain, oh, you've had him on the roster for 2 months and he hasn't wrestled. He hasn't wrestled. He had a match a week or so ago. So there's that. I looked on Cage Match and I forget the exact number, but in his 2.5, 3 years in AEW, he only had like 12 or 13 matches. So, you know what? Can we give it some fucking time for the crock pot to get to a boil here? In less than 2 months after his debut, he was on fucking WrestleMania in essentially the semi-main event slot. Shut the fuck up. Seriously. Trick Williams beating Sami Zayn. Hats off to the man in the lemon pepper steppers.
Put a John Cena.
Now he's got more gold to help accentuate that lemon pepper.
Weird name for a shoe.
Dom and the Demon. Nothing bad to say about that shit. The only negative I can say about that, and this is just me being nitpicky, and I've said it a couple of times before to people, they should not have revealed the Demon until tonight.
Agree.
The first backstage promo, you kind of got a little bit of tease of the makeup around the eyes. Then over the weeks, there could have been a couple other little hints dropped. You know, Finn could have been backstage, talking, cutting a promo, and the headdress is kind of in the shadows behind him. You know, maybe he's standing at a table and there's a box of makeup, you know, on a table in the background. Like just little subtle things, letting you know it's coming without fucking releasing a graphic like, oh, the demon is back at WrestleMania. WWE used to be good at that shit. They missed the mark here. And that's the only negative I have to say is nitpicky about that.
That's a fair point.
Rhea and Jade. I'm not a fan of the fact that both women's titles changed hands. I feel like one should have been a retention.
Mm.
Which one? Jury is still out, in all honesty. It would be very easy for me to say Jade retained because everyone knows how much I love Jade, but I love Stephanie as well.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone knows that in the past I've not been too kind towards Liv. Out of the two, I feel like Liv deserved the moment more than Mommy did. So that would mean Jade retained. But Noah, I think that you will admit it's probably Jade's best match in her entire fucking career.
Yeah, most likely.
Even going back to her AEW run. Probably the best match she's ever had. Punk and Reigns. I had forgotten that Roman Reigns actually knew how to win a championship match without outside interference. It's good to see that he remembered how to do that.
Yeah.
Punk using both AFI, Miseria Cantera, and Cult of Personality. Standing ovation, chef's fucking kiss for me.
It's kind of ironic when you
It
think about
reminds me of Clash at the Castle when Drew came out to Broken Dreams and then it went into his normal theme.
Yeah, exactly. Put the same thing on Flashy with This Fire Burns.
All of that shit, yes, AFI is Punk's Indies theme. One of his indie themes, because he used Cult of Personality in the Indies as well, but AFI is his other indie theme, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Thought so.
But just a phenomenal match, and the fact that it was a Roman match, not marred in controversy and shenanigans, was very, very good. I enjoyed the whole Sunday presentation, top to finish.
All right, then.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you,
appreciate WWE leaving the shenanigans to us today.
For once, I mean.
Yeah.
You know? Long time thought to fill. We had to do something.
And eventually someone had to pick up the ball.
And again, you know, I know we touched on it a little bit at the start of the stream. I know we touched on it a little bit in the post thoughts when you guys were still live on the Mania stream. But the fact that combined over both days we had 20,000 plus watching our content, and there were 100,000 plus at WrestleMania. So we actually had 20% of the viewing audience that WWE had. Is fucking mind-numbing to me.
Yeah. I walked out and told my dad that, Jay, and I had tears in my eyes. I was befuddled by that stat. Just blew me away.
Yeah. And again, not saying it in any kind of negative way or context, but the fact that both the SRS channel and Walter's individual channel had more views than Denise Salcedo, Sean Ross Sapp, and Aaron Rift combined was fucking mind-numbing to me as well.
Fair enough. I definitely respect all of that. Well, with that being said, let's just go ahead and take a look at the two biggest moments here, because let's be honest. We started with an incredible match that led to an incredible moment. We ended with an incredible match that led to an incredible moment. The rest in between, let's be honest here, guys, it was kind of foregone conclusion for the other matches, except for maybe the latter match as far as Penta winning. But in the latter match, you expect A, a human car wreck, B, people going through ladders, C, someone jumping off a ladder, and D, either the champ's going to retain or someone close to the champ is going to surprise us and get it, or E, you're going to see the future retrieve it. At the end of the day, Penta retained in one of the damnedest ladder matches in WrestleMania recent memory. Once again, human demolition derby. Mad respect. For Sammy, for Rhea, for Jade and Trick, the writing was on the wall. Trick is literally following the John Cena agenda. John, when you knew your time, John Cena's time was WrestleMania 20. Beat Big Show for the United States title. Trick Williams just beat Sami Zayn his first WrestleMania, WrestleMania 42, for the United States title. Coincidental? I don't think so. The Demon had to be restored to some sort of viability that is above being mortal. Dominic Mysterio was a perfect foil. Now, do you need a street fight element? I don't think so, honestly. But, you know, at the end of the day, protect Dom. Let the weak kid actually show that I could battle the Demon with weaponry, and he still lost. Rhea and Jade, for me, is a tale of two cities. The best of times, the worst of times. Worst of times, we see a champion. Jade, done nothing. Best times, we see with a champion. Rhea, everyone tried to come after her. No one could beat her, but she still pushed the roster forward. Fact of the matter, this was literally due to the fact that you couldn't have the EST break that bitch as part of the long-term storytelling. Or Naomi even go after Jade for this title, because she's a mother now taking care of a baby. Congratulations to her. The only other key player you have left, you weren't going to do Timothy Strand for whatever reason, who wasn't involved in WrestleMania weekend at all, except for taking on Julia for the United States Championship or whatever that's worth, which is not a whole damn lot. Rhea was the right choice. And at the end of the day, Timu Baddie Squad, you would think these baddies would be as effective at Judgment Day. No, they weren't. And else, the fact that she wasn't involved in WrestleMania, I'm glad she shared the moment with her friend. So in a way, Rhea was involved in WrestleMania. So whoop-de-doo. Bottom line, those three matches were a foregone conclusion. And Danhausen is there for entertainment purposes. Okay, let's just call it what it is. He's not meant to wrestle, all right? He's very nice, he's very evil. Big time fan of John Cena. And then we saw him crotch punch, literally kept losing the Toxics. And then friggin' crotch punch Miz and his tiny balls. It was funny. At the end of the day, WWE is comic relief. So honestly, I don't think anyone should be arguing with that segment. Jeff Meacham, I see your moment in the chat. Please speak.
JJ, this is not intended to piss you off. It's more of a haha because I had a realization about the other party that used to be part of the Trick Mello party. People were so mad about Carmelo Hayes not being at WrestleMania. Was he on the show?
No.
He was on the show during a commercial, by God. And not only that, he was on WrestleMania in a segment with a former U.S. heavyweight champion. And granted, it was Hacksaw Jim Duggan, but he was still on WrestleMania in a segment with a former U.S. champion. So good on Mello.
I mean, he got booked forever at Mania, which I guess is the B show for WrestleMania. So, I mean, there's
bullshit that he did not wrestle tonight or yesterday. I don't give a shit. I'll die on that hill. Carmelo
you're not gonna hear
something.
You're not gonna hear no argument from me, Jeff. No. All right, I've been saying ad nauseum. Both Carmelo Hayes and Neil Dragon have worked more harder combined than Sami Zayn to earn a moment at WrestleMania or a match. Sami was just a foregone conclusion, and the crowd ate it up. They were booing that ginger out of the building, and for once, it was rightfully correct. And like I said, those matches, they were what they were, but they did what they needed to do. The results made sense.
I think the real question is who got booed more, Sami Zayn or ESPN when John Cena mentioned him?
ESPN.
ESPN.
And that's as a corporate employee of the Overlord. I feel bad for my Espen brothers today. Just not very much.
Well, what are you gonna do?
But
All
hey,
right.
Noah, I will say it was nice that today's super cutter didn't result in somebody's face exploding like yesterday's. Cody Rhodes is going through it.
I mean, it's a sickening situation. And they didn't say orbital bone; they said orbital injury.
Yeah.
Much to the point that I think that's why he has not been stripped of the championship yet. We'll see if he's on Raw or SmackDown.
Yeah.
Of course, he's the SmackDown guy. I imagine it has to be SmackDown. So I think Friday will be a foretelling of the future, but at least we hopefully can pray that it will not involve non-selling Johnny Bravo cosplaying Pat McAfee.
Yeah, I was saying on the watch along I did with Greg, and like I'm glad WWE gave us 45 replays because they were able to see it enough times. When Randy and him landed on Randy's countering the Cody cutter with the RKO, like Cody bounced up and his face, like, dude, Gordon Solie was like calling out from the grave, the Crimson Mask. It was like his face literally exploded. It was ugly. I'm glad he's okay, but damn, I'd be surprised if he wasn't.
I'm about to say,
I wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I think that's the key word. And again, this is Cody Rhodes, the guy that set a measuring stick for how you endure injury, how you wrestle for injury. Not necessarily the best example when it comes to workplace safety, but again, that's a whole different conversation for another day. All right, let's go ahead and get down to the nitty-gritty. Let's talk about the big starting point and the big end point, because they also do have a cause and effect. Did anybody expect Brock Lesnar to leave his boots and combat gloves in the ring and embrace Paul Heyman in what literally looked and echoed like a retirement tonight at WrestleMania? Did anyone expect Obafemi to be the guy not only to conquer and be the one, but maybe be the one to be the last one to share the ring with Brock Lesnar?
Based on the location of SummerSlam, no.
JJ.
Obafemi is now the one that ended the one in 21-1.
You said it. Could have said it better if I could say it on the air. Please continue.
To Jeff's point, with SummerSlam being in Minnesota, we all thought it was going to end there. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I was going to see Brock leaving his gloves in his boots. Something tells me he's going to end up now being the host of SummerSlam, because they've been doing that since it's a 2-night event. Mm-hmm. And at some point over those 2 nights, he's going to be announced as Hall of Fame for next year. I would almost bet on it.
Careful, you're in Vegas. Don't say that too loud.
Almost.
You can go into the sports book and place a legit bet on WWE now, so why the fuck not?
You know what? That's fair. And to your point, Jeff, he didn't necessarily say he was the one. He spoilered that he was the one. He literally foretold. He called his shot. Go ahead, Jeff.
It's frightening to me that the offer of Paul Heyman, facetious as it was, to guide Oba's career, it's like, Oba don't need it, and he needs to remain a strong, badass babyface. But there's that part of me that goes, could be fun. Could be fun. You know?
Well, in that same vein, Ash, Obafemi is a former mid-champion. He had the NXT North American champion. Brock Lesnar has never been a mid-level champion. He's always been a world champion wherever he's gone, period. Not since OVW has he had anything less than a world championship, IWGP included. So that being said, do you think that Obafemi can keep that mystique of literally being world-class level champion only? I'm aware of that, Jeff. I'm just saying, again, find a mid-champion Brock Lesnar's career that wasn't a tag team in OVW and get back with me, brother. Can you think Obafemi can maintain that aura about him since he literally beat
the apex of the apex in the WWE, Brock Lesnar.
I would like to think so, yeah. It all just depends on how well he's booked from the night after Mania to next year's. And that's going to be quite the task. But I honestly think Oba can do it.
Okay,
I
confidence.
I like Oba Femi. I love how he's remained dominant because he was such a dominant force in NXT, and they were able to translate that onto the main roster because WWE sometimes they don't really have a good track record of NXT call-ups maintaining their momentum from being called NXT with the couple exceptions from here and there, but for the most part, yeah, they've been doing Oba right.
It's only been 4 weeks, though. All right, so let's not, call the kettle black yet, or think that we've literally gone from low to medium to immediate high on the freaking pressure cooker. Although he has far more pressure, though, than Austin Theory ever did. Anyway, if you know, you know, folks. All right.
The only mid-card thing that I can think of from his main roster debut until now that Brock ever had, King of the Ring. Because winning that got him the title shot against The Rock where he won his first world title.
It's fair.
Not a championship per se, but it's definitely a mid-card accolade because it's what elevated him to the world title picture.
Okay, now I'll give you that. That is fair. That is fair.
Okay, you know what's scary about Brock Lesnar being only a main eventer? He's still one of the few that's also been King of the Ring, Royal Rumble winner, and Mr. Money in the Bank.
That's right.
Money in the Bank.
Boombox Brock will never die.
Boombox Brock lives in my head rent-free, and I'm okay with it.
I was there live when he won the fucking thing.
I remember
shit
that.
Pops me. The initial winning of it was stupid. It was horse shit because I was like, Ali, fucking unfreeze dipshit. But once he got the briefcase, it was gold from then on.
Somebody hit the pause button on Mustafa Ali and the game froze. I don't know what happened.
Let's just grab it right there.
Fucking Ali, refresh your stream, dude. You're frozen. Pull a string.
Just grab it around the damn building. Just run back out of the building. Oh my god.
Someone pull his train. He's not talking.
Right. But yeah, once he became Mr. Money in the Bank, Boombox Brock is unnecessarily one of my favorite things in my 35 years of fandom. It's so fucking beautiful.
Yeah.
But yeah, Royal Rumble winner twice.
Yep.
And King of the Ring and Mr. Money in the Bank on top of being Brock fucking Lesnar. So.
Yep. Like I said, the accolades speak for itself. Now, Oba Femi, of course, he did win the breakout tourney, which of course is how he graced on the NXT stage to beat Dragon Lee for the NXT North American Championship and go on that dominant run before Tony D beat him for that. Then he went on to greater phase with NXT Championship, of course, as we know. And the rest is history as far as his dominant run before Rick Sainz upset him. He got it back, but then the New Year's Evil, he decided to have a new beginning, be like, goodbye, NXT. And next thing you know, he confronted the Beast and now has made history in more ways than one. We literally just saw Brock Lesnar's last in-ring match.
Crazy.
Period. The fact of the matter, though, by the way, Cowboy Brock was also freaking hilarious. I mean,
that's fair. That's fair.
That's
So to your point in comparison, Oba was a mid-card champion in developmental, like Brock.
Yeah.
And we'll see if he only has world titles on the roster.
The only difference was Oba was never like in a tag team. Like Brock was in the tag team with Shelton in the Indies.
Yeah. Exactly. Jeff, you have a thought real quick?
Well, just a couple things. First of all, being there live when Oba became NXT champion at New Year's Evil was an experience. It's this little bitty auditorium historically in LA, the Shrine Auditorium, staying there with a longtime friend of 20 years who's producing the show. And you felt it then, man. It's like, dude, this guy, he is the guy. He's the guy. And also, just to boost my own ego a little bit, all these accolades that both of these men have had. What did I call Oba Femi the first time I was on a stream with you guys, and he has not proven me wrong yet? Oba Femi is what?
Bad
That's right. And he beat the baddest man in the land tonight in record time.
Yeah, like literally, it was it was like 4 suplexes, I think. He finally hit an F5, somehow rising from the dead like a freaking walking anomaly, commanding he is the one. A pop-up fall from Grace later, and that was all she wrote for Brock Lesnar. He didn't have to go any further. He put out all his greatest hits, and Obafemi survived and only needed 1 hit to beat
JJ,
him.
you hit it exactly right. That match was what Lesnar Goldberg should have been 22 years ago.
Accurate.
Just hit the ring, dominant, which is why they did it the way they did it in 2016. Let me be clear. I'm gonna give the old man and the two of them a little bit of credit. They realized they fucked up. So.
Fair
But
enough.
yeah, Obafemi sold that F5 like Brock had carried him to an IKEA bed and laid him down all soft and sweet. Like just pop right up. Like okay, that was fun. My turn. Oh, I'm sitting on the stream going, holy fuck, Brock's gonna die right now. That's it. It's over.
Yeah, me and Mike were like, that's it. Brock's done. Bye, see ya. I was like, okay, how many is it going to take? Just 1? Oh, no, I didn't do it.
One fall from grace to beat Brock Lesnar after taking, like you said, 4 suplexes and an F5.
That was it.
Again, just like Brock did to John, I'm admitting this. I'm therapeutic about it. That's how it needed to be. Just dominance.
Simple as that. All right. Well, as we go away from the opener to the real main event to the main event, and holy shit, I can't remember the last time I said that's professional wrestling, damn it, and WWE in the same sentence, but Punk and Roman did just that. Talk about everything you want for wrestling, for storytelling, for eclipsing a reality and defining further your dynasty at the expense of another man's own self-created, force-created legacy with his family. That main event was absolutely insane with CM Punk and Roman Reigns. I can't appreciate that match enough. I'll say it like here. I have not felt that good about a main event being true one-on-one to prove a point since maybe WrestleMania 26 when Shawn Michaels put his career on line against The Undertaker. And I'm just going to leave it at that. That being said, let's go around the horn and look back at this match and at this story. JJ, I'm going to start with you and Walter.
You mentioning Shawn Michaels and The Undertaker took me back to the clusterfuck because right before Janela eliminated the Invisible Man, he did the "I'm sorry, I love you," like Shawn did to Flair, and then super kicked the Invisible Man to eliminate him.
Fucking idiot.
That's foul.
It was hilarious.
It was fucking hilarious. We were all dead laughing. But back to this match. It was a masterclass. There's nothing more I can say about it. It was a masterclass.
From the beginning, from the entrances, CM Punk got an indie reminiscence of everything he was before WWE, and his comeback after the old ROH theme that they used, everything they did. Roman gets a live entrance with a real opera singer, the drums, the piano, like it was a masterpiece in a way to tell a story. And I don't know, I have to digest it whether I'm happy to see Roman on it, and if it's just that to have the 2 champs be on the Street Fighter tour, I get it business wise, but for me as a wrestling fan, it's kind of a dumb reason as to doing it. Because I really wanted Punk to retain. And I just felt like he's there full time and he's going to do it. Like, now, what are they going to chase on Raw? Roman ain't barely going to ever be there. He's probably going to do the post-Raw Mania. And then what? We won't see him for 2-3 months? Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, I agree. It's like Street Fighter doesn't open until mid-October. If you want Roman to have the belt for Street Fighter Press, he can get it at SummerSlam.
Boom.
Have it the few months for the presser, lose it at Survivor Series.
You could
because he only does major PLEs anyway.
You could have
That
did
is
something
fair.
Roman never did. You should have gave him the money in the bank, cashed in near the release of the movie, and then he can be the champion during the thing. And then that would have been another accolade that Roman never did. He never won the money in the bank. So for him to now he would have been a true Grand Slam and did everything there is to do in the company. Wins the freaking money in the bank, cashes in, and there you go.
I mean, it isn't in the fall, and it's after SummerSlam, which is already unique in itself. And according to what apparently was heard at the post show from multiple sources, including No DQ, Roman Reigns actually is not only tonight, well, I guess now we're officially on Monday. Hello, everybody across the United States. Roman Reigns was not only about proving something to himself, he is also trying to prove the value of himself. Apparently, saying he will be doing a full-time schedule. Now, again, I'm always above the proverb. Actions speak louder than words. Day one comes tonight, when we cover, me and Jeff, the Raw after WrestleMania. So I really do think that we have to watch things out right now. But when you look at all the outlets that are talking about this, whether it's Denise Chassail, who would do a short, or Sean Ross Sapp that might report, let's just take it with bated breath and see what happens. That being said, Ash, I'm going to go to you next here. I mean, again, Roman Reigns, yeah, is it business of old? He talked about the reality, back where things were, worth every top dollar. CM Punk, first time ever in the main event, the THE all caps, the main event of WrestleMania. This was his dream. Did his dream become a nightmare? Will he wake up from it? Considering, GTS, I'm just saying. And again, he literally exhausted everything in his being to try and take down Roman Reigns. And Roman saw him as vulnerable as, let's call it is, Undertaker at WrestleMania 33, Super Spear later, and finally put down the Second City Saint. What is your outlook on the fact that Roman Reigns beat CM Punk here at 42 and is once again champion, world champion again in WWE, this time all on his own?
I absolutely love this match. I had so much fun trolling my mom during this match.
I figured.
Constantly is just like giving Roman Reigns the middle finger and be like, boo that man, boo, boom. He's the safe pick. Boo that man, boo. Boo.
For 1,316 days, I was with you. Continue.
And so it's just like, as I'm watching this match, oh my god, it's so funny watching them do each other's moves. And there's like one point in the match where I'm like, Phil, I love you, but please don't ever do a Superman punch ever again. Like, please don't.
You tried. You tried.
Just, when he took the fans Ulafala and put it on him and just did the pose and the thing before he hit the spear, I thought that was so funny.
I'm the tribal chief. Who's the real tribal chief?
Oh my god, it was such a good match. It was like some high spots, some crazy moments, some funny moments. It's had a little bit of everything, and it's just I absolutely love this match. I wish Punk would retain because I wanted to see more out of it, but I get why you went with Roman Reigns. He's the safe pick. He's the one who brings eyeballs to the shows and whatnot. And it's just to me, you can get more out of CM Punk than you can get out of Roman Reigns, but I'm willing to see where they go with this. I'm hoping he is on the full-time schedule, like everyone says, but I'll believe it when I see it.
Seeing is believing. That's the way I live in this business, the way I live in this fandom, the way I stay off social media. All right, well, thank you for that, Ash. And that, of course, just leaves Jeff Meacham. Jeff, a masterclass of in-ring psychology, incredible verbal and physical brutality, the toll and the physicality that these men took. One of Roman Reigns' deepest wrestling, and I say wrestling in quotes, wrestling matches I've ever seen, and arguably CM Punk's greatest test ever underneath the banner of WWE. Your final outlook on this, what do you think?
Sorry, having audio issues there.
You're good.
I was asked both on the stream I was on and actually by my dad, will you be mad if this match ends clean without shenanigans? And I said I'd be surprised, but I wouldn't be mad.
Same.
I was pleasantly surprised, is what I was. I was amazed how full tilt they both went. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not trying to undersell the athlete that Roman Reigns is and the spirited personality that CM Punk will always be.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't expect it to go as long as it did. I predicted it as far as like the prediction time. The prediction time on that match was our tiebreaker within our little Greg Cherry sphere, and I was within a few minutes. I was surprised. I'm not gonna lie, considering they went
nice.
It was like 34 minutes, and it was like, jeez, it was. Damn. Yeah, they went through it, man. God bless them both. By the way, it was not a fan Ulufala. I thought it was too, but the Ulufala that came off the guy's neck, Roman put it on that guy's neck. I don't know if it's like a friend of the family or whatever, but that was the Ulufala.
Yeah, that was the actual Ulufala, Ash. That was
not.
I thought that was a replica.
Not.
It makes it more funnier. It just makes it more funnier now.
I only knew it was the real one because it didn't have that stupid OTC logo in the middle of like the replica.
Same, Jeff.
Fucking chaps my ass so much.
Agree. Continue.
Anyway,
Actually sell the Ulafalas.
I am. What's that?
So WWE actually sells replica Ulafalas.
Okay, so yeah, they.
Why?
I'm a merch mark. I'm a merch whore. JJ and Noah know this like for sure. I was gonna buy one of the Ulafalas just because it was within price range. Like I could go out and spend $60 on an authentic one and have the beads chip in the mail. Fucking in the middle of the neckline, 3 of the beads say OTC. It's like it's pissed. Anyway, so yeah,
back to this.
The fact that Punk, even with the apology on Monday, which was also horseshit,
well, it's Punk, to be fair.
put the Ulufala on. I'm like, he did not, dude. I don't care what happens. Roman needs to murder this man, and it's Vegas. They can hide the body. Like he needs to murder this man now. Fucking, and he did. He did. They chop each other down, man, and they're just throwing bombs. They're just going through it. I love that Roman won. I know people are like, I picked Punk. I only picked Punk because I felt safe in my pick of Randy Orton, and then when he lost, it went, Roman's gonna win. Sure enough. I will say it was very gratifying as a fan, even as long as it took, to have him stand center ring a year and a half later with both the Ulufala raised and a championship raised.
Mm-hmm.
We had said when the Netflix premiere happened, what is Roman Reigns if he is not the world champion or the WWE champion? Who is this man? What is his place in this world? And for a minute, it was, he's the tribal chief. He got his Ulufala back. He resolved his family issues.
Mm-hmm.
And then his wise man punched him in the cook last year. Like, okay, what is Roman Reigns now? He spent a year righting every bit of these wrongs. He took out the wise dumbass and his boys. Most of them are on the shelf still, in part because of Roman. Let's be honest.
Fair analysis.
Except for Braun Breaker, who speared poor freaking Seth Rollins into Reno somewhere. God bless Reno. God bless Reno. What's left of Seth Rollins? And somebody clocked the speed. I want to know how fast Braun was going because he was moving.
The camera couldn't keep up, Jeff. So your guess is as good as mine, but I know it goes up to 23.
Funny. The fucking replay shot couldn't turn in time because Braun took off. It's like, God damn, guys, we know it's happening. It's pre-fucking determined. Come on, team, get it together. Anyway.
Oh my gosh. Continue, Jeff.
I'm happy for Joe. You know what I mean? Like, you can tell he's been frustrated with the last year.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's been like feeling like, I was worried he was going to get to Steve Austin status and just be so about the creative that he was going to bounce. If I'm being 100% honest with everybody, I feared that we were going to reach an Austin moment. Fuck this. I'm done.
It seemed like that in his interview, honestly, but continue.
Yeah, it did. And it's like, and again, what do you do with Roman Reigns now that he's been that person for so long. If he's not hunting for it or he's not fighting to defend it, what is Roman Reigns? Everybody else on this roster, at least in my opinion, can be the champion or not be the champion. They have a place, they have a thing to do either way. I don't know if Roman Reigns has now been, positively but booked into a corner. It's an interesting thing to think about as we head into our regular schedule this week. And when we get back at Shenanigans, it's like, okay, we've had a week. What are we doing? And
Right.
I said this to the group. It's crazy.
Ooh.
ESPN Sports Center has this highlight up. Now, granted, it's Brock Lesnar. So yeah, former UFC champion making a Sports Center moment. Okay, it makes sense. But it's his WWE start and end that Sports Center is highlighting.
On the first ever ESPN WrestleMania.
And I will also say, they say that holding political office ages you. Granted, these pictures are 24 years apart. Both these men look pretty damn good for the stress they've been through over these 24 years.
So here's just a quick little question I want to ask you, Jeff.
Yes,
and
sir.
anyone else can interject. Who went through more stress during their lifetime between this time? Paul Heyman or Brock Lesnar?
Paul fucking Heyman. Like, not even a hesitation. Here's the thing. Brock's been through physical stress. Like diverticulitis and whatever happens out of the civil suit. That's written space in his head. Without a doubt.
Yeah.
But Paul Heyman, since that shot in 2002 on the Raw after Mania, he was the head writer of SmackDown, and then he wasn't. He was Brock Lesnar's on-screen advocate, then he wasn't. He was the general manager of SmackDown at a time that he was also the head writer of SmackDown and constantly battling with Stephanie McMahon at the behest of her father. Both of them directed at each other. If you watch the interview with him and Stephanie that they did on her podcast,
right?
Then he wasn't. Then he was the on-screen representative for his baby's resurrection for 6 months. And then that baby died a horrible, agonizing re-death after the freaking rebirth became more like an afterbirth. And then he wasn't. And then he was gone. And if you watch the Heyman Hustle era, Paul Heyman, yeah, he was away from the stress, but he looked like a freaking ragamuffin homeless man in a suit. His marriage was dog shit. His kids weren't always in his custody from what I remember. And then he came back to WWE in 2012 after Brock again beat up my friend John Cena.
We don't talk about that, Jeff. I'm trying
Raw
to do a favor here, bro.
The Raw
You're
after
all right.
Mania in 2012.
You're all right.
And Paul Heyman became his representative. And Paul Heyman has been allowed to be a on-screen talent for most of that and bestow the wisdom on the chident. Granted, he was executive director of Raw for a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
But then he wasn't. And I can't tell you who's more grateful that they're not the executive director, him or Eric Bischoff, because they both knew, nope, not going to work, not going to work. But to answer your question, Paul Heyman has definitely been through more visible, evolving stress, at least from my perspective. Other than the horrible bout of diverticulitis and the uncertainty between 2004 and we'll call it between 2004 and then him getting sick in UFC and not being able to complete his run.
Right.
Brock Lesnar knows how to relieve his stress. He goes to his property, he hunts things, kills things, and eats things. And when he's not doing those things, he's getting to lay in bed with a very beautiful person.
Yeah.
I'm not stressing that if I'm Brock Lesnar. I can either work out my aggressions in bed or I can go out and kill things on my property and eat them for dinner. Like, I'm good.
I mean,
Good.
you know, Canadian wildlife.
Heyman's had to find different outlets, and it's taken him time to get there.
Fair enough.
Thank you very
I'm
much,
just, no, I mean, you're good. Again, no, I mean, it's a brilliant way to really sum things up when you look at the career of Brock Lesnar and who was so instrumental in his career versus, I would say, who was instrumental in Brock Lesnar's career. Both men have shaped each other for the better part of over 2 decades. And to think that's done, I think that's even a bigger thing for Paul Heyman to basically come to realization with than Brock Lesnar. To see Brock Lesnar remove those gloves, remove his boots, and bow Japanese style on the mat was the most nut and futz thing I've ever called here in the Cinema Studios as the voice of this wrestling family, and I'm not going to forget it. Indifferent or not, you cannot argue that Brock Lesnar has been absolutely invaluable to the WWE particularly and their business.
And doing all of that with tears in his eyes.
Yeah, exactly.
That was the kicker for me. Because Brock, for 22 years, regardless of where you saw him, whether it was the WWF, whether it was trying his luck in professional football, whether it was the UFC, whether it was IWGP, whether it was his return to WWE, has always maintained that stoic, hard-ass, badass image.
Yep.
So for that man to disappear for 5 minutes in front of the world, in front of 100,000 total people over 2 days, 50,000 tonight alone, that was the cherry on top.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't the competitor Brock Lesnar. That was the human being Brock Lesnar. We saw the two separated for the first time ever. And with that, we may never see the Beast Incarnate again. And the cause and effect to this is Obafemi has called out the World Heavyweight Champion. And here's the other thing, too, just to add a bow on this incredible podcast that we have created and done and had a conversation about. We do not know the aftermath feelings or the effect on the former World Heavyweight Champion yet. There has been not one iota, one word, one picture, one image of CM Punk, who was literally left for dead. He fought tonight as if his life was on the line. And it very well might have been, for all we know, considering how hard he worked for this versus how long and how hard Roman Reigns worked for this. Again, there's a lot of unknown factors here, but one thing's for certain. Obafemi is that one, and Roman Reigns is once again the one. And it sounds like the two might be going one-on-one some point in the near future. As Ash is thinking about JJ, I do see your hand.
Going back to the Brock thing.
Go for it.
I'm curious how much of that raw emotion was just the general woosah, it's over.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like Cena smiling in his final moments as he tapped. You can rest now, Tony. You know, it's okay. You can rest now.
Mm-hmm.
As the arc reactor light disappears in his chest and he fades. And how much that emotion was the fans showing him love as he's pretty much always been a monster heel. And him just digesting the love from the crowd in that moment.
Again, it's a moment you hold on to for life, but like you said, it literally could be his last moment. Jeff, I saw you on mute real quick. You want to add a little tidbit to that before I give it to Ash before we wrap things up here?
Well, no, I was going to have Ash say what she was going to say about Mania, but I had a question for JJ about a different event from the weekend because he and I haven't been on screen since Bloodsport, so I was just wanting his reaction. But Ash, feel feel free to
I
wrap
was going to
WrestleMania.
go off Noah's point about like CM Punk giving it all. I was about to say CM Punk got what he wanted for so long, but at what cost?
Exactly.
I don't think he cares.
No. Nope.
I honestly don't think he cares. CM Punk might have some words for Roman Reigns, but I think Phil Brooks is very happy with what happened with Joe and OI.
I think that's a fair way to look at it.
No,
Absolutely.
I agree. I think in the year, a little less than a year she's been back, in the 3 years he's been back, I think Phil Brooks and April are about as content as they've been in a long damn time.
That's saying something too. Yeah, no, I
Because
know.
at the end of the day, CM Punk has now achieved his lifelong dream of main eventing WrestleMania. Yes, he had a main event spot last year, but it wasn't the main event.
Capital
And he was in the ring with arguably the greatest performer of the last decade.
He was in a main event championship match with the top guy in the company at the time.
Which is exactly what he wanted when Cena or when The Miz and John Cena took the spot from him.
Yep. Yeah, and even
the
though
top
he
baby
was,
face in the company versus the top heel in the company.
Yep.
And the difference is in this match, they're both baby faces.
Yes,
really are.
Although Roman did come out to the head of the table theme, a little bit of a heel move there. Just saying.
I mean, again, what at the end of the day, what the rumor wants to remind us, he is our tribal chief, and you and the rest of the world will acknowledge me. And boy, did we.
Dude, Noah, if he's the head of the table again, I was fucking sat for almost 40 minutes. I'm here for it. Like, I'm good.
If he acts like this, I completely agree. Continue.
JJ, you and I have not talked on the air publicly. We briefly talked about it last Friday night. How are you seeing your girl, my friend, Natty, finally let Natty come out to play? How you doing, bro? And you saw it in person.
I'm good. No, I'm good. You missed that part because you were having your issues with your body. But
yeah.
As we were going through the story and everything, just to briefly recap, after that was Friday, so the Progress show.
Correct.
No, the Gringo Loco show, the Lucha show.
Yes.
After the Lucha show, we're hanging out in the lines, trying to talk and network, and she comes in with her little entourage. And at this point, I'm wearing my Natty by Nature shirt because I brought a couple of different shirts for that day because we were going to be in one place pretty much all fucking day. I had my deodorant in my backpack and I had changes of shirts because I didn't want to be that fan.
Attaboy.
Man.
Good on you.
So she comes walking in, and I was that fan in the moment because I hollered her name to get her attention. Didn't run up to her, but hollered, Natty. And she stopped and turned, and I did one of these so she could see the Natty by Nature.
Yes.
And she stopped, and you could see her like kind of squinting to read it. I love that.
Right on, dude.
And I do actually have a message to pass on to you.
Oh.
From everybody's favorite stoner and High Times cover model, Rob Van
Dam. Oh, boy.
Uh-oh.
Because I saw him and Katie multiple times.
Of course you did.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Jeff Meacham sends his regards.
Oh.
Rob paused for a second to process.
Well, yeah,
Tell him I love him.
I'm so bad on camera.
And this is exactly why, in conclusion, professional wrestling. Good job. Are you okay, bro?
We were joking during the Bloodsport stream because not Bloodsport. Fucking what was it? The goddamn Juggalo show. God damn, those fucking clowns have been through. So I'm so mad at them right now. I can't even fucking tell you. I'm so exhausted.
Why are you mad at them?
Because I was up till 4 fucking o'clock in the morning. That's why.
Okay, but that's not their fault.
I know. Well, the technology part wasn't their fault. I grant you that. Now I will say it fucking was.
If their show had started on time, you only would have been up to 3:00.
Either way,
That's what I said. Anyway,
continue, Jeff.
Either way, it was fortuitous they started late because you got to know fucking Rob and Katie and Carl and Luke were stuck in fucking traffic coming down from the Dolby. Like, Jesus Christ, on a fucking Friday night. Are you kidding me? Going down the strip. Oh, but yeah, thank you for letting me know that. I definitely have to reach out again. I realized as it was happening, because after he was walking up the ramp after their match, I realized I may have been on screen for Rob Van Dam's last televised match, and I don't know how to deal with it right now because he hasn't done a whole lot of in-ring. He's dealing with the post-concussion and all that it came along with it, but I don't know if he's ever been more content with his life. He's married happily again, and he's got his babies.
Maybe Joey Janela Spring Break next year will be Rob Van Dam's final match.
As long as it's local, I don't have to fucking get a passport and fly halfway around the goddamn world. I'll be there. Like, fuck.
Well, I mean, it may not be local, but they're not going to go to fucking Saudi Arabia. That's
what I'm saying. Sure. That's what I'm saying. As long as I can stay in at least the lower 48, I'll be all right. Like,
fair enough.
I will tell you this right now. Oh, I'm sorry. You can't see my face, but I'm telling you right now, if Rob Van Dam actually says this is the last match, I will sell blood. I will cut off body parts and donate them to science. I will sell my child, who's now an adult, so I can get away with it, into slavery to attend that match. Okay? I will do it.
Just ask Nikita Mouse for extra hours. I'm sure he'll give them to you.
Because listen, I missed John's retirement match. I was fortunate enough to be there for his last PLE match. Thank God. I'm not here this week up there with you guys, and I think everybody except the people I was on screen with this week is up in fucking Las Vegas because everybody saw every damn buddy. I just want to like if I photoshopped myself into everybody I know, seeing everybody else I know, I think I'd be photoshopping until next Saturday night.
This is probably accurate. Anyway. I did see a couple of other old friends that I didn't mention when we were doing the WrestleCon recap. Just brain farted, but now that Jeff's back, it kind of jogged the old brain.
Go for it.
But in addition to talking to Willie, who we already discussed,
Willie,
and while talking to Willie, having Vince Russo come up to me,
Bro. You've had
he's the fucking booker, so he's coming to talk to talent, and the talent is talking to a 20-year-old friendship. I'll try to make this quick. No, I just saw you look at your watch.
I'm sorry.
But between that and talking to Human Tornado for a little bit, at WrestleCon, I got to catch up a little bit with SoCal Val. And a name that Ash is probably familiar with, as he is a member of TMDK, Bad Dude Tito.
Oh, Tito! Nice. Oh my God, dude!
I got to chat it up with Tito for a little bit. The former Tito Escondido, as he was known when he was coming up, now known as Bad Dude Tito.
Yeah.
But saw him at his table, and he immediately started smiling because he recognized me, even though it had been like 15 fucking years.
Yeah, it's about, dude.
So that was cool, chatting it up with him.
Yeah. Wow.
Dude, go to the show.
Dude, you had like a meta weekend, dude. You're sitting next to the promoter of Podermania, and on the other side of him, Dave Meltzer, no big deal, fucking whatever.
Legit. It's freaking insane, but it is what it is, Me and the phrase of the week, and we still have WWE World, which my alarm is going off at 7:30, by the way.
Which is why I'm trying to close thing out under.
I know you are, bro. Like I said, I see you looking at your watch. Jeff came back in. I'm trying to wrap it up, but still get the things in. But
All right.
the phrase of the week so far has been, "What is my life right now?"
Yes.
Between having Ed hook us up with second row Bloodsport seats, casually sitting and chatting with Dave Meltzer, having Brian Alvarez sitting a few seats away from us on the opposite side, front row, having Ed hook us up with a free meet and greet with Duke Hudson.
Nice.
Because he had been sponsored by Poder for WrestleCon.
That's right.
Between Sean Ross Sapp, Denise Salcedo, Malcolm, Simon Miller, all giving us advice and shit.
I love that.
Reconnecting with old friends like Willie, like Tornado, like Tito. I think the only people that I know that are up here that I didn't see are fucking Gino and Mikey O'Shea.
Right.
Because I know both of them are up here and just didn't see them at all with everything we did.
Yeah.
Between making the new connections and, like I touched on, in the span of 24 hours, from 3 p.m. on Friday to 3 p.m. on Saturday, seeing the final Bloodsport, the final matches of Sandman, Vampiro, and Kid Bandit, and the debut singles match of Brody Lee Jr., which was also his very first main event ever.
Right.
What is my fucking life right now?
It's crazy, dude.
And honestly, I think that's a great way to wrap it up, Noah.
Perfect. All right. Good man. About time. With that being said, keep enjoying life and make every moment that you can with it. Get some rest and enjoy WWE World. And I hope you all finally get some rest for you yahoos that are still tuning in as we hit the 5.5 hour mark. Not intended. I thank you all so much for tuning into the stories so far that have been the entirety of festivities and engagements and unique experiences and calls that was WrestleMania week / weekend. Let's go ahead and get the fuck out of here and get some fucking rest. Batty Ash, and we'll start with you, my lifelong New Japan Senior Pro Wrestling friend. Tell where the people can find you.
You can find me on XD app, formerly known as Shadow Bad Ash, and subscribe to my YouTube channel at Batty for Wrestling. Don't be a dickhead.
Dickhead. Again, you see it right there, folks. Do it today. Stay tuned for further Japanese content and so much more. Me and the Kerr will get it together with a bracket breakdown with the G1 climax. We might call them Talk or Dominion. Don't know yet. All depends on scheduling and priorities of our passions. As always, guys, we got nothing but love and respect for you. Thank you for joining us for WrestleMania Saturday. And I look forward to maybe next time doing a complete WrestleMania with you. And by the way, shout out to Statboy Mike and all the incredible work he did towards the cause too, as well as everyone here at the SR Studios and every one of you that allow the work to be possible. And that being said, from a guy that needs to go to sleep and stop thinking about work, JJ, continue your experience in Las Vegas. What you do in Vegas may not stay in Vegas, may forever be in your heart. But go ahead and tell where the people can find you. Damn it.
Such a beautiful image. You can find me on the Instagram at the Renegade JJ Williams. YouTube, of course, Casa D18 Studios. The X is Casa D18 Studio. No S at the end. I even told Duke that I had this for my plug graphic and that I had everybody that ever was associated with Chase U in it. And he kind of popped for that. I'm not going to lie.
Bloody freaking hell.
But, yeah, make sure you subscribe to all the things. Make sure you're following SR Studios 2024 on the X. That's the big one. That's the one where we make all the big announcements when we lock in the different interviews and whatnot. So make sure you're following that so you know what's going on in the world of the Simply Reliable Studios. Once again, on behalf of Walter and I, Walter's already gone to bed.
God damn. God bless
But
him.
on behalf of Walter and I, thank you once again to the team for holding us down while we've been out here doing our thing. And thank you to the fans for doing everything that they did to get us here.
At the end of the day, it's the fans that make it all possible. And it's also
Walter heard my voice and said thank you from the other room.
I heard him, and I say thank you, Walter. And with that being said, shout out to Walter Cruz. Subscribe today to the Rage of Wrestling that has the brain shower. Follow him at Walter.Cruz.940 or Walter Alex Cruz on the X. I don't know if Blue Sky still has Blue Skies, but follow him on the X because that's the more appropriate platform. Let's get him to 300 and then see what next time his experiences that take him. So we will see exactly what happens soon enough. That way, again, thank you for that, by the way. Again, folks, let's watch Alex Cruz. Appreciate him. To Till was here earlier. Shout out to our Mormon Pink Brown Ranger. Follow her when it's wrestling time. We always appreciate her. Rangers of Wrestling, as you see on the social medias. For James, that's taking care of priorities. Oh, good Lord, this man's graphic. Follow him on the X on YouTube. He does really cool stuff on the internet, but he is also an invaluable friend and asset to the Super Reliable Studios community. To the Ninguses that wanted me to rage, but thankfully saved my voice without a super chat. Arlene Emmanuel, who keeps the ball rolling and the good times and my embarrassment going. Shout out to Arlene Emmanuel Delingus to see the social media things right then and there. And that being said, we are nearly at the end of all this Las Vegas madness. But Jeff, my friend, let's go ahead and talk about you, whether people can connect with you other than this. And the other graphic that you just sent in too, as you speak.
One more watch along.
God.
And no can sleep. He and I will be on Raw for Mania tomorrow, 8 Eastern, 7:30, whatever the fuck, whatever it's gonna be.
It's 7:30, whatever.
7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific tomorrow, and then I have promised this man that he can sleep. I'm not the boss anymore. But damn it, Noah, get some memes.
I'm trying the things I do for friends, but that's why, again, we are the Simba Studios, and why I am not for more, of course, but the simple man and a lifelong fan of professional wrestling, damn it. So if people wish to engage and find me, if you choose, then follow me on the X and on YouTube, and Imposter1916. It is truly as simple as that. We only wish to remind and encourage you. There are no winners, there are no losers, there are no bears, just fans of opinions for this passion we all share. At the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other, touch your mentality too, treasure your families, and just your life, and enjoy professional wrestling. It is truly as simple as that. And why Jeffries have one more watch along, I'm a glutton for my own love. Stay tuned at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time when I call this as a retro watch along. This pay-per-view, Joshi Spark Pro, Lady Luck 2, Hazuki, Jada Stone, Jasmine Allure, Asume, of course, Kaya McKenna, Aya Sakura, Vipress, Brittany Blake, Not Support Starlight Kid, Danny Mo, My World, and so many other names as I bring you in one more time to the world of Shinigami Pro Wrestling. And then I have predictions post-mortem where I break down the stats, bring down the scores, and bring down the highs, the lows, the outliers, and so much damn more. Then I call the Raw After Mania with Jeff, and then I bid you all, Danchi, so the next time I'm needed to be seen on your YouTube feed with your X, whatever device you use or set. With that being said, I have spoken way too damn long, host too way damn much, and called too way damn much. But that's the love of the business that we are exhibiting here for you all to be your most reliable source towards all professional wrestling coverage, interactions, interviews, and watch-along presentations. So again, I thank all of you for tuning in. So please, as we talked about earlier, please like, share, subscribe, comment, and tell a friend. Hit the bells, there goes Live Man, and the outlets here on YouTube across the Bob Studios. And if you particularly want to continue to follow us, follow the mothership, if you will, at SR Studios 2024 to keep in tune and engage with us with all the upcoming content. But I have said more than enough. So for Ash, for Nick, for James, for Jeff, for Walter, for JJ, for all of you in the chat, and for the 20,000 plus of you that have tuned in on the weekend alone for our WrestleMania watch-alongs too. I thank you all once again from the bottom of my heart. We will see you next time here in the Simple Animal Studios. Again, whether it's a watch-along or an interview or some other shenanigan. Until then, make a positive impact in life. Have a good night, and thank you for engaging with us in what was the longest ever edition, I think, of the Sunday Shenanigans WrestleMania week-long edition. Have a good night, folks, and we'll see you again soon here at the Simply Reliable Studios. Take care.